Well, good morning. Welcome to this special Indiana Derby Day edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley alongside Racing Rachel on Indiana's biggest day of racing. And we've got an action-packed 13-race betting bonanza for all of you here today. And right now under cloudy skies, main track is sloppy, Racing Rachel. Turf course good as we get closer to the noon kickoff of our 13-race card. But we're not going to let the weather dampen our spirits here today. We're full of energy. 13 races, including our premier races, the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks and the Grade 3 Indiana Derby.
Yes, very exciting day. A lot to look forward to. The weather early this morning didn't cooperate, but I love what I'm looking at right now because it's cleared up. It's going to be hot. I don't have any question to whether or not we can get this dried out if we just keep the rain away. So can't control Mother Nature, but right now it looks clear and it looks ready to go.
For the official race day forecast, it's time here. We started off a long Indiana Derby week. We've been racing since Monday, and we've checked in each and every day here on the pre-race show with the Weather Authority. We're talking about Fox 59, and you know it's the big day of the season here for racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Krista McEnany taking the Saturday morning off, so we're relying on Ethan for a great forecast.
I like that about her.
Ethan, Rachel and I would like to have a word for you. We've got a big day here, Indiana's biggest day of racing. Weather Authority, no pressure, Ethan. How's the weather looking forecast-wise?
No pressure, bro.
Here's your Fox 59 race day forecast from the Weather Center. Not the best news because we are going to be having some widely scattered showers and storms heading into the afternoon here. Not expecting any washouts, and it's still going to be muggy. Enjoy the races.
Oh, Ethan, Rachel, and I, and all the fans already joining us here in the clubhouse. And of course, we figure the first floor OTB, that'll be packed as well for racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got the simulcast wagering too, of course, Saratoga. We're part later today of the 50-cent cross-country Pick 5 along with Naira Bets. Great to team with them again. But today, in addition to our live racing program, when we'll cover the Indiana Oaks and the Indiana Derby, preview it here on Wire to Wire. Welcome to all those handicappers. Yesterday and today, we've got handicappers vying for the 4 seats to punch their ticket to the NHC championship there. The final in March of 2027 at Horseshoe Vegas. But here today at Horseshoe Indianapolis, welcome to all those handicappers taking part in today's NHC qualifier. And in addition to our 13-race card, a lot of activities here for the fans that are joining us here. And as Ethan mentioned the forecast, certainly we're not going to let Mother Nature dampen our spirits here at the races.
No, we're not. And we have a ton of fun stuff. Let's talk about that first, and then we'll get into the handicapping. We have a $2,500 handicapping contest today. Legends, it's completely free. You can go down to the first floor to enter, or you can enter online. Then we have the hat contest. We're going to have that today after race 6. So be heading down there for race 5, you guys. Once race 6 runs, we're going to get that thing kicked off because it seems like every year, oh my gosh, shoot me. It seems like every year that thing just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So Rob Wessner, I got to give a shout out to our mutual manager. He was like, I'm not in marketing, but I say you break that thing up. So we're going to show everybody. We're going to take a break to judge and come back race 6. Then we're going to have the cigar rolling station free to the first 500 people. Head downstairs and check that out. My Racehorse is here. Post Time Apparel is here. They're over by the playground as well as Rustic Gypsy. So if you guys want to get some swag, head on over there, get some clothes, get some racing merch. And we also have our own Horseshoe Indianapolis gift shop downstairs that has all of our branded swag in it. If you guys have seen me in that, you definitely want to check it out. We also have Michelle Yu here from Fox Sports. Super excited for her to join us. The Adonis of horse racing returns, Maddie C. And then we have t-shirt tosses, $3,000 mega bet drawings. We've just got a lot of fun stuff going on today. Be sure to check it out. But yeah, thank you to everyone from the NHC who is joining us today. Matt's here. B's here again. I mentioned Michelle. We also have
Dan Cronin.
We have Dan Cronin's hanging out if he has any questions, and we have Barry and Louie from Horse Racing Happy Hour, and Louie's on the Louisville, Kentucky show as well on ESPN. So be sure if you have any questions. Louie's really good about answering questions. So is Barry. They'll be downstairs floating around, smoking cigars, talking to everybody, and they'll be up here on the 3rd floor to do that race. So be sure to just head on down to the 1st floor. They all have the runner show. They have the cheat sheet. They know where everything is. So be sure to head on down to get signed up for all of our free contests on the 1st floor or outside the winner's circle.
Sounds good to me. And again, we mentioned those NSC qualifiers here for the National Horse Players Championship with the big finale for that March of next year at Horseshoe Vegas. Look forward to seeing Rachel there with all of our handicappers covering it. But 188 entries for this year's qualifiers here yesterday. And welcome to all those today. $500, the live money buy-in for today's NEC qualifier. And people from, I mean, we're talking about not only coast to coast in the United States, Hawaii, New Zealand, also Canada represented among the handicappers. So it really attracted a lot of people here to town. That's great. Hope you have a great experience and find those winners for those taking part in the qualifiers for the NHC.
By the way, that was my favorite part of the show. First of all, I was like, I don't usually watch the show, you guys. I'm not going to lie. Because
I've been to Hawaii.
I don't know what it was. But I was like, Matt and John on the show together. Oh my gosh. It was so awesome. But my favorite part was when he was like, New Zealand, really? And you're like, look, if it's on Tammy's notes, it's true. And I told Tammy that and she got a chuckle. So yeah, Tammy don't lie. So definitely will be a nice, we're going to get down there and interview a couple of them.
Yesterday was the Southpaw along with the Haymaker, Matt Carruthers. Great to have Maddie join me on yesterday's edition of Wire to Wire, but certainly my regular broadcast partner, Racing Rachel, joining me here on Indiana's biggest day of racing as we again welcome all of you here to the racetrack. Really quick, want to mention because yesterday we had a couple of premier races with the Clarksville, and that was won by under jockey Mitchell Murrell rallying home there for Greg Foley, a winner yesterday for Mitchell Murrell, who's riding Mr. T, the 2025 Indiana Futurity winner back in last year, and of course competing in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby today. Great story there about the owner, the blacksmith, local interest in Mr. T running in today's Indiana Derby. Big Trouble winning the Clarksville yesterday. And then, I mean, a real turf superstar in our midst yesterday, Doncho. He's the world record holder. He took that out Ellis
crazy.
Park last year on the turf course for Michelle Lovell and his JAL Racing. And yesterday, Doncho taking out the William Garrett, a worthy winner of that, and a convincing win it was. Jaime Torres for Michelle Lovell yesterday. But talking about Mitchell, he's riding in the big Indiana Derby today on Mr. T, as I noted, last year's Indiana Futurity winner. But it's Fernando de la Cruz who's in the clubhouse with 36 wins here this season. He tops the meet score sheet. And of course, this is the 51st day of a 123-day season. We're not even at halfway yet at Indiana Derby.
Oh my gosh, we're not? Oh wow, it feels like it. It feels like it went by really fast. But definitely I'm looking forward to this race, and we're gonna talk about it. We actually have a really good interview to show you as well that Jenny got from our Mr. Bailey, who I'm just so excited that Justin's in there. He made a post today. Had a huge, he knows he's a huge long shot, could have taken the easier route, but it's just not how Justin is. And he said that Mr. T is one of the best horses he's ever worked with. He's done it all and he's ready to go. They left it all out there. And he's pretty excited about today. So, and honestly, you guys, I know this from, I'll just get right into some Derby info that I have. Mr. T loves the slop. If you look at his, if you look at his PPs, he's not run on it in a race though. But I did talk to Justin, and like I said, he's trained in the morning, and he says he seems to really like it. It doesn't bother him at all. So I know one person, even though I'm taking hits left and right and center on Twitter like it's my fault that it rained, Justin's very not upset about it at all.
Yeah, they always at you and not Ethan there at Fox 59, the Weather Authority, if you want to check out with our forecaster here each and every day. And of course, Krista McEnany, always great to have her join us too this week on Indiana Derby Week. We started on Monday, and we wrap up this 6-day Indiana Derby Week stretch today with a 13-race card, no racing on Sunday and Monday. Let's talk about a couple of the top contenders. Son of Gunrunner, talking about leading change. Iran Ortiz coming in town for a reason, not the 123-day season. today. He's riding for Brad Cox, who's a 3-time winner of the Indiana Derby here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Wafnan Racing, and they've really widened their scope globally, talking about Leading Change. Very impressive debut winner to the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, I'm probably not going to go through a bunch of handicapping angles. I'm gonna save that for the paddock, and I'm going to try to give you guys some information that you probably don't know, or things that I saw from hanging out with some of these horses back at the barn. And starting with Leading Change, he gives me puppy dog vibes. He was very excitable. He got in there. He was settled. He was calm. I'm not saying this as a negative, but I mean, you can tell he's a one-run race. He was really interested in what was going on, and but he is a good boy. He is a very, very well-behaved guy, and he, got to his hay, and then he would check the other corner, and then he'd stick his head out, and then he'd check the other corner and stick his head out. He was just on the roll, man. So he's you can just tell that he's unexperienced, and this is all very excited to him. But then, did you see how he acted in the paddock? He really was chill. Cool. I mean, back there, he had just got off the trailer. It was excitable, and the way he moved was a little luggy, but he definitely looked good in the paddock and like a real professional. He wanted that grain so bad. You know how bad it hurt my heart not to give him that grain.
I mean, if you're anti Leading Change, 7 furlong, impressive debut. Irad thinks enough of this son of gun runner to come here to town and ride Leading Change. Debuted 7 furlongs, around 1 turn on a fast track at Churchill Downs. First 2-turn test, but until you run them around the route, you never know. And of course, Brad Cox has that Eclipse Award-winning trophy case. So. In Brad we trust. And again, Wafnan Racing are really expanding their status in horse racing, and they've got this colt on the rise. Looking forward to watching Leading Change compete against the other 7 rivals, 7 sophomores that Leading Change will face. There's one scratch, by the way, the 9 Desert Gate. Bob Baffert will withdraw Desert Gate.
2 scratches.
Who's the other one?
Bricklin.
Oh, and Bricklin too. Yep, 5 Bricklin and 9 Desert Gate. That was the morning line favorite. Mizumi's out to the Indiana Oaks. Bob
ran last night.
Yeah, Bob opting to run Mizumi in that ungraded stake out of town last night. But let's talk about our money man, his sire, Mr. Money. Brett Calhoun. He's won a couple of Indiana Derbies, and I talked to Brett right after our money man faced talented Further Ado in the Mad Win Stakes, talking about Churchill Downs. Brett said Johnny came out of the race good. I mentioned Indiana Derby. He goes, that's our plan, and here's our money man on the track.
Oh, don't you love it when a plan comes together? Again, probably going to talk about some things that I've noticed or heard. I mean, obviously, let's start with this is a son of Mr. Money, who was our 2019 winner, which was one of my favorite years. I have to say hi to my buddy Joey Dack. I call him Joey Dack instead of Joey Decay. When I was young, yeah. So asking for it, he had run in the Indiana Derby, and he was a big long shot, but he really looked good and ready to go. And poor guy, he broke through the gate, or went out, and his jockey he tumbled off. He's totally fine, but he ended up winning, quote unquote. So that was one of my favorite derbies, plus Mr. Money coming, and I got to meet Brett Calhoun for the first time. So being the son of a horse that has had great success here is obviously a plus in his column. I also got the Clocker's report, and he said that he looked easy in hand in that work on July 5th. In a bit of there was a rush of horses out there, and he still looked good. So our money man, very nice pick.
Let's talk about one more contender for the 12th race, the Indiana Derby, and I mentioned the morning line favorite 9 Desert Gate, withdrawn by Bob Baffert, and also Rachel pointing out the 5 Bricklin scratched. Also want to mention the meet leader Fernando de la Cruz. He's picked up the call on the 3 Zinal for Jonathan Thomas, the last out maiden winner here around 2 turns for Augustin Stable at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Put the meet leader Fernando de la Cruz on the 3 Zinal. Let's talk about Creole Chrome, the Louisiana bred. He's very impressive. He won 3 of his 4 starts last meet at Fairgrounds Racecourse and slots there in NOLA for Joe Sharp. Also a leading trainer down south there. Junior Alvarado, of course, coming here in town to partner Creole Chrome. And this is a son of Volatile. And last meet at the Fairgrounds, he won the Louisiana Stallion of the Year Star Guitar Stakes. I'm obligated to say that by contract.
I know, right? Yeah, got to get your money's worth out of you. Creole Chrome is one that is shipped in. Again, also, all of these except the Brad Cox horses didn't come in until this morning. The Sally truck got here about 10 o'clock. So I will say that I haven't seen this horse in person, but we got some really nice footage from Jenny Reese of moving over the track. And this is kind of, I would say, the wise guy of the group. It's the horse that I think a lot of people are going to bet on, and there's a lot of buzz about. And I mean, it was an 18th link romp over there at Evangeline. So definitely one to look at here in the Indiana Derby, and we'll have a full analysis and talk more about these as the day goes on.
Race 11 of our 13 today. It's the 5:55. We'll see what track conditions we have as we go through the course of the afternoon. Sloppy to start as we get closer by the minute to the noon opener. Don't forget, keep it right here on Wire to Wire. Brian Aragoni with his thoughts and analysis of the 50-cent early pick 5 coming up on the B block. But Mizumi the 6 scratched here from the Indiana Oaks, having run last night for Bob there out of town. But let's talk about Prom Queen and Racing Rachel. Surely you were a prom queen back in your day. If not, the voting was rigged.
No, I was not. No, I was not the prom queen. My best friend Taylor was the prom queen. I was not the prom queen or cheerleader type. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but it was rigged. Prom queen was one of my favorites. I have to say, when she walked into the Shedrow, she had a couple of the geldings standing up, colts standing up on their back legs. I'm serious. There were a couple of them that were really jumping up when she walked by. Yep. And she was really quiet, and she was just kind of, you know, to Philly's nature, she was a little shy, and but I gave her a peppermint, and she was just a wonderful, classy girl. She was real sweet, and I think that she's literally, here's the thing that I'll tell you guys about them physically. Prom Queen and Leading Change are like the exact same horse. Size-wise, almost. She's almost as big as him, and they're the exact same color. They have the exact same, no markings on their face. What did Ricky call it? A plain bay. And the only difference is their gender. So I thought that was really interesting that kind of the two main Brad Cox horses are very similar, and they both were amazing. But you could definitely tell Prom Queen has a little bit more seasoning on her for sure.
We've got a son of Gunrunner, Leading Change, leading the cast for the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. One of my, talking about Gunrunner and past winners at the fairgrounds, one of my all-time favorite winners there down south was Maxfield, and he is the sire of the 3 Maximum Offer. We talk about fans and handicappers joining us here today from all over the world for the NAC qualifier, trying to punch their tickets to the final in Vegas there at Horseshoe Vegas in March of 2027. Let's talk about the Maximum Offer. She's another filly, just like Prom Queen, that comes out of the Grade 1 Acorn at Saratoga.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to have to talk about a little bit of handicapping here because I don't really have any insight. But Kenny McPeak really knows when to bring him here because he's brought, you know, he's had Oaks winners in the past. In these recent years, he's brought some really nice horses. This horse looks, from what I've seen, what Jenny said and everything that is coming into this race, very, very nicely. I always get excited about these Kentucky Oaks cards. I think they came up pretty even this year, but she moves well. She's carrying good flesh. I can't wait to see her in the paddock. I think the Grade 1 was too much, so he's got her in this Grade 3 and thinks it's a nice middle ground for her, and she'll fit in very nicely. She's a leggy filly for sure.
Scratch the 6, Mizumi. By the way, the 3, Nala. She's got leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz, and Nala saying, hey, the hammer went down on me for $550,000, Rachel. Give me a shout.
Oh my gosh, Nala, I love her. I think she's got a little bit of an edge, and I thought about, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to put her in my picks. And then I was like, nope, I've been saying since the beginning of the week that she's got an advantage. She broke her maiden here. She's stabled here. This is home to her right now. And one of the trainers that I learned the most from in my life, Mr. Marvin Johnson, used to say, home and cooled out. I'm home and cooled out, Rach. I'm going to win. And she's home and cooled out. You could tell this is her home, and she's comfortable.
First of the day starts at noon. The Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. That'll be run at 5:16, race 10 of 13. Right now, at this hour, as we're 33 minutes away from the top of the noon hour here Eastern, the turf course rated good. There's no portable rail up there on the Caesars course. Let's talk about the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial and Wadsworth. Ira Ortiz Jr. He's watched his brother. I mean, Jose Golden Tempo winning this year's Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes for Cherie DeVoe. Irad also having a terrific 2026. He's in town to ride. He'll partner this 4-time winner Wadsworth in the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial.
Yeah, he was, you know, they're all, what did his social media, Brad Cox's social media girl, Holly, she's wonderful. She said they all like the camera. He's a little shy, a little timid, definitely not as bold as Leading Changes, obviously. And then in the interest of getting B on here shortly, Encino, Brad Cox's other horse, this is the defending champion from last year for this race, for the Schuster. And he, really is a talented guy, and he was, in the, Kentucky Derby, so you could tell he is used to the camera and used to attention because he ate it up, but he looks really good, really fit coming into this race for sure.
Only fitting with the IMS here and, of course, the Indianapolis 500, all that excitement as we talk about ringing in the summer each and every year around Memorial Day. Only fitting we honor when we talk about certainly racing here, not only horsepower, thoroughbreds here today in the spotlight of Indiana's biggest day of racing, but Mari Holman George, of course, and all of her involvement here in Indianapolis. We've got the memorial name for her in the 9th race, and that will feature, yes, it's Tiz in the Mari Holman Memorial.
That one's hard. Yeah. And you know what, you guys, I'm so sorry. And I usually would just let this go and correct myself later, but it was not Prom Queen that everyone was jumping for. It was, yes, it's his. I'm so sorry.
Yes,
when she came in, the Colts were coming up on, rearing up on their legs. And I think you might see it in this video. But yes, she's a very pretty filly, and she looks amazing too. So moving well, training well, he said, gets IRAD, coming off a $100,000 win at Churchill, and this is a $100 black type. So I think she's been going.
Oh yeah, the boys. Yes, it is.
Yep, the boys like what they see with her. So very excited to see how she runs, because any horse really, filly or gelding or what have you, definitely when you have that kind of effect on horses, you definitely want to take note.
I'm taking note.
I think I kissed you and you have some lipstick on your cheek.
Getting to the bottom of the hour here, we're about to head to Brian Aragoni for the 50 cent early pick 5. Really quick, we've got a big crowd here today. Get your wagers in socials. We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. You can reach out to us. You can follow me at John G. Dooley. Don't forget Racing Rachel and also Brian Aragoni. And track-wise, you can follow us on socials too, not only on X, but follow us on IG. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Perfect timing, 30 minutes away from the first of the day. Main track sloppy under cloudy skies. Caesar's course is good. Racing Rachel and I are going to step away here and hand it off to Brian Aragoni to cover the 50 cent early pick 5 on Indiana's biggest day of racing. For Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley for now. Stay tuned for the B block. We're done. Have fun. Bye for now. Happy end of Derby Day.
Happy end.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Welcome back to the B Block here, Wire to Wire, Indiana's premier day of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What a day of festivities. both up in the clubhouse and on the racetrack. Thankful that despite some rain, our turf crew, all of our safety of our equine athletes takes primary responsibility, but we are on the turf today on a sloppy track, currently listed as sloppy, and a good turf course with that rail setting at 0. Very unique to see how that turf continues to play, especially with some moisture in the ground. I think it can cater to some horses coming from off the pace. Thankful that we didn't have to deal with too many scratches in some of the premier races today throughout a stakes-laden card here in Pick 5 Havens. We've got 3 Pick 5s today, beginning in 1, 7, and 9. Pick 4s pretty much rolling all day long. We've got those daily doubles, trifectas if you're a vertical player, horizontal player, however you like to structure your tickets. Plenty of racing action. I think some wide open races. This first Pick 5 sequence is going to pay dividends, and we continue to see Pick 5s pay very generously all week long. In fact, earlier this week, a couple of 1 to 5 shots came home to score in the Pick 5s, and it did not matter. Still paid over $1,000, only a 50-cent minimum as well. But let's take a look at how I navigated these first 5 races on a beautiful day at Horseshoe Indianapolis with certainly a jam-packed, a lot of excitement here at Horseshoe Indy. We'll be on the main track to kick off the card, now just 26 minutes away. No scratches or changes in the opener, 9 of them set to go to the gate. I'm going to take a little bit of a stand in here, and not the biggest stand because I am going to go 5 deep with 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, but a stand against some of maybe the favorites in here. I'm pitching Fun on the Bayou. This is a horse who just ran off the page at Hawthorne. When you see riders like Irad Ortiz, who's now switched off for Alex Achard, come in, they usually get overbet, and that could be the case with Chris Block, a Chicago shipper who just put up a big buyer speed figure at 78. That's a horse that I'm going to try and beat today. I did like Little Gin in class, and then the rain came in, and at 5 years old, she just doesn't like the slop or any moisture in the track as much as she prefers a fast main track. But if Little Gin in class does run back to her last 3 starts, they're probably all running for second. That's the question. Can she duplicate those performances in which she ran very well last season to end her season? This will be her seasonal debut today. That's a big question mark for me. So I'm going to play against your current 3-1 favorite and your 9-2 clear second choice. I'm going to use the inside 5 runners. This is a race where I want to be on the lead. Gennaro Garcia ships in 2 horses. One of them was raced here last time on a sloppy racetrack and ran very well, and don't miss out. Your second place runner, Bourbon and Spice, is a nice one, and City Prayers came back to win well yesterday as well. So this is a race I want to spread. It's not because it's the first race, mostly how it looks on paper. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Going to go deep because we did use 2 singles on the back end. So with this ticket structure, we're going to try and get some chaos in the early daily double. Then we're going to go a little bit light in race 3 and race 5, which looks to be a 1-horse event. But we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in a very intriguing opening race. 9 of them set to go to the gate, an even betting board, and I'm going to take a stand against the Chicago shipper in Indiana, trying to get that Indiana Hoosier money today. Race number 2, $5,000 claimers, 5.5 furlongs, going to be the distance. Scratch your inside 2 runners, zapping it and keeping it classy out of this event. Despite a smallish field, and I say small, it's still an 8-horse field, scheduled to be 10, now down to 8. It's not a small field by any means. This is an excellent betting card top to bottom here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It does kick off the Pick 4. Maybe Pick 5s are a little bit intimidating for you. $1 Pick 4s here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You can pool your money together, play with a couple of buddies, try and put together a ticket and turn a little bit into a lot of it. That's certainly how I like to play it, and hopefully walk out with some gas money per se. But we're going to be looking for long shots in here. If you look at the morning lines, we've got an 8-1 with Do You Want to Dance, VSOP at 12-1 for Joe Davis, Hannah Leahy. She's been riding lights out. The Davis gang has been red hot as well. A horse who has some muddied up form, but certainly has speed if they get the lead. Bella's Prayer should get a great pace set up in here. It's bound to be a hot pace. And then Rocket Haas, a horse who has some back class. Joe Davis enters into. This is the horse that I'm going to key on some of my tickets as well. Alex Crispin, second start off of a long layoff. Uniquely ran on a day in which we had, after a lot of rain, but was still listed as a fast main track, and overall was the beaten favorite and didn't run a step. Very fast race for 12,500. They stopped the clock in 109. You don't see that for that class level very often. Is there a concern that they came back off of a layoff in for 12.5? Now they're in for 5. most likely. But the bettors piled in. It was in lukewarm fashion. It was a wide open betting event. They went off as the beaten favorite last time. Now they get some more class relief. Second start off the layoff. We'll see if Rocket Hoss wakes up, because today's the day for Rocket Hoss to wake up, if they will do so again at 6 years old. 3, 4, 5, and 7, again, going to try and beat some favorites in here. I'm interested to see how the betting board handles Might As Well on the outside, along with Optimal Courage. Miguel Angel Silva could be sneaky. Horse has 20 wins. We'll see if the money comes in for Alex Achard and Optimal Courage in here, but I'm going to use some of your inside runners. 3, 4, 5, and 7 for yours truly in the second. Race number 3 on the main track again. 6 furlongs, scratch number 7, Innisfree Prayer. This is a single, and it's an admitted stab. It's a guess. It's not so much that I love It's the Only Way to Go, or that I have any insight into Tony Granitz or his team. John O'Mara is a breeder here in Indianapolis. He does very great things for the breeding program, and he opted not to sell this one. Keep this one and give it over to Tony Granitz, who's been absolutely on fire. The man is sizzling to the touch. Now, he does only win with 14% first-time starters, and I shouldn't really use the term only, because 14% with firsters, that's a pretty good clip, but he has been sizzling hot here recently. He's won 5 of his last 9 over the past 5 days, and he's 100% in the money. It's very incredible how hot his team has done. This one is a half to Indigyat, a half sibling who won on debut in May for Kelsey Danner as well. John O'Mara also owned Roses for Deborah, a horse who's a stakes runner and a quality mare now. So it's the only way to go is a first-time starter. I don't have any insight. Not like I got a text. Nobody told me this horse can run. It's mostly an indictment on the rest of the field. When I look up and down, there wasn't much else appealing. So I'm going to try Amir Mendoza, an apprentice rider no more, who's having himself a very nice season in his fourth season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll take a stab with It's the Only Way to Go in race 3. Race 4, we step onto that beautiful turf course of ours for the first time of the day. We get a chance to see how it plays on a good turf course. I think it's going to play to horses coming from the back of the pack a little bit. Maiden special weights, 3-year-old fillies in here going 1 mile and a 16th. Using 5, 7, and 8. This is a big field, a challenging race in here. I'll go 5, 7, and 8. Morimi, 8-1. Ray Hernandez, Alex Crispin. This is a horse many people are going to overlook in here. Ray Hernandez does a very nice job on the turf and first-time turf, in my opinion. When he goes dirt to turf, he wins at nearly 28%. Crispin was aboard in the debut. They wanted to debut on the turf. They were scratched off, couldn't get in on the turf. They stayed in, and they exit a race where they were the lone first-time starter. So even though they faced a field of 5, they were the only horse making their debut. The mare, Purely a Dream, won the Grade 3 Bourbonette, which is on the synthetic. I view the synthetic similarly to the turf, and one of the siblings won on debut and then won a stake up at Woodbine as well. So I know they had success on the synthetic. I play it like synthetic is very similar to turf, and I think Morimi could be an overlay that provides you some separation in this early pick 5, while others lean into the 7 and the 8. Hopefully we can get Morimi home in here, but a race that if you're looking to add, I certainly would not blame you. I do believe Lucky to Dance is a horse who's bound to go off favorite. I don't want to dismiss Lucky to Dance by any means. This is absolutely a race that if you pool your money, get a couple extra bucks, maybe have some success elsewhere, this is the race I would add. I would certainly consider more horses than I am using. I think Darren Miller's both horses, one of them sneaky, the other one's likely favorite. But uniquely, there was only one winner out of that Lucky to Dance race over at Churchill Downs. There was 3 horses who came back to run second. It's just that Miller hasn't always had the most success second time out on the turf, and he's 0 for 14 with Beskiza, 2 for 36 with second-time starters, and the numbers are not great when they go second time out for the Miller gang. We'll see how it shakes out in there, but Lucky to Dance is going to be your favorite, and deservedly so. I'm just going to play against. And speaking of favorites, how about the animal we have in the 3-year-old state-bred, Hoosier-bred sophomore handicap? Scratch number 1, Mr. T, who we will see in the Indiana Derby, and Fool's Jester, who ran yesterday. Doesn't look like too many people want to take on JR Shadowboy, who's been dominant. An Indiana bred who's a perfect 4 for 4 with over $130,000 in earnings, has speed, has a ton of heart, has been perfectly placed over the last two and is frankly just a lot quicker and likely a lot better. Comes back with a bullet workout after last race, which is a hard, taxing race in which they ran fast on a very, very hot day. I think it was took a lot out of JR Shadow Boy that day. It's good to see that this horse is back, entered in, and also has a workout. I would have been a little bit cautious if they didn't give this one a workout before this race, but must be knocking down the doors in the barn, doing very well. 2 to 5 in the morning line. Nothing sneaky in here for JR Shadow Boy, but very excited of the talent that could be on display in race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And speaking of talent, it's a loaded card, and one of the most talented in the entire business has made his way up to the announcer's booth. He's just a couple of minutes away taking you through today's scratches and changes on Indiana Derby Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We had some morning showers, but it's going to give way to rays of sunshine throughout this afternoon, and I hope the gambling gods shine some light on all of you today. You can't win it if you're not in it, so start capping. Good luck today.
Good morning from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us on the Indiana's biggest day of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 13 races on Indiana Derby Day. Clouds, temperatures in the 80s. We start the card with a sloppy main track. The turf course rated good. If you have your Indiana Derby Day programs close by, okay then, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. The Distaff Sprint starts the card and the 50-cent early pick 5. In the first, no scratches, all 9 run. Couple of jockey changes. Number 5, Turkish Pistachio. Make the jockey Amir Mendoza. Has ridden 18 winners here this season, but no longer claims the apprentice allowance. Wave the Bug, 118 pounds. Amir Mendoza, 18 wins here this meet, rides the 5, Turkish Pistachio. And number 8, Fun on the Bayou, make the rider Alex Ashar. Alex Ashar rides 8, team blocks, Fun on the Bayou in the sprint opener. In the second race, another dash on the card. Here are the starts of the $1 early pick 4. And from the second of our 13, scratch the 1, zapping it, and the 2, keeping it classy. Scratch 1, zapping it, and take out the 2, keeping it classy from the second race sprint. On to the third we go. And in this maiden sprint, number 7, Innisfree Prayer, has been scratched. Scratch the 7, Innisfree Prayer. The fourth race is a maiden turf. Again, the course at this hour rated good. There's no portable rail up there. On the Caesars course good, all 8 run, no changes in the maiden turf. That's at 150. In the 5th race, the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. Scratch number 2, Fool's Jester. Number 2, Fool's Jester scratched from our first premier race of the day, the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. Following that, race 6 at 256, the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Here, scratch 1, Fountain Run. 2, CJ Storm. Scratch number 4, Encino. And to take out the 5, Touch of Destiny. Scratch the 1, 2, 4, and the 5 from race 6, the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. That starts at $1 pick 4 on the card. Race 7, start of a 50-cent pick 5. It's the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. 3-year-old fillies here in the spotlight. 1 Grand Harbor, equipment change, blinkers off. Trainer Aaron West taking the blinkers off. Number 1 Grand Harbor for the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. It starts at pick 5 on the day. Race 8 of 13. It's the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. And in the handicap, take out the 4 top and scratch the 10, Totally Justified. Scratch the 4 top and the 10, Totally Justified. Number 1, Mata Rosa, ownership correction, should read MC Squared Racing LLC of PJ McCall. PJ McCall's MC Squared Racing LLC, ownership of record for number 1, Mata Rosa. Note number 6, Charlene's Dream, a jockey change to be announced for the 6-time winner. A jockey change to be announced. Umberto Rispoli not riding on the card here today. A jockey to be announced for the 6, Charlene's Dream, scratch 4 and 10 from the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. In the 9th, the Murray Holman George Memorial. Here, scratch 1 top. Take out the 7 Queen Azteca and scratch the 8 Chilled. 12 Anna's Promise, a jockey change to be announced from trainer Carlos David. That for the 3-time winning filly. 12 Anna's Promise, a jockey change to be announced. Scratch the 1, 7, and 8 from the Mary Holman George Memorial. Turning to the 10th, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Here, no scratches, no rider changes. Overweights, ownership correction. Number 9, Balnikov. The ownership, Old Bones Racing Stable of Andrew Molkowski. Andrew Molkowski's Old Bones Racing Stable LLC. The ownership of record for the 9 Balnikov. At this hour, there are no jockey changes to pass along in the 10th race, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. That's TBA on number 9. In race 11, at 5:55, grade 3, scratch from the Indiana Oaks, the 6 Mizumi. Number 6 Mizumi scratched here today by Bob Baffert. In the 12th race, 32nd running of the grade 3 Indiana Derby, with a mile and a 16th, scratch 5 Bricklin and the 9 Desert Gate. Scratch the 5 and number 9. Here we have a jockey change to announce for number 3, Zinal. The rider will be Fernando de la Cruz. Leads the meet. 36 wins here this season for Fernando de la Cruz, and will ride the 3, Zinal, in the Indiana Derby. Race 13, last of the day at 7:06. A maiden distaff turf. Here, all 10 run, no scratches. Number 1, Uncle's Little Trophy. The jockey will be Axel Concepcion. Axel Concepcion on 1, Uncle's Little Trophy. Number 6, Country Embrace. The ownership, Matalona Thoroughbreds LLC, that of Matthew Viskovich. Matthew Viskovich, the principal for Matalona Thoroughbreds LLC. Slight ownership correction there for the 6, Country Embrace, in the maiden distaff turf finale at 7:06. The first of the day, Distaff Dash, is 8 minutes away under cloudy skies. Main track sloppy. The turf course at this hour rated good. No portable rail up out there on the Caesars course. With a fun, festive crowd joining us here on Indiana's biggest day of racing. Great to have you with us on Indiana Derby Day 2026. Please do Try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. The first due off at the top of the hour. Make it a great Indiana Derby day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, here in the first race, number 4, Cloudy Star. We now have a jockey change to announce. It'll be Sammy Bermudez. First of the day, first of 13, Sammy Bermudez will ride the 4, Cloudy Star. No scratches on the opening distaff dash. All 9 run. Once again, the jockey changes in the first. 4, Cloudy Star to Sammy Bermudez. 5, Turkish Pistachio, Amir Mendoza, Wave the Bug. 8, Fun on the Bayou, Alex Ashar, rides 8. Fun on the Bayou, all 9 run. For the first time here on Indiana Derby Day, Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for Riders Up. Horseshoe Indianapolis bugler Gary Lozier, front and center, bringing the horses onto the track for the first of the day. It's the first of 13 here on Indiana's biggest day of racing. Welcome to Indiana Derby Day. Opening distaff dash at 6 furlongs, track sloppy, a field of 9, no scratches, all 9 run. Rider changes. Number 4, Cloudy Star, the jockey Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez will ride the 4, Cloudy Star. 5, Turkish Pistachio. Make the jockey Amir Mendoza. Has 18 wins here this season. Waive the apprentice allowance. Corrected weight now 118. Amir Mendoza going forward. No longer claiming the apprentice allowance. Rides 5, Turkish Pistachio. Number 8, Fun on the Bayou. The jockey Alex Ashar. Alex Ashar rides team blocks. Number 8, Fun on the Bayou. There are no scratches. First to 13. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent early pick 5. On this Indiana Derby Day, once again, great to have you with us. Make your selections and wagers early. Nearing post time for the opener. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Opening sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Get your wagers in. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. This is your last chance to wager on the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track sloppy, turf course good. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Don't miss out, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with 31 wins here at the meet. This day 51 of 123. Amir Mendoza with Turkish Pistachio has joined Don't Miss Out. Hanalehi with JR Miss Buttercup. Now Little Gin in class, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 36 wins here this season. There's the mare facing the fillies, Little Gin in class. In the meantime, Alexander Crispin, Ibuki taking her position within the starting gate. Now Little Gin in class. Mitchell Murrell with Tis in Sight. Tis in Sight went in okay. Alex Ashar with Team Lux. Fun on the Bayou. They're over the 6 furlongs, couple them back. Samir Bermudez with Cloudy Star. Right now, Fun on the Bayou, 5-2, the first favorite. One more, Evan Roman with What's Up, Dog. Main track sloppy to start. The 13 race card on Indiana Derby Day. Great to have you with us. All in. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for What's Up, Dog, along with Fun on the Bayou, and they're headed off toward the inside by JR Miss Buttercup, who's making a dash to the front for Hanalehi, and Tis in Sight is right with her for the run to the half-mile pole. Alex Ashar and Fun on the Bayou showing positional pace to track from third. What's Up, Dog, fourth on the four outside. Cloudy Star is running in fifth now at the 3.5. So break out two more, two toward the inside. Turkish Pistachio, white with the turquoise stars. The 5-year-old Little Gin in class is next, and they have 3 furlongs to go. Then further back, after a slow start, Don't Miss Out is running last but one, and Ibuki trails here in the Saturday opener. The quarter, sloppy track, blazing pace on, 21.38. As the fillies and mare turn for home. And with Hanalehi, JR Miss Buttercup has opened up an advantage on them. JR Miss Buttercup is a 7-length leader with 1 furlong to go from Fun on the Bayou. Right toward the inside, Cloudy Star. And Tis in Sight is in between them. Late bid by What's Up, Dog as they come past the 16th with Hanalehi. It's the daughter of American Pharaoh. JR Miss Buttercup. JR Miss Buttercup finishes on top by 4. Turkish Pistachio was second, and then Tis in Sight and Cloudy Star in 110.55. $110.55 after the opening distaff dash. 2-5 and then a show photo. Thirds up to the judges, 2. JR Miss Buttercup at 5-1 first. Number 5, Turkish Pistachio at 11 to 1 second under Amir Mendoza. Third is On the Bob, Cloudy Star with Tis in Sight. Lil Gin and Classy, Buki, Don't Miss Out. What's Up Dog and Fun on the Bayou. 2-5, stand by for the third, and in that show photo, number 4, Cloudy Star was just third, and a bob over 7, Tis in Sight fourth. 110.55, Hannah Leahy had a win here yesterday on the eve of the Indiana Derby with talented state-bred filly Hot Middles. Here starts the card for Joe Davis with a daughter of the great American Pharaoh. There she is, JR Miss Buttercup. She takes the distaff dash in 110.55. The results of the first race official. The winning groom, leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 2, JR Miss Buttercup with Hannah Leahy. JR Miss Buttercup is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown filly by American Pharaoh. And a summer's ready by More Than Ready. Joe Davis trains for Normando Jimenez. Jimenez Racing Stable LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this Pennsylvania bred filly. JR Miss Buttercup takes out the distaff dash at 5 to 1 odds. It's official. First results in. First of 13 on Indiana's biggest racing day of the season. 2-5 exacta paid $152.60. 50-cent trifecta, 2-5-4. Cloudy Star won a bob for third. Tis in Sight was fourth. $302.55, and the 10-cent superfecta, 2547, netted $373.28. At the top of a 13-race Indiana Derby Day card, race 1 all night ran. Sloppy track, 110.55 to start. In race 2, scratching the next sprint, 1 zapping it and 2 keeping it classy. Scratch the 1 and the 2 from the race card. Exacta trifecta superfecta. The next sprint starts another rolling double. Pick 3 on the $1 early pick 4 starts here. Post time 12:43 in all cases. If you can, please do try to make your Indiana Derby Day selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment or two, our first race replay of the Distaff Dash. Hope you had a bet on the daughter of American Pharaoh, JR Miss Buttercup. Going and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for What's Up Dog along with Fun on the Bayou, and they're headed off toward the inside by JR Miss Buttercup, who's making a dash to the front for Hannah Leahy, and Tis in Sight is right with her. For the run to the half-mile pole, Alex Ashar, and Fun on the Bayou showing positional pace to track from third. What's Up Dog, fourth on the 4 outside. Cloudy Star is running in fifth now at the 3.5. It's So break out two more. Two toward the inside, Turkish Pistachio, white with the turquoise stars. The 5-year-old Little Gin in class is next, and they have 3 furlongs to go. Then further back, after a slow start, Don't Miss Out is running last but one, and Ibuki trails here in the Saturday opener. The quarter, sloppy track, blazing pace on, 21.38 as the fillies and mare turn for home. And with Hannah Leahy, JR Miss Buttercup has opened up an advantage on them. JR Miss Buttercup is a 7-length leader with 1 furlong to go from Fun on the Bayou. Rich with the inside, Cloudy Star. And Tis in Sight is in between them. Late bid by What's Up Dog as they come past the 16th with Hannah Leahy. It's the daughter of American Pharaoh. JR Miss Buttercup. JR Miss Buttercup finishes on top by 4. Turkish Pistachio was second, and then Tis in Sight and Cloudy Star. All in. Going in.
Standing here with Eric Hallstrom, General Manager, Vice President here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Lots to talk about, my friend. The weather, it seems to be cooperating right now a little bit, and the track superintendent just walked by us and said now we're listed as wet fast.
Yes, track's going to change to wet fast now. Tony just gave that information a couple minutes ago. I'm really happy with where we're at. The one thing I can tell you about the turf course is that we really needed some rain. We really got some rain this morning about 9 o'clock if you weren't here, but it sucked it up really good. You know, that turf course is in good shape. Depending on what happens later in the day, I don't see any issues being out there.
Yeah, and he's not just saying this now, folks. You told me this yesterday. We were having a conversation yesterday. You said this turf course can take a lot of rain, so we're not worried about the grass races later on. You have the hat trick, guy from Minnesota, you must have come up with that. Hat trick pick 3 races, I think 8, 10, and 13, so you're not worried about those at all.
Not worried. Obviously, this depends on, I don't know if you know this, but sometimes the weather changes in Shelbyville. And
no.
It's happened before that we didn't expect anything, and then next thing you know, we just get 4 inches of rain in about a half hour. But if that doesn't happen, I think we're in good shape for the turf course for the rest of the day.
All right, let me ask you this. Biggest day of the meeting, you have obviously the Indiana Oaks, Indiana Derby. You have 8 stakes races, purses more than $1 million. When do you guys start planning? When do you and your team start planning for a day like this? July 11th, when is that date?
So I call Rachel on Monday morning, and she's probably in the golf course in some charity
So
thing.
this week you started working on it.
I'm planning on bothering her on the golf course on Monday and with some ideas, but it's not that far off. I actually have started talking with Tammy and Rachel and Joe Morris and a few others about some ideas for next year. You know, this is different. This is the second Saturday in July. We've been on the first Saturday for a long time, and it's working well. The clubhouse is sold out. We've got a jam-packed NHC contest over in the family pavilion, so we'll see how the day goes. But you know, we're not married to that first Saturday in July anymore.
You're known as being a player-friendly racetrack, low takeouts. I know the late pick 5, I think 12%. Now that is low in terms of the takeout. What does it mean to you? Because I'm guessing a lot of players, they'll come up to you and say, we really appreciate what you guys are doing at Horseshoe Indy, thinking about the player.
To be just factual, it's actually 11.99% on that pick 5. You know, as a new guy here, you're going to need to learn some of this stuff, Matt. But it does help, and I think, you know, as we've instituted some of these wagers, there's more people playing our races than there were before. And a lot of people, you know, stick with the horizontals, and we're a great spot to play those kind of wagers. The pick 4 at $1 minimum, 15%.
I love the dollar base.
Yeah, it's changed. You know what? And the handle's gone up since we've gone from 50 cents to $1. So,
and you have 3 of them today, I believe, right? $3 pick 4s.
an early, a middle, and a late. We don't have middles very often, but today we've got it.
Okay, and you have the $5 late double, also 15% takeout, right?
That's correct.
Let me ask you this about. So I don't know if you're aware of this. I'm aware of this. FanDuel basically no longer is showing horse racing. Right now, they'll be showing a couple of tracks, I think Del Mar and Keeneland, but for the bulk of racetracks, there's no coverage. There's no announcers in terms of FanDuel. Have you felt an effect on that personally here at Horseshoe, and what do you think of that moving forward in terms of the lack of races being shown on TV?
Well, it's a step back. There's no question. You know, I'm going to take the high road, and I always do. I don't see a lot of positives by losing FanDuel at all. It was a great production, something we all grew up on. I mean, you and I were working together when you left. You know, when you went to work for TVG.
1999.
1999. We were working together, and then Matt went on to some bigger and better. But one of the things that we're going to try to turn around, at least at Horseshoe here, is we now get to hire people like you. You know, and there's other. We've worked together forever, grew up together, so that was a simple one. But there's so much talent out there that's coming from FanDuel. We're lucky to grab Matt and have him first here. He's only a couple hours away in Lexington. You're going to start to see him more often here. But it's a setback, but you know, maybe we make a positive out of this by having people like you with us more often.
Well, that means a lot. You have a great team here. I was telling Rachel, I didn't realize all the hats that she wore until I got more involved with you guys. I mean, she's working 24/7, as are many of you. Last question, maybe the most important question. We're both Minnesota Twins fans. There are only 3 games out of first. They're only 3 games out of first place, but yet they're 3 games under 500. Let's be optimistic. Ryan pitches today, Bradley tomorrow. The Angels are terrible. They're at home. They're going to win them both. Only 1 back at the All-Star break, maybe only 2 out of first place. Are they buyers or sellers at the deadline August 3rd?
With that ownership, they're going to sell immediately. However, they should be buying. There's no question. This team can make the playoffs. If you're listening out there, please do not sell at the deadline this year like you did last year. I mean, what happened to our bullpen?
They traded everybody.
Decimated. We'd be in first place if we had that bullpen from last year.
Most runs of any team in the American League. Eric, thanks for the time. I know it's going to be a huge day today. Let's keep the bad weather away, and let's have a great Indiana Derby day.
It's coming. We're going to have a great day.
Eric Hallstrom, the man in charge, calls the shots here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the vice president and general manager here.
Once again, in the upcoming second race, scratch 1, zapping it, and 2, keeping it classy. Second race ahead. Scratch the 1 and the number 2 from the race card. Again, if you're joining us here on track, do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis Indiana Derby Day selections and wagers early. A couple of jockey changes now to announce for the first time. If you'll turn your Indiana Derby Day program to the 4th race. JR Miss Buttercup won the opening sprint in 110.55. Main track now wet fast. Main track labeled wet fast going forward. Turf course good. 4th race, that made in turf, number 8, Beau Cup. The jockey will now be Axel Concepcion. That jockey changed just into us. In the 4th race, made in turf, number 8, Beau Cup. Make the jockey Axel Concepcion. And turning to the 10th race, the 5:16. The 10th of 13, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Another carded for the turf course here, good. Number 9, Balnikov. Make the jockey Mario Gutierrez. That's in the 10th race, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. 10th race, number 9, Balnikov. Now make the rider Mario Gutierrez.
I'm kind of doing this by myself. I don't have anybody. I can get somebody to walk him every once in a while, but it's pretty much me doing everything every day.
You do everything but get on his back.
Yep. I get bit, I get kicked, I get all that. He's a cool customer typically. But he's a lot right now. You know, it's race week, and so we want him to be a lot.
Justin, just talk about what it means to you. You grew up near here. This is literally your home track. You've worked here for your whole adult life. What's it mean to be in the Indiana Derby with Mr. T? A horse that you bred, you're with your dad, you own, you train, you're his blacksmith, you're his hot walker, you're his groom.
Dream come true, truthfully. You couldn't even dream this up, to have one and to be where he's at, what he did last year, and hopefully go into this year, you know, run second in a stake, and to think he's even that caliber of horse is, it's unreal. I'm still living in a dream, and hopefully the dream comes true even a little bit more. You know, hometown track, hometown boy, hometown horse.
And you could have taken the easier path. You cross-entered in the Indiana bred stakes on the Saturday, but you went into the you're committed to the Indiana Derby. Just talk about that decision.
Yeah. You know, I kept this horse a stallion for a reason, and he's made enough money already. He's not ever going to owe us a dime. I think this horse's ability, I want to showcase it on the big stage with the big horses right here at the hometown track. And, you know, we're just looking to get a piece of it. And if he shows up and shows his effort, I think it's going to be a big run. And I want to showcase my horse and God's gift to me and my dad. And he's got one, and I want to show it off.
We're underway at Horseshoe Indianapolis on a beautiful Saturday. It didn't start off so beautiful. A couple of rain showers passing through. The track's been upgraded, though. We started the day muddy, upgraded to wet fast on a good turf course. Do kick off a $1 minimum pick 4 with the upcoming second race. Scratch your inside 2 runners. The 1 and the 2 are out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 8 set to go to the post. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance. We're excited to have Matt Carruthers on a track with us, and ironically, we have the top selections the exact same in this race. So make what you want of that. If if everyone piles into the same bucket, I usually try to go a different direction. But Matty C, a guy I've looked up to for many years since I was a wee lad over at Canterbury Park, so I'm excited that he's on track and live and in person here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's take a look at this field of 8 set to go to the post. Rocket Haas, a top selection in here. Now, when you get 2 scratches, it's not so much of a big deal that this horse is getting bet heavily off that 5-1 morning line. Currently 2-1 on the board, but because of the scratches, that does change things a bit. I think this race ultimately goes through Joe Davis in here. Rocket Haas has some back class. Any success today would push those earnings upwards of $100,000. Kind of a sleepy 6-year-old by Candy Ride. That being by Candy Ride, I'm a little surprised they haven't tried the turf more than they have thus far in the career. Lightly raced at the age of 6, making start number 15 today. Turned down nicely. Would like to see this one perk up a little bit down here in the walking ring. Maybe they will once Alex Crispin gets aboard in here. This is a veteran who knows his way around the racetrack. Was the beaten favorite against tougher competition at the 12,500 level on June 11th. Comes back 1 month to the day. Second start off the layoff, getting a ton of class relief. The claiming price has been cut more than in half in here. I thought this horse would take some action. Was favored against tougher. Now comes in against easier. Second start off the layoff. I think Rocket Haas could wake up and show a ton of speed in here. No real excuses last time out. Just kind of bumped at the start, faded in the stretch, never really got into the race. Was somewhat uninvolved. So that the money signed on, probably a good sign in here. We'll see if Rocket Haas wakes up and gets a little bit more alert once out on the racetrack, because he's going to have to be alert with this field, and I expect him to break sharply today. Currently favored at 2-1, but the stablemate's going to have something to say about Rocket Haas getting the lead. That's VSOP. Hannah Leahy, the rider, she had a dominant victory yesterday with Hot Middles. She's going to be aboard some more favorites along this card. She also got her day started with a win. She looks for a riding double in here, donning the silks of Isiel Gonzalez. Joe Davis sends out the stablemate in here. This 4-year-old gelding doesn't nearly have the class of Rocket Haas, because despite winning just 3 races, similar to just a little bit more than Rocket Haas, they have about half the earnings, $42,000. So not as classy, and they were exit the same race as Rocket Haas, but they went off at 24-1 versus your 2-1 favorite. So it's interesting in here to see how the betting boards have kind of evened out. Rocket Haas 2-1. Now VSOP, instead of being 24-1, is currently 5-1 on the board. But I'm really hopeful that this horse can show the speed that he's shown in the past. Hannah Leahy knows this track well. She likes to put her horses on the lead and get them into the race very alertly away from the starting gate, and I'm hopeful they do just that. They didn't get the lead last time out, and they really never ran a step. Both Joe Davis horses last time at the higher claiming level were never really involved, so hopefully they are on the wake-up call with class relief today for the speedy VSOP, as Hannah Leahy looking to bring some girl power and a riding double to the winner's circle after race 2. The 3 is going to get a great setup in here. It could be Do You Want to Dance? Randy Matthews, Joseph Bielmer. They do have the shortest way around the track. Despite scratching post positions number 1 and 2, they'll still break from the 3rd post, but it will be the inside closest to the rail. So they've got the shortest way around as long as they hold that rail position. And they are, as FBG likes to say, tractable, not tactical, tractable. That is one vocabulary lesson I have donned this season from FBG. Very tractable in nature for Do You Want to Dance? Randy Matthews winning at 15%. The 5-time winner looking to do something they haven't done in the last 2 seasons. The good news is all 5 wins have come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ran better than it looks last time out. It was the first start of the 2026 season. Showed speed, and it would appear tired, but zapping it, got a picture-perfect trip sitting just off the pace. Joseph Bielmer getting the leg up. We'll see if he can find the lead and find the winner's circle. A very even betting board as the rider's getting the leg up for the early pick 4. $1 minimum, 15% takeout. 8 will go to the gate. 1 will return a winner about 5 minutes from now. You can't win it if you're not in it, so get to capping.
Gary the Bugler bringing the horses onto the track for the second race. This sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 8. Scratch 1, zapping it, and the 2, keeping it classy. Scratch the 1 of the number 2. Race 2 of 13 on the day. Features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start here of another rolling double, pick 3, and the $1 early pick 4, races 2 through 5. If you're just joining on Indiana Derby Day, welcome. Main track has been upgraded. Now wet fast, and the turf course remains rated good. Parading with 3 minutes to post time. If you're on track, a warm welcome again. Indiana's biggest thoroughbred racing day of the season. Get your wagers in. 3 minutes to the off. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starts at the $1 early pick 4 on a wet fast track. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Alexander Crispin, Rocket Hoss first in. Joseph Biermer, Do You Want to Dance? Joined Rocket Hoss loading up. Joe Ramos with Hedge. Now VSOP. Hanalehi going for the opening double with Joe Davis. J.R. Miss Buttercup won the first. Alex Ashar with Optimal Courage. This will be his 60th career run for Optimal Courage. Mir Mendoza with Bella's Prayer taking his position in the starting gate. There's two in the back. Jose Gutierrez with Tay, yellow and red diamonds at 5.5 furlongs and one more. Irving Moncada with Might As Well. Main track now wet fast. The second on Indiana Derby Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an even start. The 20-time winner, Optimal Courage, sharp away for Alex Ashar. Good speed from VSOP, and Tay is right there, going for an early push for Jose Gutierrez in a battle with VSOP, who just leans toward the inside for Hanalehi. VSOP narrowly from a pressing Tay, and Optimal Courage right up with them. Then comes Might As Well. Do You Want to Dance toward the inside, and Rocket Hoss in a purple cap as they round the far turn just over 3 furlongs away. Hedge is second to last, and Bella's Prayer has dropped back to 8th. The opening quarter, track now wet fast. 22.33. It's VSOP, and VSOP spearheads them on the edge of the quarter pole from Optimal Courage. Hedge is coming with a wide bid. Tay is in behind horses with Might As Well. To the inside, Do You Want to Dance? Then Rocket Hoss and Bella's Prayer. Well into the stretch with Hanalehi. VSOP is staring at one more furlong, but still has a 3-length buffer zone over Optimal Courage, who's running on. Do You Want to Dance? And Hedge on the outside. They're close to home. Optimal Courage tries to track down VSOP, but VSOP won by 2. Held Optimal Courage. Hedge was third. Do You Want to Dance? Finished back in 4th. .104 flat. After the running of race 2, number 4, VSOP. 4-1 first. Hold all tickets until posted official. Hanalehi with a quick fire double on Indiana's biggest racing day of the season. Joe Davis and Hanalehi take out both ends of the early double. VSOP 4-1. Optimal Courage in his 60th career start. The runner-up, Hedge was third. Do You Want to Dance? Bella's Prayer back in 5th. Might As Well, Rocket Hoss. And then we trailed back. 104 flat. VSOP, son of Vino Rosso. It's 2 on the day for Hanalehi. And trainer Joe Davis wins again on the card. The judges have posted number 9, Optimal Courage, second, and the runner-up was claimed. 8, Hedge, third, and the blue 3, Do You Want to Dance, fourth. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 4, VSOP. There's Hannah Leahy. Well, smiles after sweeping the early double here on Indiana Derby Day for Joe Davis. Hannah liked it. 4-1 on VSOP to start the early pick 4. Training for Isol Gonzalez, the now 4-time winner. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of VSOP. It's official. Results and prices after race 2. 4-9 exacta paid $52.20. 50-cent trifecta, 498, 113.20. 2-4 double combining JR Miss Buttercup with VSOP. The Hannah Leahy, Joe Davis early double, 63.40. Do You Want to Dance? Fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 498.3, returns $61.67. In the sprint, the 1 and 2 were non-runners, 8 started. Wet fast track now in a flat 104. There was a claim. Number 9, Optimal Courage for $5,000. This was his 60th career start, and the 20th time winner was claimed. Optimal Courage for $5,000, going to new owner and trainer Herbert Martinez. At $5,000 in his horseman's account, Herbert Martinez claimed the 20-time winner, Optimal Courage, away. 25 minutes to the third of 13 in the maiden sprint. Scratch the 7, Innisfree Prayer. Number 7, Innisfree Prayer has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double in the start of another 50-cent rolling pick 3. Post time, 1:17.
We are down in the winner's circle, and we are about to throw some T-shirts. So if you can gather around, and please, please be careful for the children. We love our children just as much as you do. But please, enjoy your day. Good luck here at Hoosier Indianapolis. And we're throwing T-shirts in 3, 2, 1.
Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to an even start. The 20-time winner, Optimal Courage, sharp away for Alex Ashar. Good speed from Visop, and Tay is right there, going for an early push for Jose Gutierrez in a battle with Visop, who just leans toward the inside for Hanalehi. Visop narrowly from a pressing Tay, and Optimal Courage right up with them. Then comes Mine as well. Do you want to dance toward the inside, and Rocket Horse in a purple cap as they round the far turn just over 3 furlongs away. Hedge is second to last, and Bella's Prayer has dropped back to 8th. The opening quarter track now wet fast. 22.33. It's Visop, and Visop spearheads them on the edge of the quarter pole from Optimal Courage. Hedge is coming with a wide bid. Tay is in behind horses with Mine as well. To the inside, Do You Wanna Dance? Then Rocket Horse and Bella's Prayer. Well into the stretch with Hanalehi. Visop is staring at one more furlong, but still has a 3-length buffer zone over Optimal Courage, who's running on. Do You Wanna Dance? And Hedge on the outside. They're close to home. Optimal Courage tries to track down Visop, but Visop won by 2. Held Optimal Courage. Hedge was third. Do You Wanna Dance? Finished back in fourth. Shoe.
Welcome back to the Winner's Circle here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I am proud to be standing next to 5 people who overcame 600 other competitors. Each season here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we give away the Road to Louisville. It's a 16-week grueling contest every Saturday trying to pick winners at the premier tracks around the entire country. These 5 that I am special to be with today overcame 600 other players. There's $30,000 in the pool, and they come from all over the country. It's not just a local tournament. Tammy Knox does a great job. She accepts entries from all over the country. Coming in first from Buckeye, Arizona was Randy Franklin. Randy takes the victory, and he'll also get an NHC seat as well. So he'll be taking on some of the competitors out in Las Vegas. And in second was Frankie Beecher, our very own Beech Grove, Indiana, as well. So welcome one of the Hoosiers to the Winner's Circle. And third, Susan Pond, who not only beat her husband, but she beat all the other guys as well, coming in third place, hailing from Vancouver, way out in Western Canada. In fourth, another Hoosier in New Albany, Indiana, Eddie Gilmore. Eddie donning the Indiana Grand hat. Love to see it, Eddie. In fifth, Cheryl Nepper from West Lawn, Pennsylvania. She also gets an NHC seat as well. 3 NHC seats, over $30,000 in prize money as well. Randy Franklin, who came in first, he's got $10,000. Randy, overcoming 600 other foes every Saturday. What a grueling contest. I know we talked before this that you use Briz, but do you look for winners? Do you look for speed? Are you trying to play long shots? Give us a little bit of your handicapping angles.
I try to play what I consider as the best horse. Finding the best horse is not that easy, but I strictly use Briz. I watch replays. I study. I put in the effort, and I do the best I can. You know, I've got a pretty strong background. I guess my ego comes off. You know, some people remember me. I worked for Daily Racing Form for 10 years. I was one of the handicappers in the papers. I worked racetracks because I was a publicist, handicapper, rider. I've done everything in the sport, bred, owned, raced, the whole shebang. But I can handicap at times.
You've worn a lot of hats in this game. Everyone's trying to make a little money. I know you've got a $1,000 win play show in the Indiana Derby. You going to give away who you're betting on?
Yeah, I'm using, I think his name is Our Money Man. He looks like the best horse to me, but I could be wrong.
You heard it here first. Randy Franklin overcame 600 other competitors in a free contest. He's got $10,000 in his pocket, $1,000 to win play show, and it's money man for him. It's growing each and every year. You don't want to miss out on next season. Road to Louisville here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to our 5 winners.
Welcome in. Pair of races in the books here on a lucky 13 race card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, of course, Indiana Derby Day. We are the duo from the Horse Racing Happy Hour. My name's Louis Rebo. He's Barry Spears. A track that I think we know a fair amount about, frankly, after 2 races here. You want to be near the front here, Barry. I think at least on the dirt at this point, we are seeing changing conditions here at the track as we move forward throughout the day. The sun is out. We will watch this thing dry up as it goes, but listed as wet, fast, at this point. Appreciate everybody hanging out with us here on Derby Day, Barry. To this point, though, what have you seen? Is it largely that, hey, you need to be near the front, or you're going to have a lot of work to do?
Wet fast is a really good designation for this track, because if you get to the front, as Hannah Leahy has shown,
twice,
you get to the front, you get rewarded with a victory. I expect more of the same in this race and from Hannah Leahy.
I think you're exactly right. Race 3 will continue that trend of the sprint races on the dirt, 6 furlongs. Here we're in the maiden special ranks in the Indiana bred side of things, 3 and up on the filly and mare side of things here, Barry. One scratch here, the 7 horse, who was going to be my pick in here in Innisfree Prayer, but we will move away from that. You laid it on the 5 in this spot here, Barry. Misty Moonsong catching a bunch of the money at this point, 3-2, just under 2-1 here at this point. What do you like about Misty Moonsong here, 4th-time starter for Aaron Thompson?
Yeah, these kind of races are very tough, because you have horses that are very young, inexperienced, and maybe improving or not improving, just a lot of inconsistency. And for the horses that have run, and the ones that haven't run haven't really done anything wrong yet, so you don't know what you're going to get there either. I ended up on Misty Moonsong. I think this horse kind of has a little bit of a class edge and speed sort of edge, where they ran a really good race. Buyer speed figure-wise on June 2nd, it's probably the highest rated race in this company. And I think this horse will have to step on the gas and go to the front to try to win this race. I think they're up to the challenge. With the 7 scratching, that leaves it wide open for a horse to just dominate this race, and I think the 5 can do it.
Yeah, the 5-horse Misty Moonsong, daughter of Spite Song, will break from the 5 today there, as I mentioned, for Aaron Thompson. Hannah Leahy aboard. We've seen crazier things today than Hannah Leahy winning races here. I'm going to try a first-timer on top here. It's the only way to go for local guy Tony Granitz. Amir Mendoza gets the mount here, and this is one, Barry, that we're watching the works, and you know, Tony trying to get a little bit of speed into this horse in 2 of these last 3 races. A decent work from the gate, a couple back as well, and frankly, in a race like this, Barry, where I have watched some of these other horses not perform up to the standard of winning a maiden special race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, I think this is one that's worth a try here. Tony Granitz does win at 18% with his first timers, and in maiden special weight class with a much larger sample size at 18% as well. And so leaning on this one, only getting 5-2 here. I think the scratch of the 7 really hurt that number here, Barry. But I think sets up well in that Indiana bred thing here with unbridled success on top. I think an interesting first timer as well. And I know you agree, have her second, second in your handicap.
Yeah, I mean, there's versions of this race where this horse just might be better than these and gets out in the front and wins. Tony Granitz does very well with first-time starters. Not a huge sample size, but enough to know that he can have them ready in comparison to everybody else in this race. I think the 3 stands a very good shot. There's no knocks on him as of yet. We'll see what happens.
And Barry, while I have the 5 in my 3rd spot, you have the 4-horse here, Low Bid. Another first-timer here. This one for Karen Young. And look, I think a first-time starter in general for Karen Young. So congratulations. It's a spectacular thing to see here. 8-1 currently on the board. You like this one's works most recently, especially.
Yeah, that last work on June 20th is very interesting in a race like this, because not many of these horses run that fast at all. And first time out, it really could spell something special here as far as speed. And if that horse gets to the lead, watch out. But again, it's another crapshoot. You have a horse that from a barn that's never run a race before. We'll see what happens, but they do attract Alex Achard, which does stand out a little bit.
I've got the 2-horse second in my handicapping here, but after watching the early part of the day, I'm wondering if this horse might not be up against it, Barry. It has been a little bit further back, frankly, in the pace scenarios of previous races, especially run this year. It did finish a decent second last out right here at Horseshoe under the same conditions, but boy, that was 4.5 lengths back. You cannot be 4.5 lengths back in the stretch here today to have any kind of chance. So jockey Sammy Bermudez, local guy, knows this track, is going to have to get going a lot sooner on this one.
Yeah, he'll have to get into the race and get something going to try to get in touch with this field. Notwithstanding, I saw a couple of horses closing, so it's not impossible. But I would rather not with a short price horse. There's a lot to go against this horse as far as pace scenario, the track. But seems to be good enough to be around it.
One horse was the last one in my handicapping here, looking at Tiva. Out of the Jonathan Nance barn here, Rodney Prescott gets the mount. Will be the fourth in my handicapping here. Essentially, Barry, I'm leaning on second time doing a couple of things here. Second time running in this company here this year, and also second time with Lasix. Had Mitch Burrow last time. We'll get Rodney Prescott. Broke okay last time, just got stuck in that 4-path. I'm wondering maybe actually if the rail might not be okay today.
Yeah, that might be the best place. And honestly, got a wide trip last time, so they didn't really get the best of runs of it. You can see horses like this reverse form all the time. They have a couple of runs and some experience, which definitely helps. I'm not discounting this one at all.
You and I will not be on ahead of the Indiana Derby, so I think it's appropriate that we go ahead and give our thoughts on that field at this time. Barry, I know you are on the 4, the son of an Indiana Derby winner here in our money map.
Yeah, that horse looks really good. It's projected to get a really good trip behind the speed from the outside. Really trending in the right direction. This is a horse on the improve, and I think this grade 3 is in their sights.
Our money man, of course, second in the Matt win last time to grade 1 winner. Further ado, I'm going to try the Brad Cox trainee in leading change. We watched Actuator come up here a couple of years ago out of very similar route, out of a 7-furlong race there at Churchill Downs. I'll try leading change today in the Indiana Derby. Well, happy Indiana Derby day to you. We'll send it back upstairs.
Louie and Barry, thank you. Paddock judge here, Brandy Bell with the call for riders up. Third race made in sprint over the 6 furlongs, scratch 7 in his free pair. The 7 is a non-runner, making their way toward the track. And Gino will bring them on. Stepping onto the track for the third race. Once again, this a maiden sprint over the 6 furlongs track, wet fast. Scratch 7 in his free pair. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. Get your wagers in. 3 minutes. On-track fans, those joining us here for Indiana Derby Day, it's great to have you with us on Indiana's biggest day of racing. For those on track and looking to take part in today's $1,000 Indiana Derby hat contest, be sure to head to the winner's circle just before the 6th race to take part in today's $1,000 Indiana Derby hat contest. No registration needed. The top 5 win part of the $1,000 prize money in today's Indiana Derby hat contest. Simply show up in the winner's circle right there in time for the contest before race 6 for today's $1,000 Indiana Derby hat contest. Now 2 minutes to post time for the maiden sprint, due in 2. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute to the maiden. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Rodney Prescott with Tiva. First to the sixth to take her position in the starting gate. Now Alex Ashar, first time starter, low bid. $1,000 Indiana yearling, low bid to join Tiva. Samer Bermudez with six-time started, one more question. Now Misty Moonsong, Hannah Leahy swept the double. GR Miss Buttercup and Visop, our first two sprint winners. Mia Mendoza, it's the only way to go. One more, Joseph Bilmer with This Little Light. She's a second-time starter here on this wet fast track. This Little Light. Over the 6 furlongs, all in line. And they're off. And Tiva was last away. Misty Moonsong, sharp away for Hannah Leahy. Right there is one more question, and here's low bid with early interest to vie for the early lead. And the first-time starter, it's the only way to go in the green cap. Now tracks this front flight from fourth. 3 clear from This Little Light, and slow starting Tiva trails the maiden filly sprint, just being led at the inside by one more question for Samer Bermudez as they enter the far turn. The quarter 22.62. One more question leads Misty Moonsong, who's keen there for Hannah Leahy. Misty Moonsong looking to get up here to one more question as they come toward the quarter pole, a half length apart. And they've made this break. 7 more to Tiva, who's now third with the rail. This Little Light and low bid in between horses is It's the Only Way to Go. Low bid has dropped back to last. They turn for home on this wet fast track. Half mile, 45.93 seconds. One more question coming down toward the final furlong for Samer Bermudez. Does she have the answer? One more question holds. Misty Moonsong by 3 coming past the 16th. It's the Only Way to Go is third. Tiva's fourth. One more question has scored the winning run by 5 for Misty Moonsong. It's the Only Way to Go was third, and Tiva finished fourth. 111.77 after the maiden. Went fast track. 111.77. We're standing by for the full run order from the judges. 2-5-3-1 in frame now. Number 2, one more question. 2-1 first. Number 5, Misty Moonsong. At 6-5, the runner-up in her fourth career start. It's gone to one more question from Misty Moonsong. The blue 3. It's the only way to go. At 3-1 was third, and after a slow start, 8-1 on Tiva. Fourth, This Little Light, and low bid. 2-5-3-1. There it is. 2-1 more question. Daughter of Santiva. This was her 7th career start. One more question holds 6-5 favorite Misty Moonsong. It's one more question. Samuel Bermudez for Tracy Wisner. A 2-1 maiden win. Result official. It's been confirmed by the judges. 2-5-3-1. One more question. It's beaten home Misty Moonsong. It's the only way to go. Tiva 4th official after race 3. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 2. One more question. She had the answer for Samuel Bermudez. One more question, a 4-year-old bay filly by Santiva. The Perfect Circle Mare Perfect Question. For Tracy Wisner, racing at LC. She gets off the mark in her 7th career start. One more question, a bridesmaid no more. 2-5 exact to pay $13.80. 50-cent trifecta, 2-5-3, $12.65. 4-2 double paid $44.20. 10-cent superfecta, $4.75. Tiva was 4th. And one more question capped off our first pick 3 here on Indiana Derby Day. 50-cent pick 3 of 2 at the 4 with the 2. For the pick 3, we feature the rolling pick 3s here on Indiana Derby Day. And the first of those returned $55.35 in the maiden. 7 was a non-runner. Favorite, second. 6 ran. 111.77, wet fast track. First of those carded for the turf course. 24 minutes away, 4th race made in turf. There are no scratches, all 8 run. 8 Bow Cup, the jockey Axel Concepcion. Axel Concepcion rides the 8 Bow Cup. Made in 3-year-old fillies turf. Features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, then it starts another 50-cent rolling pick 3, races 4, 5, and 6. Turf course good, wet fast track if you're just joining. Post time for the 4th of 13 on Indiana's biggest day of racing will be at 150. For those on hand, there is a special Derby Day auction to benefit Helping Veterans and Families Incorporated right outside the winner's circle. Bids will be taken on last year's jockey statue depicting the silks of the 2025 Indiana Derby winner, Tip Top Thomas, under jockey Johnny Velasquez. The auction will also include a patriotic saddle towel and framed art of American Pharaoh, whose daughter won the first of the day, JR Miss Buttercup, by American Pharaoh. Stop by the table and get your bids in today. Again, a special Derby Day auction. It benefits Helping Veterans and Families Incorporated. It's right near the winner's circle. And they're off. And Tiva was last away. Misty Moonsong sharp away for Hannah Leahy. Right there is one more question, and here's low bid with early interest to vie for the early lead. And the first-time starter, it's the only way to go, and the green cap now tracks this front flight from 4th. 3 clear from This Little Light, and slow starting Tiva trails the maiden filly sprint, just being led at the inside by one more question for Samuel Bermudez as they enter the far turn. The quarter 22.62. One more question leads Misty Moonsong, who's keen there for Hannah Leahy. Misty Moonsong looking to get up here to one more question as they come toward the quarter pole, a half length apart. And they've made this break. 7 more to Tiva, who's now third with the rail. This little light and low bid in between horses is It's the Only Way to Go. Low bid has dropped back to last. They turn for home on this wet fast track. Half mile, 45.93 seconds. One more question coming down toward the final furlong for Sarah Bermudez. Does she have the answer? One more question holds. Misty Moonsong by 3 coming past the 16th. It's the Only Way to Go is third. Tiva's fourth. One more question has scored the winning run by 5 for Misty Moonsong. It's the Only Way to Go was third, and Tiva finished fourth.
Playing in the NHC tournament they have here at Horseshoe Indy, and Rachel was just telling me, she's like, I'm gonna go find somebody for your interview, and then she came back to me and said he's a really chill New York guy. And when I talked to him earlier, it was you. I was right.
I was right. I was right. Pretty chill, but you know it's exciting out here. It's a great day to play ponies. You know, hope weathers holds up, and got a nice card ahead.
And you reminded me, we played in a tournament against each other at Hawthorne years ago and sat at the same table.
Chicago.
I was nice, right?
You were a gentleman and a scholar.
Okay, so 4 seats for the NHC, $500 of live money. What is your strategy overall? Do you like something? Do you just crush, or do you play a little here, a little there?
I play a little here and there, and then if I have to crush, I crush. I do like the card today, so you know a little later in the day we'll be making some, I'd say, bigger plays.
Do you think that a lot of players, you think they're going to wait a little bit to see how the weather is, how the track is playing, so a lot of the bigger plays will be in the latter stages of the tournament today?
The last race is usually when it all happens. So yeah, 13th race stays on the turf. There'll be a lot of movement on the board.
Last question for you, and I'm sure I'll be talking to a little bit later on when you're on the leaderboard. Have you qualified before to the NHC? And if so, how many times have you?
About 17 times.
Wow, 17 times. So
and never cashed.
Okay, so you are due.
I'm overdue. So I just won my 18th seat at Lone Star in May. So it's due. I'm due.
Tony G, nice chatting with you.
Thanks,
best
man.
of luck here in the tournament, and best of luck at the Horseshoe in Vegas in early March when you're going to take it down in attempt number 18.
how about a week of contests? We cap the Road to Louisville winners. Tony G joining us now, an 18-time NHC entrant as well. Who cares that he hasn't cashed 18 times? Incredible feat, and rubbing shoulders with some very nice handicappers down there in the tournament spot as well. So congratulations to those that are all on track trying to take advantage of the premier day of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And speaking of premier, we head out to that turf course, and boy, am I thankful that we are able to stay on a good turf course, track listed as wet fast on the main track. We'll head out to the turf for this large field of 8 set to go to the post. Currently a very even betting board right now, 5-2 co-favors between post position number 3 and 4. But I'm going to go hunting for a long shot in here. We have yet to see a long shot, 3-1, our biggest price on the day. But I think that won't continue very long as we move over to the sod. 10-1 on Morimi for Ray Hernandez and Alexander Crispin. First Corp Thoroughbred Silks going to be in play. This is a second-time starter who exits a race in which they were in a unique spot. Now, it was a 5-horse field, wasn't a big field by any means, but they were the only first-time starter. And I always make note when first-time starter is the only one making their debut that day, because usually that means they're up for a tall task. They broke didn't break all that well. In fact, they broke in last, and they only passed one horse turning for home. Fashion Designer was well back that day and went off as the favorite. They wanted to be on the turf on debut, so they always thought the plan was going to be on the grass for Morimi. Ultimately, the mare, she was a Grade 3 winner. She did very well. In fact, she won the Grade 3 Bourbonnette over at Turfway Park on the synthetic. And I happen to handicap that while the synthetic and the turf are very different surfaces, if you can handle the synthetic, you can certainly handle the turf. And one of the siblings named Hal actually won on debut, then turned right around a couple of weeks later and won a stakes race up at Woodbine as well. And ultimately, First Corp liked the sibling so much, they decided to buy the sibling as well. So they think there's big things for Morimi. If they do, I certainly do as well. And I'm excited to see this horse get on the turf today. 10-1, a great price in here. Number 8 did have a rider change. Sias is off. Bo Cup, now ridden by what FBG calls shortstop Axel Concepcion, picks up the mountain here for this 3-year-old filly by Kelsey Danner. 2 starts to her name thus far early in her career. She's faced some salty competition over at Churchill Downs, going 5 furlongs on debut, 5.5 furlongs second time out. Now she stretches out, and she's bred to handle more ground. Ultimately, the mare Magica Stripes, she loved 11 furlongs. She loved those taxing route races that are marathon races. And so far, the horses that she's produced have as well. In fact, the average winning distance over 7 furlongs as well. Danner has been solid at Indiana, winning at 9% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but that 9% actually goes up to 16% if you move that number. Horseshoe Indianapolis first time route here, and ultimately just won earlier this week with the horse stretching out for the first time on the turf over at Ellis. She brought home a gate in their first route race as well. So I think there's upside with Bo Cup. The breeding would suggest 2 turns right up her alley. She also gets a distance that she likely prefers, while at the same time getting class relief in here. 3-1 on the board, and have no fear, that rider change, Concepcion, certainly does not need a map to our winner's circle. The 7 is the most experienced of this group, but experience in a maiden race can be a tricky thing. Nancy Mack for Ohelio Labra, him and his team having a very nice meet this season, winning at 13%. Joe Ramos would like to see his numbers go in the right direction. He's also at 13%. They've been at the maiden claiming ranks here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I do like that they have experience here locally. They have an edge over some of the others, being on our turf course. They've ridden on a good turf course. In fact, they ultimately raced on a day very similar to today. It was raining during the entire race back on May 26th. They were closing good ground. It was just mistimed. They need about another 50 yards, otherwise they'd be a maiden no more. I think Nancy Mack gets some pace to chase them. The race collapsed. 10-1 would be a great price if you're looking at kicking off some of those rolling daily doubles or pick threes. I think this is an intriguing race for those vertical players. Exactas, trifectas, superfectas as we head out to the turf course for the first of many on Indiana Derby Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They'll be on the grass 5 minutes away from race 4 at the Shoe.
The horses called postward now for the fourth race. Maiden 3-year-old fillies turf. Over the mile and 16th, a field of 8. Here no scratches, all 8 run. Number 8, Bow Cup, a jockey change to Axel Concepcion. Axel Concepcion rides the 8, Bow Cup. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Get your wagers in. 3 minutes to post time. Course good. 3 minutes. We're now less than 2 minutes away from post time for this maiden 3-year-old fillies turf. Course rated good with the crowd on hand here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Indiana's biggest day of racing. Do try to make your selections and wagers today early. Less than 2 minutes to the maiden turf. A look at the crowd joining us here on Indiana's biggest day of racing, Indiana Derby Day 2026. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the first one on the turf course here today. Maiden 3-year-old fillies turf, course good. Starts another rolling double in pick 3. Less than 1 minute to post time. For the first time here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Indiana Derby Day, crossing over to the turf course. Rated good. Maiden 3-year-old fillies making their way up toward the mile and 16 start. There's Private Text with Moremi. Pardon me, warming him up. Close to the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. First one on the turf today, Alex Ashar with Private Text. Taking her spot first. Here, All Eight Run. Alexander Crispin with Moremi. Look from above. Moremi to join Private Text. Love to has the meet's leading jockey, Fernando de la Cruz. Looking to get here on the Saturday score sheet. OG Lemon Drop would be a double for Sammy Bermudez. Animus gets so lucky to dance like Love to, both for Darren Miller. Right now, Lucky to Dance is a 2-1 favorite. Joe Ramos with Nancy Mack, drew post 7. Sando Sanjor with the daughter of Maxfield. Here she comes, Max. Over the mile and 16th. It's the 4th of 13 on Indiana Derby Day. And one more. Axel Concepcion with Bo Cup. Turf course good. There's Bo Cup. Twice started in Kentucky. They're in the gate. And they're off. Love to broke inward. Love to going out toward the front for Fernando de la Cruz. Private Text holding her position with the rail as they make their way past the awning. And with Axel Concepcion, Bo Cup is right up there with the silver and red epaulets as they make their way toward the first turn. Lucky to Dance is 4th upon settling, with on the outside Moremi in 5th. OG Lemon Drop, Nancy Mack, and Max is dropped back to last out to the stretch. It's Private Text, who has pole position for Alex Ashar, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Private Text to the top from Love to, staying right with her as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back of this good-rated Caesars course. Nearest the inside is Lucky to Dance, who's joined on the outside by Bo Cup. They're a joint 3rd, and Moremi is running in 5th as she's 3 deep, making progress for the run to the half-mile pole. Route in front, it's still Love to and Private Text with the rail. OG Lemon Drop is in behind, fillies drafting there, while Max holds the rail, and Nancy Mack also at the back of the pack. Quarter 23.71, 48.50 for the second part. They make the way toward the far turn. It's Love to with Fernando de la Cruz. Love to leads Private Text by 3. On the outside is Moremi, looking to sustain a bid now for Alexander Crispin as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Nancy Mack is on the move on the far outside. Then toward the inside is Lucky to Dance, who's looking for a gap as they close ranks on Love to, coming past the quarter pole. And then further back to OG Lemon Drop, who is last as they straightened away and Max toward the inside. 3/4, 1 minute 13.08 seconds. And Lucky to Dance now has taken the lead for Adam Beschizza with 1 furlong to go as Max is unleashed by Sando Sanjor, and Max takes Lucky to Dance. Max has won it by a length and a half to Lucky to Dance, who was reeled in by Max. Bo Cup was 3rd, and then a gap away to Nancy Mack at the finish with OG Lemon Drop Private Text. Love to flattened, and Moremi was last to pull up. .143.57 after the maiden 3-year-old fillies turf. 143.57, good for Max. 2-1 first over the blue 3. Lucky to Dance at 6-5. The favorite was reeled in by Max. 8 Bocup at 4-1 was third. Fourth is a bunched finish. Fourth up to the judges. Here it is. We'll leave that in the judges' hands. Moremi was last of 8. 143.57, daughter of Maxfield. There she is, Max. Santos Sanjor for Jimmy Corrigan. 2 Hearts Farm. Gets off the mark in her 8th run. Max is a maiden no more. The judges have posted number 1, Private Text, 4th. Gets into the frame for the Superfecta. 4-3-8-1 Max has beaten home Lucky to Dance. Bocup 3rd, and Private Text was 4th. Crowd joining us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Indiana's biggest day of racing. Indiana Derby Day 2026. Great to have you with us here at the races. The 4th of 13. Maiden 3-year-old fillies turf to the 4. Max stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle into the hands of Santos Anjor. Max is a 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Maxfield. Out of a hard spawn mare, Jimmy Corrigan trains for Anthony Braddock's 2 Hearts Farm 2 LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Max. 2-1 second choice takes out the maiden fillies turf. The result of the 4th race is now official. Max capped off a 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4. 4 with the 2 with the 4. Max, $25.45. 4-3 exacta, $13.20. 50-cent trifecta, 4-3-8, $12.75. 2-4 double paid $29 even. Private Text was 4th. The 10-cent superfecta, 4-3-8-1, netted $25.04. The maiden 3-year-old fillies turf, the favorite was 2nd. All 8 ran, 143.57, course good. Race 5 is our next port of call. First of our premier races, the Hoosier Breeders. Sophomore handicap, scratch 1, Mr. T. Runs for Justin Bailey in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Later today, scratch 1, Mr. T here from the Hoosier Breeders sophomore handicap. Take out the 2 Fools Jester. Scratch 1 and 2 Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time for the first of our premier races, the Hoosier Breeders. Sophomore handicap at 223. They're in the gate. And they're off. Love to broke inward. Love to going out toward the front for Fernando de la Cruz. Private Tex holding her position with the rail as they make their way past the awning. And with Axel Concepcion, Bo Cup is right up there with the silver and red epaulets as they make their way toward the first turn. Lucky to Dance is fourth upon settling, with on the outside Moremi in fifth. OG Lemon Drop, Nancy Mack, and Max is dropped back to last out to the stretch. It's Private Tex, who has pole position for Alex Ashar, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Private Tex to the top from Love To, staying right with her as these maiden 3-year-old fillies go to the back of this good-rated Caesars course. Nearest the inside is Lucky to Dance, who's joined on the outside by Bo Cup. They're a joint third, and Moremi is running in fifth as she's 3 deep, making progress for the run to the half-mile pole. Route in front, it's still Love To and Private Tex with the rail. OG Lemon Drop is in behind, fillies drafting there, while Max holds the rail, and Nancy Mack also at the back of the pack. Quarter 23.71, 48.50 for the second part. They make the way toward the far turn. It's Love To with Fernando de la Cruz. Love To leads Private Tex by 3. On the outside is Moremi, looking to sustain a bid now for Alexander Crispin as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Nancy Mack is on the move on the far outside. Then toward the inside is Lucky to Dance, who's looking for a gap as they close ranks on Love To, coming past the quarter pole. And then farther back to OG Lemon Drop, who was last as they straightened away and Max toward the inside. 3/4, 1 minute 13.08 seconds. And Lucky to Dance now has taken the lead for Adam Beschizza with 1 furlong to go as Max is unleashed by Santos Anjor, and Max takes Lucky to Dance. Max has won it by a length and a half to Lucky to Dance, who was reeled in by Max. Bo Cup was third, and then a 143.57 after the maiden 3-year-old fillies turf. 143.57 Max. Under Santos Anjor for Jimmy Corrigan out to the maiden ranks. Officials have informed the turf course now has been upgraded from good to firm. Going forward, race 8, the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. The course now has been upgraded by officials per the stewards to firm. And fans making their way through the apron here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on this Indiana Derby Day 2026. It's a tradition on this Indiana's biggest day of racing to showcase the trophies and blankets for today's Indiana Derby and Indiana Oaks. Right now, the blankets and trophies making their way toward the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle for the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks and the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. The Indiana Derby and Oaks blankets are specially designed by Fly Sheets and are one of a kind for the winning horse. They're made at Jack's Manufacturing in Washington Courthouse, Ohio, and shipping in each year by Indy Tax Shack on the backstretch here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The trophies are from the Crown Series and are the handmade crystal cups mounted on a black crystal base. The trophy for the Indiana Derby stands slightly higher than the one of the Oaks, and each is personalized for their respective races. Part of the Indiana Derby Day tradition here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And the winner's circle now.
You guys ready for some stakes activity, huh? First stakes race, first of 8 consecutive stakes races here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Of course, the Oaks is race number 11. The Derby is race number 12. This is the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. We have a 1-9 favorite, 1-9, and I don't think that price is going to budge. I really don't. Scratch the one. Mr. T is out of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap, and Fool's Jester, the 2. So, being the curious sort that I am, let me get the glasses on for you. I'm looking, obviously I need to see my phone now. I can't see without the glasses. I was curious about the pools because there's show wagering offered here, folks, and we have a 1-9 favorite. I've seen bridge jumping in my day. In my day, it goes way back. And the pool right now, $41,866 are in the show pool. Make that 44 and change. Basically $42,000 a show right now on the 7. So the bridge jumping is out, meaning there's a negative show pool, meaning that if the 7 somehow doesn't finish in the top 3, you're going to see some silly, frivolous, wacky show payoffs here in this race. I don't have time to dive into exactly what I'm talking about. A lot of you know what I am discussing. Some of you don't, but just take my word for it. But I don't think it happens. Something unforeseen has to occur for this horse not to finish in the top 3, and I think something unforeseen has to occur for this horse not to win. He is really fast. He's won 4 races. He's 4 for 4 lifetime. He's won those starts by a combined 30 lengths. Being the math wizard that I am, that would be over 7 lengths per win for J.R. Shadowboy and Hannah Leahy. Caution flammable as she looks to win her 3rd on the program. Already as a second place effort as well. This is only race number 5. And it looks like the hat trick is in the not so distant future for young Hannah Leahy and Joseph Davis. They're trying to team up again. I went back and looked at the June 10th race because, the buyer dropped from, a 99 and that one other than allowance win, and then the State Bred 2 other than allowance win, a 95 buyer. So you go 99, 95, then 87. I watched the start of the race. Comet bumped. This horse was hammered out of the gate. Man, he looks good too, doesn't he? This is a legitimate Indiana bred. This isn't one of those, state bred horses that, he wouldn't be able to compete against others. Open company. Not the case at all. This horse legitimately fast. He won his debut last November here at 31-1. So a horse that was 31-1 in career start number 1 is 1-9 in career start number 5, has been 1-20 in his last couple of starts. Is he the only horse in the race? No. Can anybody run with him early? That's the thing. And he doesn't necessarily need to lead. If you're trying to beat the 7, which I'll admit, I'm all for trying to beat favorites. I think it's a little silly here. But if you're trying to do that, rank Randy is key, the 6. Because he also has Spud. And he went gate to wire for Randy Klopp, going 5.5 on the 6th of June. So he stretches out to 6 furlongs, from 5.5 to 6. And that was a nice win. 5-2 second choice, 7 horse field. There he is. There's Rank Randy. Looks chill, as the kids say. Do the kids still say that? Chill? I'm not sure. But to me, he looks chill at least. Looks good. And let's not forget, it's a $100,000 race. Oh, and also, by the way, a good idea of how the 7's getting played. We haven't had any massive upsets in terms of the pick 5, but favorites are still shut out, right? They're 0 for 4. So I was looking at the will pays in the pick 5. Again, I'm a curious sort. If the 7 wins, it's $242. The second lowest payout is the 3 at over $5,200. You will rarely see that kind of discrepancy. Second lowest payoff in the pick 5, the 3, Hard Luck Prayer, over $5,200 versus $242 on the 7. I'm thinking the 4 and the 5, the whole kit and caboodle, 94 dimes in change in the pick 5 to Q's Top Notch, the 4 and the 5 Speedy Spirit. The other horse to mention, Hard Luck Prayer, again, second lowest payoff in the pick 5. This horse reeled off 3 in a row at odds of 5-1, 5-2, and 7-1, and then was 1-9, was defeated. Now turns back to 6 furlongs. If the 6 can put pressure on the 7 early, it's a giant if. Maybe the 3 from off the pace. It looks like a slam dunk on paper. It looks like JR's Shadow Boy is going to continue to remain undefeated and go 5 for 5 in this. The Hoosier Breeder Sophomore Handicap, race number 5. It's next.
Nice job, Horseshoe Indianapolis, on this Indiana Derby day as Gary Lozier brings the horses onto the track for the 5th race. It's the 5th of 13 on the day. First of our premier races, the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. A field of 6 this year. 6 furlongs, track remains labeled wet fast. Scratch 1, Mr. T, will run for Justin Bailey later in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Scratched here is the 1, Mr. T. Take out 2, Fool's Jester, withdrawn by John Harron. Scratch Fool's Jester, the number 2. Couple of non-runners, no other changes. Here they are, parading for the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Leading the 3, Hard Luck Prayer with Andres Aloba. Bob Gorham trains for Massed Thoroughbreds LLC. He's a 3-time winner. For Q's Top Notch, with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Has 31 wins here this season. Riding for Gennaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated, Bruce Murphy, and Lori Murphy, the ownership. Number 5, Speedy Spirit with Santos Sanjor, riding for a double after Max's Maiden Fillies turf win. Riding here for Rancho Monarca LLC of Kathy and trainer Tony Duran. Number 6, he's Rank Randy, as the meet leader. Fernando de la Cruz in the first of our premier races, riding here for Roger Speed Stable LLC and Randy Klopp. Number 7, JR Shadowboy with Hannah Leahy. She swept the early double for Joe Davis, riding here for Jimenez Racing Stable LLC. 4for4 Son of Unbridled Express for Normando Jimenez. And the 8 is Tail Gunner with Joe Ramos. And the orange and blue hoops of Dick Perkins. The colt is trained by Tony Granite. 6 of them run the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time is 2 minutes away. Ladies and gentlemen, for information, we have a late scratch to announce for the first time on the card, and it's in the Indiana Derby. Turning to race 11. That's the Oaks, and then the 12th will be the Indiana Derby. Late scratch from race 12, Indiana Derby. Take out the 1 lighter. Now withdrawn by Rudolph Brisset. Race 12 at 6:40. Indiana Derby. Scratch number 1 lighter. Earlier scratched from the Indiana Derby, the 5 Bricklin and the 9 Desert Gate. 1 lighter. Late scratch from the Indiana Derby. That's the 12th, the Oaks, race 11. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the first of our premier races on Indiana Derby Day. The Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. Track wet fast. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. Andre Zaloa with Hard Luck Prayer coming up. Hard Luck Prayer, the first of the 6 Indiana breds to take position within the starting gate. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Q's Top Notch joins Hard Luck Prayer. Speedy Spirit will be a double for Santo Sanjor. Max won the Maiden Fillies turf. Now Speedy Spirit has joined Q's Top Notch and Hard Luck Prayer. Fernando de la Cruz with Rank Randy being led up to the starting gate here over the 6 furlongs. Speedy Spirit getting fractious within the confines there. Rank Randy is joined 2 back. So here's JR Shadowboy. Loads at 1 to 9. Hannah Leahy, a couple of wins on the card and one more. Joe Ramos with Tail Gunner. First of our premier races, main track, wet fast. They're in the gate. They're off in the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. JR Shadowboy facing early pace pressure from Rank Randy and Q's Top Notch. Tossing that red cap into the ring to battle Rank Randy. Hannah Leahy has JR Shadowboy with the black cap now starting to gain on Rank Randy. Q's Top Notch a tight third at the rail. As they make this dash toward the half-mile pole, Hard Luck Prayer is running in 4th. Tail Gunner, orange and the blue hoops, running 2nd to last as they make their way into the far turn, and Speedy Spirit trails. The opening quarter was 22.03 seconds. JR Shadowboy right now has taken the lead from Rank Randy and is going for the quarter pole. So it's JR Shadowboy with an eye on 5 in a row, and he's widened on Rank Randy by 3, 4, 5 lengths. JR Shadowboy turns for home all alone. Tail Gunner on the far outside. Then Q's Top Notch, Speedy Spirit, and Hard Luck Prayer toward the rail. It's JR Shadowboy 9 lengths in front with 1 furlong to go. Hard Luck Prayer charging up the rail. Q's Top Notch is dropped back. Speedy Spirit and Tail Gunner between horses. It's JR Shadowboy close to home from Speedy Spirit and Hard Luck Prayer. JR Shadowboy and Hannah Leahy caps off a 3-win day on Indiana Derby Day with undefeated JR Shadowboy, who holds the late charges of Hard Luck Prayer and Speedy Spirit in the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. $110.58. 1 to 9 on 7. JR Shadowboy. Hard Luck Prayer, Speedy Spirit, Q's Top Notch, Tail Gunner, and Rank Randy. 6 ran in the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. 110.58. 7.354. 7 JR Shadowboy. First for 5 in a row. Number 3, Hard Luck Prayer at 9 to 1 was second. 5 Speedy Spirit at 39 to 1 third, and 4 Q's Top Notch at 38 to 1 was fourth. So Hannah Leahy, she swept the first 2 for Joe Davis. This makes it 3 on Indiana Derby Day. Hannah Leahy for Jimenez Racing Stable, Normando Jimenez. A couple of wins here on Indiana's biggest racing day of the season. As JR Shadowboy shines in our first premier race of the day. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 7, J.R. Shadowboy. Hannah Leahy wins 3 on Indiana Derby Day. So J.R. Shadowboy will make his way back to the Joe Davis stable. Big day for them, making it 3 on the card here. And a couple of wins for Jimenez Racing Stable of owner Normando Jimenez. Owns the undefeated 5-for-5 son of Unbridled Express, J.R. Shadowboy. Taking out the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. The winning connections of J.R. Shadowboy makes it 5-for-5. Our first premier race of the day. The trophy presentation to the winning connections of J.R. Shadowboy, son of Unbridled Express, 5-for-5. Follows up his victory in the Sagamore Sired with the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Gets a congratulatory hug there from Rachel McLaughlin as well. 3 wins on Indiana Derby Day for Hannah Leahy. The result of the 5th race, the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap official. 7-3 exacta paid $4.60. 50-cent trifecta, 7.35. Speedy Spirit was 3rd. For that trifecta, $11.95. Q's Top Notch, 4th of 6. 10-cent superfecta, $10.84. Pick 3, $6.45. 4-7 double, $7.40. $1 early pick 4 returned $71.60. 50-cent early pick 5 after the low 11.99% takeout. Featured daily. 50-cent early pick 5 returned $242.55. The Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap, the 1 and 2 of the non-starters. Favorite first, 6 ran. Wet fast track, 110.58. On to the 6th we go. The Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Scratch 1 Fountain Run and 2 CJ Storm. Take out the 4 Encino and 5 Touch of Destiny. That's in the next. The Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Scratch 1, 2, 4, and the number 5. Exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta. Double pick 3 and starts with a $1 late pick 4. Pick 4 featured on the card. Races 6 through 9. Post time in 21 minutes at 2:56. J.R. Shadowboy, he's made it 5-for-5. Taking out our first premier race of the day. A hat trick of wins on the big day for Hannah Leahy, who joins Matt Carruthers in the winner's circle.
Yeah, thank you, John. Yeah, the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap goes to Hannah Leahy. J.R. Shadowboy geared down at the end. What's it been like, your ride with this horse? He's 5-for-5. You've been aboard for all 5 of his victories. Did you ever think he'd become this good? When you rode him to his maiden score, he was 31-1 last October.
From the beginning, I truly always knew. I knew he would be something incredibly special. Did I think it would come here? I knew there was a possibility. Did I think it would have come this effortlessly? I thought there was a possibility.
I don't know what the margin's going to say. I don't know. 3 lengths doesn't matter. How many lengths do you think he could have won by?
Probably as usual, between 7 and 10, but there's no reason to expend this horse when you don't need to. So he does it all 100% every time, and we want to keep him sound and healthy.
Open company. To me, he seems like the type of horse, yeah, he's been beating up on Indiana breds, but he's so fast. His figures have been so good. This horse would have no problem tackling some pretty good open company horses.
I agree, and I would love to see that happen one day, but I fully stand behind everything that Joe decides for the horse, as well as Mr. Jimenez, and so whatever they decide to do next, I'll be on board to back them up.
Because that's the question some people have. He's won by so easily. Can he win a close race? I think he has the heart to go with the talent.
Absolutely. You know what? Even in his early workouts as a 2-year-old, he's never been challenged, and I would love to see the full heart that this horse has when he finally does come across somebody who's able to challenge him.
What about you? 3 wins on the card through 5 with the second. You're done for the day. You were telling me you have a lot of family here. You're going to go celebrate now, huh?
Yes, very blessed, very lucky to have a lot of my friends and a lot of family here. My family that couldn't make it is watching on TV right now. I could not be more thankful, more blessed for everybody at Horseshoe that has supported me and helped me get here. The cards really played to my favor today, and I'm grateful.
Well, congratulations on today. Congratulations on a great meeting as well. Hannah Leahy, J.R. Shadowboy, wins the first of 8 stakes here on Indiana Derby Day.
They're off in the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. JR Shadowboy facing early pace pressure from Rank Randy and Q's Top Notch. Tossing that red cap into the ring to battle Rank Randy. Hannah Leahy has JR Shadowboy with the black cap now starting to gain on Rank Randy. Q's Top Notch a tight third at the rail. As they make this dash toward the half-mile pole, Hard Luck Prayer is running in fourth. Tail Gunner, orange and the blue hoops, running second to last as they make their way into the far turn, and Speedy Spirit trails. The opening quarter was 22.03 seconds. JR Shadowboy right now has taken the lead from Rank Randy and is going for the quarter pole. So it's JR Shadowboy with an eye on 5 in a row, and he's widened on Rank Randy by 3, 4, 5 lengths. JR Shadowboy turns for home all alone. Tail Gunner on the far outside. Then Q's Top Notch, Speedy Spirit, and Hard Luck Prayer toward the rail. It's JR Shadowboy 9 lengths in front with 1 furlong to go. Hard Luck Prayer charging up the rail. Q's Top Notch has dropped back. Speedy Spirit and Tail Gunner between horses. It's JR Shadowboy close to home from Speedy Spirit and Hard Luck Prayer. JR Shadowboy and Hannah Leahy caps off a 3-win day on Indiana Derby Day with undefeated JR Shadowboy.
JR Shadow Boy proves the real deal. There was hardly any naysayers. Returns 210 across the board. $100,000 stakes race. The first goes to the undefeated JR Shadow Boy as we move along to another stakes race in here, bringing out some big open company competition. And you're now 11 minutes away from race 6 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's take a look at this field. A very talented group for the Schaefer Memorial Handicap here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. $100,000 on the line, a mile and 70 yards going to be the distance. Scratch 1, 2, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 4, and 5. Currently favored is going to be Instant Replay. Irad Ortiz has made his way in, and he's down getting his silks on for Wanton Racing. I'm going to go a different direction in here. Going to take Junior Alvarado on Ben Duke, post position number 8, your clear second choice. Right now, the betting public having a difficult time choosing between the 6 and the 8. Everyone else receiving a little bit of disrespect. I was incredibly impressed with how this 7-year-old ran last time out. Only has 6 wins from 28 starts, over $1 million in earnings. Now, how can you say only has 6 wins with $1 million in earnings like it may be a negative? Does have a tendency to see what we did last time, and that's settle for less. 17 second and third place finishes, but ran an awesome race at Saratoga, going 9 furlongs on June 5th. Any of the top 4 could have won. Money Game, Ben Duke, Bourbon Day, they were all right there. The bob did not go Ben Duke's way. Bill Mott's been a little bit chilly, though, around the country. It's been well documented. Bill Mott has not had the June and July that he would like to see. However, when he sent horses to Horseshoe Indianapolis, he's picked up paychecks. He's made it worth his shipping fees. 2 starts, 2 third-place finishes. They're hopeful that changes today. I think Ben Duke is tractable enough that they can sit close. They don't need the lead. They are a little bit of a one-run closer. However, they don't need to give way or make up a ton of lengths. They're likely going to be sitting in that second flight with those scratches. You don't have to worry about the post position. They're going to be breaking from a reasonable spot. They can sit just off some of the other speed in here. And when Junior Alvarado pushes that button in those Frank Fletcher silks, I'm sure he's going to get in a response, and it's likely to be immediate. In here, your clear second choice right now, 2-1 on the board. The 3 is an Indiana bred, and this isn't your average Indiana bred. This is a 4-year-old colt by Omaha Beach who's made over $350,000 and is as consistent as they come. 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 3 thirds. It is a difficult spot for an Indiana bred, yes, against open company. However, a horse who just dominated April 9th at Oaklawn Park, winning relatively easy at 8-5. Prior to that, won easily again at Oaklawn Park. I know horses shipping from Oaklawn Park don't always have the most success. However, First Division is really taking his game wherever they place him. He's a horse you would just love to own because he knows his job, and he knows it well. Joe Ramos going to be picking up the mount in here for Whitworth Beckman. They switch hands. The ownership stays the same. You've got an Indiana bred against open company. It would be awfully cool story to see him take on some of racing's biggest foes and bring one home for the Hoosier State in here. Whitworth Beckman doesn't always fire his best shot without Lasix. They do not have Lasix today, so Lasix off for First Division. 9% without Lasix. We'll see if First Division can get the job done in here. Would have been nice to see him in a state bred race, but how cool it is. He's taking on the big boys in here. 5-1 for First Division, but a lot of the money's come in, and when Irad Ortiz, one of the best in the business, comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis, you know he's going to get bet, and bet heavily, along with Brad Cox as well. They're going to be teaming up in the Oaks and the Derby as well later on today, but they look to get their start right here with Instant Replay. Second start off the layoff, made Horseshoe Indianapolis their home on June 3rd, in which they come home at 6-5 against an easier competition. Made it a 1-horse race, was really never asked for too much run. That was with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. I do like that they got familiar with their surroundings. They've been based here in the past. They did ship over to Churchill Downs, has been training well. I think Instant Replay is a horse that has been in form, then ran into some tough foes as well. Ran in the Indiana Derby last year against Tip Top Thomas. Didn't get bet that day. Machado and Brad Cox going off at 5-1 doesn't happen very often. Since then, they've taken on the Super Derby at Louisiana Downs and won a very nice optional claimer here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm not surprised the money signed on. I didn't think 6-1 on Irad and Brad Cox was ever going to happen. I am a little bit surprised at how much they're taking. 7-5 on the board. You have to like the recency edge. You have to like Brad Cox and Irad Ortiz, absolutely. Second start off off the layoff. Instant Replay is the horse to beat, but for yours truly, Bendoog is the horse to bet. We'll see if Bill Mott can start heating things up, not only here, but around the country. We've got $100,000 on the line right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the Schaefer Memorial. 5 minutes away from race 6. As the rider's getting the leg up, John G. Dooley will put him on the track and will be off and racing at the shoe.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 6th race, the 27th running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Here at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 5 this year. Scratch 1 Fountain Run, 2 CJ Storm. Take out the 4 Encino and scratch 5 Touch of Destiny. Scratch 1, 2, 4 and the 5 from the race card. Presenting the field as they parade for the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Leading the parade, number 3, First Division. Joe Ramos rides, trained now by Whit Beckman. For owners Deanne Bear, Brett Logan, and Bill Baxter. Number 6, Instant Replay. Last out winner here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ridden today by Ired Ortiz. Brad Cox trains for Wafnan Racing. Number 7 is Woodcourt with Evan Roman. Racing for trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated and Flurry Racing Stables LLC of Stanton Flurry. Number 8 is Bendoog. There's Junior Alvarado riding the center gunrunner. Postward for Flank Fletcher Racing Operations Incorporated and Bill Mott. And number 9 is Gould's Gold with Luis Saez. Kenny McPeak trains for 4G Racing LLC of Sherilyn and Brent Gassaway, Lance Gassaway, and Cherry McPeak's Magdalena Racing. The field for the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Here the start of a Stakes Pick 4. Main track remains labeled Wet Fast, and the turf course for 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Starts a $1 pick four. All stakes pick four featured on the card. Main track went fast. The turf course firm. You have less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Joe Ramos, first division. The first of the 5 to move into the starting gate here. The second of our premier races on Indiana Derby Day. Now, Ira Ortiz with instant replay. Instant replay has joined first division. Evan Roman with Woodcourt. Couple them back. Junior Alvarado with Ben Doog. Loads at 6-5 favorite Ben Doog. And 1 mile and 70 yards and one more Luis Saez with Gould's Gold. Main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis remains labeled wet fast. They're in the gate. And they're off. And the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. And toward the inside, first division. Going right out toward the front for Joe Ramos. Here comes an early bid by Woodcourt and instant replay right there between them as they enter the first turn. Gould's Gold and Ben Doog. It's first division. So first division leads toward the inside for Joe Ramos as Woodcourt is coming up with an early bid now for Evan Roman to put pace pressure on first division. In the meantime, with Ira Ortiz, instant replay tracks them from third as these leaders go to the back of this wet fast track. It's a break of 4 more. Junior Alvarado and Ben Doog. Familiar in their midst, running second to last under the hands of Luis Saez. Gould's Gold trails the quintet. The quarter is 23.29 seconds. It's first division, and on the outside, Woodcourt. First division is just a leader. Woodcourt staying right there with first division as they go past the half-mile pole. Instant replay continues to track them from third. Instant replay, every chance. Just over 3 furlongs to go. Half-mile, 46.53. Ben Doog remains in fourth. The distant Gould's Gold. It's still first division with Joe Ramos. First division's in front. Woodcourt put to pressure to assert. Instant replay, his bid outside of Woodcourt. And Ben Doog is rallying up the rail. It's first division. Who leads for home? Gould's Gold is last. 3/4 for first division. 1 minute 9.98 seconds. First division as Junior Alvarado sends Ben Doog right up the rail and right past first division. Gould's Gold, instant replay. Woodcourt back in fifth with Junior Alvarado, the millionaire, Ben Doog, and the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial over Gould's Gold by 4. First division held instant replay for third. try to savage him. Boy. 8-9, and then a show photo. 139.44. After the running of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial, 8 Ben Dug, 8-5 first. Number 9, Gould's Gold, 5-1 second. There's the Millionaire. Ben Dug, Junior Alvarado for Bill Mott over Gould's Gold. First division. Looked like that colt tried to savage Ben Dug through the final furlong. Instant replay was fourth, and Woodcourt last of 5 home. So it's 139.44, adding to his Millionaire bankroll. Ben Dug takes out the Michael G. Schaefer at 139.44. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Ben Dug with Junior Alvarado. Ben Dug is a 7-year-old bay horse by Gunrunner. The Mineshaft mare, Nellie Cashman. The Millionaire, now 7-time winner, racing for Frank Fletcher Racing Operations Incorporated, Frank Fletcher, and Bill Mott, the Hall of Famer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ben Dug, a worthy winner of the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. Winner's presentation to follow. Ben Dug capped off a pick 3 on the card, $6.40. 8-9 exacta paid $25.20. 50-cent trifecta first division was third. Tried to savage the winner. $24.05. 7-8 stakes double paid $5.80. 139.44 went fast track. The Michael G. Schaefer Memorial began in 2000 and has always been on the Indiana Derby Day program, named in honor of the first chairman of the Indiana Horse Racing Commission, Michael G. Schaefer, who passed away in 2011. Winner's presentation, we welcome several members of the Schaefer family here today to present the trophy for the race named in their father's honor. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ben Dug, winning the 2026 Michael G. Schaefer Memorial. "23 minutes away from race 7, the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. 3-year-old fillies now in the spotlight. No scratches, no rider changes. Equipment change for the 1 Grand Harbor, blinkers off. Trainer Aaron West taking the blinkers off the Instagram filly, 1 Grand Harbor. No other changes in our next premier race of the day. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. This one does feature the 10-cent Grand High Five. That's the pentafecta. Double pick 3. Start of a 50-cent pick 5, races 7 through 11. That's the Indiana Oaks. Post time will be at 3:30. Coming up from the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, Rachel McLaughlin, joined by Ben Dug's winning jockey, Junior Alvarado.
Thanks, John. Yeah, what a sweet move. I just was talking to him before we came live, and I was like, what were you thinking when you made that move? Because you said you kind of didn't have anywhere to go.
Yeah, he's a horse. He likes to log in sometimes, and I think his best way to run him is, staying him in the rail, but not all the time kind of works that way. I think today, when he didn't want to, help me to move an angle out, I had to stay in the rail, and it just worked out today.
You're really dirty, so you worked really hard for that one. You guys have been really successful together. It looks like in the last couple years you haven't been worse than third. Do you get along with him really well? He seemed like kind of an easy guy.
Yeah, actually, I wish it was more easier than what he really, no, he makes it very complicated. But I guess just because I've been riding him quite a while, I know his quirk, and I know when not to bother him and just let it be his way. And like I said, I just try to stay out of his way most of the time.
That makes you one of the best. Thanks for being here. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, you guys, we got more coming up. Good luck. I see all of my hat people. Please come out to the winner's circle and start filing in. Go ahead. You can come into the winner's circle now for the hat contest. We're going to get you guys coming in on camera, show everyone your hats, and then we're going to judge. Very, very pleased to tell you that we have a celebrity judge here. Michelle Yu is going to be our celebrity judge. Woo! And we also have Christine Hallstrom, and we have Mr. Rick Moore. The breakdown of the prizes are first place. Hey, hat people, come on. They don't listen, I'm telling you. Sorry, guys. 400 for first, 250 for second, 200 for third, $150. So you pay out the top 5 prizes. All you have to do is show up. You don't have to sign up. You guys have a few minutes. Come on and start heading to the winner's circle for our hat contest for Indiana Derby. I'll get out of the way so you guys can start looking at these beautiful hats.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our top 5. We don't know who is in the top 5. We just know these are the winners. So Michelle, being the queen of the microphone, is going to take it, and she is going to tell you guys who got what place with Miss Christine, the MVP, that doesn't actually get paid here at the track.
Oh, someone gets paid here? Yeah. It's exciting. All right, so these are our groups of people we like. So we've got this lovely red with the very, very derby theme. We've got all of the cutie kids all together as one with their little matching hats. And then we've got the crazy concoctions. And then we've got super fashionista, right? Okay, we have to have a quick confer. Okay, our number 1 winner is you. What's your name?
Raquel Reisman.
Raquel. Oh, I like it. It has lots of shit. Boo! Why are we booing? There's no booing. It's yays. Congratulations on your win. You can tell us all about your hat and how you made it.
I made everything on my hat, my actual hat and everything. It took me about a month. So the butterflies, the money purse. It's actually the.
Does it have real money? Chris,
No,
I'm going to get you paid.
Boy, I wish.
Well, now you have some money to put in it because you're going to take home a nice victory. Okay, we got to about who's second. Okay. Gentleman, number 2. And you look so dapper, too. Tell me, who made your hat?
I made the hat. I found the horse head at the Goodwill for $1. It was just a mask. Threw it on a hat.
I love it. You didn't just toss it. I see staples in here. This is very extreme.
Yeah, hot glue and staple.
Don't let a hot wind blow over here. Okay, let us again. Number 3 is Pretty Woman. Yes. Oh, good. People finally applauding. Thanks, guys. What's your name?
Jennifer Rosens.
Very nice outfit you put together today.
Thank you very much.
Did you make anything?
I did not, but I bought this from Millinery by Anna on Etsy.
Very nice. So you look fantastic.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's our 3rd place. And then 4th, who should we go? Purple. Okay. All right. Our 4th place is going to be purple. Lots of purple right here.
Yeah.
I love your hair.
Thank you. It's a wig.
Oh, it's a wig.
Yes.
I'm going to come back for the next race in this whole get up. Did you make your hat?
Of course, yes.
It looks like it's multiple hats put together.
Yes. Well, this one's sitting on top of this one, but yes, lots of stuff going on here.
Now, did you start with your dress or did you start with your hat?
Always start with the dress and then build from there.
Oh, very anti-asket right there. Congratulations. And then 5th. And then our lady in red is going to be our 5th place finisher today. Congratulations. I'll walk over to you. Great hat.
Thank you.
I like it. Did you start with the head of the dress?
Always the hat first.
Always the hat first?
Yep. Figure out the rest later.
And where'd you get your idea from? Is just you wanted to go really traditional derby themed?
So it's the first fun hat I've done. I actually make custom derby hats. So did 38 for the actual Kentucky Derby this year. So this is my first fun one.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Appreciate it.
And then you guys are our honorable mention, but you guys look so cute. What's your name? Excellent. What about you?
Cameron.
Yeah, what's your name?
Cooper.
Well, you guys look so cute. Thanks for joining us today. Can you say yeehaw?
Huh?
No.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw.
Thank you so much to everybody who participated. We got Matt standing by to handicap this next race. Good luck.
Matt Crothers here in the paddock. First off, I want to mention that I don't wear hats because if you have hair like mine, why would you? Race number 7, Hoosier Breeders Sophomore. This is a 6 furlong event. Only early in the morning when I first get up after I have my kid to school. This pick 5, play to late pick 5, folks. It's going to pay. It generally does, and the takeout is under 12%. I think it's 11.99% takeout. I don't think there's a lower one in the country. So get involved in the pick 5. This race is difficult. Unfortunately for me, I find myself in the current favorite. I think it's the 9-horse Liam's Charge, 2 for Robert Dobbs, the conditioner in this race. And I love the last win. There she is. Yeah, she's 5-2 now. She's betting half from that 5-1 morning line. So she's 2 for 3 lifetime. She was 6-1 in a state-bred one other than June 16th. That was her first start in 7 months. 7-horse field, 6-1, won by more than 5. I think part of the reason why she's getting played is the fact that we all have short-term memories, right? We don't have very good long-term memories. And Rich in Faith, who was 3rd in that race, won by 1 million yesterday. Here, not 1 million, it was actually 9.25, but won by a ton. So when the morning line came out for this race, it was obviously made before Rich in Faith's performance on Friday. Here, and Rich in Faith got the lead, I think, from the 2-hole, never looked back, and won by nearly double digits. So the 9, tactical. If she's better today than she was June 16th, there's no reason to think she won't be. This is the 4th start of her career. This is second off that, as I mentioned, 7-month layoff. She looks great out here in the paddock. She's 5-2 right now, and Robert Dobbs also has the 3rd choice in the 10, Lady Chaos. She's 2 for 2 in her career. And the thing that I like about Lady Chaos, I prefer the 9, but the 10 can clearly win, is that she won from basically last in her debut, and then she went gate to wire in her second start. And the distance is not that different. 5.5 in the debut, stretched out to 6 furlongs in the second start of her career. So that outside draw, look for her maybe to sit a little bit. You can see my selections. I'm sure you're jotting them down. If not, you're taking a picture of them, screenshotting it, sending it to your friends. 9-1-2. How about the 1 in second for me? Grand Harbor. My guy Axel Concepcion. You know, sometimes you just give a horse a race. You know, you say, okay, there's no excuse, but she's better than that. Because her debut was good. She won by 3 parts of a length. She was favored at even money against state-bred maiden special foes. Then she was second to Stanka, the 2, in that race on the 21st of May. Stanka won by 1.25 lengths. And then she was 8-5 in the race in which the 9-horse Liam's Charge won, and Grand Harbor was a non-factor. She's better than that. But now based on one performance, she goes from 8-5 to 14-1. So there's value there for conditioner Aaron West. Very good trainer, winning at a 16% percentage here at Horseshoe. Stanka, the 2, I mentioned, if I like Grand Harbor at all, I have to like Stanka because she beat Grand Harbor by 1.25 lengths. As I mentioned, she was your 2-1 second choice in that victory May 21st. Grand Harbor was your 9-5 favorite, finishing second 1.25 lengths behind her. You know, the track listed as wet fast. Just doing the eyeball test, which I recommend doing. If you're here at the track, come down to the rail. Take a look at the track for yourself. I mean, it was very, very sloppy to start the card. And the designation, I don't think it's changed. It's wet fast. It definitely looks like we have not received any precipitation rain in the last several hours. It is a drying out racetrack, so it's listed as wet fast, but I think it's going to change maybe possibly the way it plays. And in terms of times here over the remainder of the card. And Stank is a horse that's won on the slop, has won on a fast racetrack, is looking to win her 3rd consecutive race. This is a difficult race. This is a race in which it's the kind of race that if I'm playing a pick 5, I'm probably going 1, 2, 9, 10. I can understand going all here. And these are also the types of races, folks, where I love to take a shot. I don't personally love anybody in this race. My top pick's the 9, then 1, 2. But if you love somebody here, don't be afraid to single in a race in which you know the public is not going to. Because if you can get a single home in a race like this, that's a major advantage, as most players are going to go deep here. They're going to spread out in the first leg, and some maybe will go all. Fascinating way to kick off the late pick 5. It's the Hoosier Breeders sophomore handicap at 6 furlongs. They'll be at the post. I'm going to say more than 5 minutes. I'm going to say about 6-7 minutes away from a start, and then John Dooley will make the call of this, the 7th of 13 here at Horseshoe.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 7th race. 18th running of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Here's the fillies division. This is 6 furlongs. The track remains labeled wet fast. Old 10 run. 1 Grand Harbor blinkers off. That's the only change. Equipment change. It's for 1 Grand Harbor blinkers off. Here in the handicap. Here they are. The one is Grand Harbor Axel Concepcion. Rides the Instagram filly. Blinkers off for Aaron West and Bone Doctors stable of Phil Gilson and others. Number 2, Stanka. Fernando de la Cruz riding for Roger Spee's Speece Stable LLC and Randy Club. 3 is Elting. Marcelino Pavdoza Jr. retains the mount for John Langmeyer's Spooky Hollow Racing Incorporated. Number 4, She's Spirited Justice. Luis Contreras rides, the last out winner for Tomas Medina and Kili Shea Justice. Prayer Unbridled from post 5 with Joe Ramos. Owned and trained by Terry Phillips. Number 6 is Sweet Summertime with Alex Ishar. Postword for Equine Futures LLC, Paul Jackson, and the trainer Miguel Silva's Silva Racing LLC. Number 7 is Negro Noche. Santo Sanjor is on the Saturday score sheet. Riding here for Rancho Monarca LLC of Kathy and trainer Tony Duran. 8 is Kaboom with Luis Saez. For Mike and Penny Lauer, green, white diamond belt and a green cap. 9, Liam's Charge with Alberto Burgos. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains for breeder owner Mildred R. Selden. Revocable Trust, Scott Selden, and the 10, Lady Chaos. She's 2 for 2. Turbo Compressor filly, Irving Moncada. Back on board for Rob Dobbs Jr., owners Ken Sentel, Judy Dorse, and Dan Lynch. All 10 run in the filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Here are the 10-cent Grand High 5. Pentafecta featured on the filly division. Double pick 3, and it starts the 50-cent All Stakes Late Fire 5. Due off soon. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap starts the 50 cent all stakes pick 5. Main track here remains labeled wet fast and the turf is firm. Less than 1 minute, the horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Over the 6 furlongs, track remains labeled wet fast. They're going in. Axel Concepcion with Grand Harbor, blinkers off. Here for the handicap, Grand Harbor. Alex Ashar with Sweet Summertime. Join Grand Harbor. Here all 10 run. Eddie Moore for the Late Fire 5. Sando Sanjor has a win on the card. Negra Noche has joined. Fernando de la Cruz with Stanka taking her position within the starting gate. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Elting drew post 3. Luis Saez with Kaboom went in well. Luis Contreras with Spirited Justice coming up. Now Liam's Charge. Alberto Burgos among the leaders here this season. Indiana Derby Day, day 51 of 123. Here's Liam's Charge. Wet fast track. A couple in back. Joe Ramos with Prayer Unbridled. Staring at 14-1 odds. Spirited Justice, 2-1 favorite on that last flash. And one more. Irving Moncada with Lady Chaos. She's 2 for 2. The daughter of Turbo Compressor, all in line.
No.
They're off, racing in the Filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Williams Charge away well in company with Lady Chaos and the black cap on the far outside. Here comes Spirited Justice and Stanka going for an early attack from the rail. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's Stanka. Stanka and Spirited Justice, they drag race them to a half mile from home. With on the outside, Lady Chaos just off a battle. Williams Charge is up there too. Blinkers off, Grand Harbor's running in 5th at the 3.5. Prayer Unbridled is 6th. With on the outside, Negra Noche a wide 7th. Toward the inside is Elting, riding the rail from 8th, and they have 3 furlongs to go for the back 2. Sweet Summertime coupled with Kaboom. They're in the backfield. The quarter was a couple of ticks over 22. Moving right along on the edge of the quarter pole. It's been a heated battle. Spirited Justice has the advantage over Stanka as they turn for home. Lady Chaos and on the outside, Liam's Charge and Grand Harbor. She's found a gap, and that's a bold stroke. Grand Harbor trying to push on through. She's in very tight, but she's game for Axel Concepcion. Grand Harbor has rallied up the rail. 1/16 to go. Liam's Charge is charging. Lady Chaos between horses. It is Grand Harbor who's just in front. Grand Harbor, Liam's Charge, Grand Harbor over Liam's Charge in a driving finish to the Filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. And then Lady Chaos Elting was nearest at the finish with Sweet Summertime next. Good finish that to the Filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. 110.41. They've called for a win photo. It was 12-1 on Grand Harbor. And a photo finish with Liam's Charge and Lady Chaos third close up. Stand by for the judges' confirmation. Here's another look. 7th of 13 on Indiana's biggest day of racing. And there's Grand Harbor at 12-1 on the wire. Liam's Charge. Lady Chaos was third. Elting 4th. Sweet Summertime 5th. Spirited Justice 6th after a heated early battle with Stanka 7th. Kaboom back in 8th from post 8. Stand by for the judges' confirmation. 110.41. Hold all tickets. It's gone to Grand Harbor. 1-9-10-3-6. There it is in frame. 1 Grand Harbor. 12-1 first. 9 Liam's Charge. 2-1 Just Missed. 10 Lady Chaos at 5-1 third. 3 Elting. 14-1 fourth. 6 Sweet Summertime getting into the frame at 42-1 for the Pentafecta. Axel Concepcion. Aaron West took the blinkers off. Instagram Philly rallied up the rail for Bone Doctors Stable. It's Grand Harbor, a 12-1 winner to start an all-stakes pick 5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 1 Grand Harbor. No blinkers on today. Gets the result with Axel Concepcion. Grand Harbor is a 3-year-old bay filly by Instagram. Under the Divine Park Mare Marina's Legacy, Aaron M. West trains for Bone Doctor Stable of Phil Gilson and others. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Grand Harbor. Had that purple rally cap on and blinkers off. Winner's presentation after the Philly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap, and it's official. Presentation made by Horseshoe Indianapolis. Vice President and General Manager Racing Eric Hallstrom was joined by Director of Racing and Racing Secretary Chris Paulson and his assistant Chris Kamak. Winner's presentation after the Philly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Official 1-9 exacta paid 109.40. Sweet Summertime was 5th. 10-cent Pentafecta, 1-9. 10-3-6, $3,581.17. The 50-cent Trifecta, Lady Chaos, 3rd. 1-9-10, paid $191.35. 8-1 double, $217. 10-cent Superfecta, $233.10. Pick 3 capped off by Grand Harbor, $35.85. All 10 ran. Wet fast track it remains, 110.41. 24 minutes away, race 8 back to the turf we go for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. Scratch 3 Chilled, 4 Top, and the 10 Totally Justified. Scratch the 3-4 and the number 10. 6 Charlene's Dream, there's a jockey change to Evan Roman. Evan Roman rides 6 Charlene's Dream in the 1. Moda Rosa, the ownership is MC Squared, Racing LLC of PJ McCall. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta. Double Pick 3. Start here, the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick, all turf Pick 3. Races 8, 10, and 13. Course firm, post time, 4:05.
First big upset, really, of the day. Grand Harbor takes the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap here with winning rider Axel Concepcion. How dicey was that out there? I mean, were you always sure you're going to be able to get through on the inside or not?
Yeah, I mean, first, I want to say thanks to the owner and the trainer for giving the opportunity. Yeah, I mean, she rode really good. She was traveling every step of the way, very nice and smooth. And I saw a room in the inside. I take the shot, and all the credit for her. She get through, and she get there in time.
She usually shows more speed. I know you haven't ridden her before, but the blinkers were taken off. That obviously helped helped her relax.
Yes, 100%. I've been watching all the replays, and I think she was rushing too much. So I just want to take the time with her and make a run and work out perfect.
Last question for you, and I'll let you go. You've been doing really well this year. I watched you at Churchill closely. You had a bunch of wins there. I know you're very close with the Ortiz brothers. How much have they meant to you in terms of helping you get better to where you are right now?
Oh, I mean, I'm very thankful and blessed to have those kind of rider on my side. I'm learning a lot from them. They teach me everything, every single races. They come to my corner and they teach me, and yeah, I'm very blessed and with God to put me those guys in my corner, and yeah, I try to get better every day.
Great job, congratulations, and keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Axel Concepcion, Grand Harbor wins the Hoosier Breeders' Sophomore Handicap. Next, the General Assembly Distaff Handicap, race 8.
They're off, racing in the filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. Williams charge away well in company with Lady Chaos and the black cap on the far outside. Here comes Spirited Justice and Stanka going for an early attack from the rail. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's Stanka. Stanka and Spirited Justice, they drag race them to a half mile from home. With on the outside, Lady Chaos just off a battle. Williams charges up there too. Blinkers off. Grand Harbor's running in fifth at the 3.5. Prayer Unbridled is sixth. With on the outside, Negra Noche a wide seventh. Toward the inside is Elting, riding the rail from 8th, and they have 3 furlongs to go for the back two. Sweet Summertime coupled with Kaboom. They're in the backfield. The quarter was a couple of ticks over 22. Moving right along on the edge of the quarter pole. It's been a heated battle. Spirited Justice has the advantage over Stanka as they turn for home. Lady Chaos and on the outside, Liam's Charge and Grand Harbor. She's found a gap, and that's a bold stroke. Grand Harbor trying to push on through. She's in very tight, but she's game for Axel Concepcion. Grand Harbor has rallied up the rail. 1/16 to go. Liam's Charge is charging. Lady Chaos between horses. It is Grand Harbor who's just in front. Grand Harbor, Liam's Charge, Grand Harbor over Liam's Charge in a driving finish to the filly division of the Hoosier Breeders Sophomore Handicap. And then ladies and gentlemen, please note the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis on Indiana Derby Day, and it's great to have you with us. Now, fast. 18 minutes away from the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. The turf course firm, fast main track on Indiana's biggest day of racing.
Well, my goal is to finish in the top 4 because obviously there's seat and it's a pretty flat prize pool here. I mean, there's a little difference in the prize
So
money.
you're fine.
I'm fine. If nobody beats me, yeah.
Right.
It's a flat prize pool. There's not like there's not. It's the way it is structured. Is you know, if I see the opportunity, I may bet. If I don't have to bet, I don't bet. If I want to bet, I'll bet.
And tell me, what strategy did you use to get into second?
First race, I like the 2-horse, and I made an all-in bet on that.
Yeah, there you see. That was it.
Yeah.
Just that one. Wow, that's awesome. See, I always get very interested in how you guys play this because tournament play was not something I even knew existed before I got in here. So what's your favorite story from when you've been betting? Maybe biggest score or something that happened in the qualifier?
The biggest tournament score has been Keeneland. I have 2 good scores there. I finished 3rd and 5th there. I won a Hawthorne event a year and a half ago when they had those, which were a lot of fun.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for talking to us and good luck. I hope you stay up there.
Thank you.
And I didn't jinx you.
Okay, well, I do it to myself.
Yeah.
10 minutes away from the Indiana General Assembly Stakes race, $100,000 on the line, handicap race here for the $100,000 mile and a 16th turf event. A couple of scratches to take you through. Take the 3, 4, and 10 out of this wagering event going a mile and a 16th. That main track now upgraded to fast as well. Fast and firm as we approach that late fire 5 kicking off in race number 9. Couple hours away from the Indiana Oaks and the Indiana Derby here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Let's take a look at this competitive field going a mile and a 16th in here. Don't have to go very far for my top selection. Post number 1, hoping to reign supreme for 3 in a row. Motorrosa has been in very good form for Riley Mott, Junior Alvarado. Alvarado has 5 mounts today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This 5-year-old mare has 4 wins from 9 starts, $164,000 in earnings. They thought she might be a dirt horse. Dirt sprints in the first 2 starts. Actually ran on the undercard when they tried to get on the turf on Preakness Day back in 2024. Lightly raced, only raced twice at Churchill and Gulfstream in 2025. What I like most about Motorrosa, can go to the lead or sit off the pace. Very tactable in nature, doesn't need to necessarily be a 1-run late closer, can go to the lead if they go slow up front. I think the way this turf course is playing, it's playing very fair. You don't necessarily need to be on the lead, and I didn't see any chucks coming up out of that turf. We may have had some rain this morning. We've upgraded it to firm, confident in that selection of firm because they went reasonably fast on the front end, and the race did collapse in the first turf race of the day. I think Motorrosa can sit in here in a great spot. Junior Alvarado, a patient rider. Manny Franco's been aboard the last 2 starts at Aqueduct and Penn. Gets tested around 2 turns in here, but is 2 for 3 at this distance, 4-1. Certainly reasonably priced off that 10-1 morning line. The 7 is Miwa, Joe Sharp, the Great Britain bred, trying to get the Indiana money. Joe Sharp hasn't sent all that many to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's sending a couple of horses here today for the big money on the line. Irad Ortiz going to be in the saddle. Second start off the layoff. Concepcion teamed up with this one on June 13th at Churchill and made quick work of that field. I think this is a horse who simply needs Lasix. Now, they did try and go a route of ground multiple times, a mile and 5/16, a mile and a half, a mile and an eighth. Last time they cut back to a mile off the layoff, got Lasix, and ran away and hid on the front end. If this was a race in which they weren't able to use Lasix, I would probably fade Miwa, but because of the distance, second off the layoff, and Lasix aboard, Miwa, a big main player in here, and the bettors agree, 9-5 right now, and I think that's here to stick around. Projections right around 3-2, but Miwa, your likely favorite as they go to the post. Right now, the early money seems to be spot on. Miwa, a little bit warm in here. It's not all that hot of a day. Not sure if she got the hose or not, but she does look a little bit warm in the coat in our walking ring. The 5 is Go Town. This is a local charge in here. As a Hoosier bred myself, always cheering for those Indiana horses against Open Company. We saw some very nice ones earlier today, run very well, but I think Go Town could upset the apple cart. And if you're starting one of those pick 4s, I think this is a horse you might want to take a look at. If anything, underneath in those exactas, trifectas, or superfectas, a 5-time winner from 18 starts, claimed for only $5,000. Yes, I know the waters are significantly deeper in here. However, 3 straight wins. Has absolutely loved the grass since going to the grass. Dominated here on May 14th. Came back on June 15th and was much the best winner. Recognize that this horse was 2-5 last time, and this is a much tougher group. However, you have a horse for course who's 2 for 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, bringing in an elite record on our turf course. Joshua Romero and Casares would be an excellent story for Tammy Knox to start writing it up. How Go Town, the $5,000 claimer, brought home a long shot in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. 6 minutes away, $100,000 on the line, an elite race on the turf to kick off the pick 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race, the 18th running of the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. This handicap over the turf course, pilot at 16th now, firm, a field of 8. Scratch 3, chilled 4 top. Take out the 10, totally justified. 6, Charlene's Dream, Evan Roman rides the 6, Charlene's Dream. Here's the field on parade. The 1 is Moto Rosa, Junior Alvarado, with a handicap win on the card. Riding here for Riley Mott. Trains for Mixed Squared Racing LLC of P.J. McCall. Following the MC Squared Racing mare, here's the 2 Always Wanting with Irving Moncada. Postword for Tom Mullikins, Mullikin Thoroughbreds LLC, and Elliott Racing LLC of Michelle Elliott. 3 Scratch, 4's a non-runner. 5 Go Town with Joseph Romero. Postword for Renee Casares' Casares Racing Stables LLC, yellow with the red hoops. 6 Charlene's Dream, note the junkie Evan Roman rides the 6-time winner, trained by Ed Moger Jr. for Tomeko Taylor LP and Steve Moger. Number 7, the Suyuni mare Miwa. Aaron Ortiz riding for Joe Sharp, trains for Mike Rapoli's Rapoli stable. Number 8, Calamity, would be a double for Axel Concepcion. Brendan Walsh trains here in the black and gold chevrons for Brad Kelly's Calumet Farm. Number 9, Princess Attitude. Mario Gutierrez riding for Victoria Oliver and G. Watts Humphrey Jr. scratched the 10. 11 in the stars, another here for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Louise is riding the Into Mischief filly. She's a 3-time winner, trained by Rusty Arnold. 8 of them for the 18th Indiana General Assembly Distaff. Course firm, fast main track, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double, stinks pick 3. This is the first leg of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. That's also featured here on the Indiana Derby Day card. Races 8, 10, and 13 for a $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Firm and fast and close to post time for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. The Phillies Mares crossing over again to the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, making their way up to the mile and 16th starting point for the Indiana General Assembly distaff. It starts the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. This the 10th and 13th to cap off the card. Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. Course firm arriving at the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap, or the mile and 16th. MC Squared Racing's Motor Rosa, Junior Alvarado, or the Michael G. Schaefer Memorial, with the Millionaire Bendug. Now Ira Ortiz, Miwa's coming up. 8-5 on Miwa. Joins Motor Rosa. Irving Moncada with Always Wanting. Joseph Romero, Go Town, Yellow Red Hoops. Calamity would be a double for Axel Concepcion. Mario Gutierrez with Princess Attitude to take her spot. 2 back. Evan Roman with Charlene's Dream. 1 more, Luis Saez within the stars, 1 of 2 for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Here over the mile and 16th. Course now firm. They're in the game. And they're off. In the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Toward the inside, Always Wanting, Go Town, and Charlene's Dream is also prominent here in the early stages. Motor Rosa taken back and settles for Junior Alvarado, and on the outside, Princess Attitude is up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn with Joseph Romero. Go Town just leads out from a close-up Charlene's Dream, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Always Wanting is joined on the outside by Princess Attitude. They're joined third with Motor Rosa running in 5th as these leaders go to the back of the course. On the outside is In the Stars. To the inside, Ira Ortiz and Miwa in the orange cap, now running second to last, and Calamity trails them. 21.97 for the lead part. Go Town, pressed hard by Charlene's Dream. And these two bowling right along, going past the half-mile pole with on the outside Princess Attitude vying for third with to the inside Always Wanting as the showers come back here to the shoe. There comes Motor Rosa, who stays planted toward the rail there for Junior Alvarado within the stars following Motor Rosa. Farther back then to Miwa, who's in behind horses, still a length off these leaders, and Calamity will have to pass them all as they come toward the quarter pole. Testing half mile, 45.87. Princess Attitude in the stars. They lead the closers, Charlene's Dream and Go Town, as they make the swing, and Miwa is looking for a gap and is pulled to the stand side by Ira Ortiz with 1 furlong to go. It's In the Stars. That big white blaze coming forward with to the inside Motor Rosa, her run. Princess Attitude's in the black blinkers, Miwa on the outside, but with Luis Saez In the Stars, 1 by 2 from Princess Attitude. The G. Watts Humphrey Jr. 1-2, Miwa's third, Motor Rosa and Go Town in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. $11.9 and then a show photo. There'll be a general stewards inquiry into the top of the stretch run. First, number 11 In the Stars at 3-1. 9 Princess Attitude, 14-1 second, both in the colors of G. Watts Humphrey Jr. and the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. In the Stars over Princess Attitude. Stewards inquiry upon turning for home. Judges calling for a show photo. Miwa from Motor Rosa. Go Town back in 5th after vying early. Inquiry concerns the top of the stretch. 139.44. Course upgraded. 2 firm. Judges posted number 7, Miwa third. 1 Motor Rosa fourth. 5 Go Town was fifth, unofficial. 11-9, 7-1-5, and there's an inquiry into the running. The Stewards Inquiry concentrating on number 5, Go Town, the unofficial fifth. Stewards Inquiry, and the focal point is the green 5, Go Town. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 11. In the Stars with Luis Saez. And the Stars is a 4-year-old bay filly by Into Mischief. And of the Curlin mare, Stellar Wind. The now 4-time winner is trained by Rusty Arnold for G. Watts Humphrey Jr. In the Stars leads home a G. Watts Humphrey Jr. 1-2 over Princess Attitude in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Hold all bets pending the outcome of the inquiry. They're concentrating on the unofficial fifth. That's number 5, Go Town. Part of an inquiry ongoing. Please note that the Stewards Inquiry, they've made a disqualification. Number 5, Go Town, has been disqualified from 5th by the Stewards and will be placed 6th. And back of 6, Charlene's Dream, for interference with that mare upon turning for home. They've made a disqualification. There was an inquiry into the top of the stretch run. 5, Go Town, disqualified from 5th and will be placed 6th for interference with the 6, Charlene's Dream, upon turning for home. Winners presentation after the Indiana General Assembly Distaff. We welcome them here to Horseshoe Indianapolis on Indiana's biggest day of racing. Winners presentation to the connections of In the Stars, taking out the 2026 Indiana General Assembly Distaff. With a disqualification of 5, Go Town out of 5th, 6, Charlene's Dream, has now been placed up one spot into the Pentafecta. Note the 6, Charlene's Dream, placed 5th via the disqualification of number 5, Go Town. 11-9, 7-1. 6, placed 5th.
In the Stars and Luis Saez win for Rusty Arnold here, and you guys have had a lot of success here lately. First, tell me a little bit about this filly.
Yeah, this is a filly that she always getting better and better, and all the connection, Rusty, everybody doing an amazing job with her. Today was a pretty confident race for her. I feel very confident. I know last time we have a little trouble in Churchill, but today we're trying to stay away from the trouble, and she put me in a great spot, and she finished pretty strong.
I would ask you about the next one, but we're trying to hurry because of this inquiry. But you guys look like you had the exact trip that you wanted, and you stayed in front of the trouble, which is good. Was that the case for you today?
Yeah, that was the case. That was the case.
Good. Well, I'm so glad that you guys got through there, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
You guys, we have a lot going on, but we're going to stay right here until we get the official order of finish, and then we'll go over to the paddock for Michelle Yu.
That sounds like a plan, Racing Rachel, and it is official. Once again, the stewards made that disqualification after an inquiry. The 5 Go Town from 5th to 6th, then moved the 6 Charlene's Dream up to 5th after the Indiana General Assembly distaff. Results in 11-9 exacta. That's a G. Watts Humphrey Jr. 1-2. And the handicap, $66 even. 50-cent trifecta, 11-9-7, $52.20. 111 double, 157.40. Moto Rosa 4th. 10-cent superfecta, $35 and change. And the Stars capped off a premier race pick 3 featured on the card, 8-1 with the 11. Returned $200 even. Charlene's Dream was placed 5th. For that 10-cent pentafecta, paid $75.80. Course firm, 139.44. 21 minutes away from the 9th of 13. It's the Mary Holman George Memorial. Scratch the 1 top. Take out 7 Queen Azteca and scratch the 8. Chilled. Scratch the 1, 7, and 8. 12's Anna's Promise, the number 12, will be ridden by Marcelino Pedroza Jr., one of this season's meet leaders. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. picks up the call on the 12. She's a 3-time winner. Anna's Promise, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on the 12. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. And here the start of the final pick 5 of the day. Post time, 4:40, fast and first. And they're off in the Indiana General Assembly Distaff Handicap. Toward the inside, Always Wanting, Go Town, and Charlene's Dream is also prominent here in the early stages. Moto Rosa taken back and settles for Junior Alvarado, and on the outside, Princess Attitude is up with these leaders as they make their way toward the first turn with Joseph Romero. Go Town just leads out from a close-up Charlene's Dream, and they have 6 furlongs to run. Always Wanting is joined on the outside by Princess Attitude. They're joined third with Moto Rosa running in 5th as these leaders go to the back of the course. On the outside is In the Stars. To the inside, Ira Ortiz and Miwa in the orange cap, now running second to last, and Calamity trails them. 21.97 for the lead part. Go Town, pressed hard by Charlene's Dream. And these two bowling right along, going past the half-mile pole with on the outside Princess Attitude vying for third with to the inside Always Wanting as the showers come back here to the shoe. There comes Moto Rosa, who stays planted toward the rail there for Junior Alvarado within the Stars following Moto Rosa. Farther back then to Miwa, who's in behind horses, still a length off these leaders, and Calamity will have to pass them all as they come toward the quarter pole. Testing half mile, 45.87. Princess Attitude in the Stars. They lead the closers, Charlene's Dream and Go Town, as they make the swing, and Miwa is looking for a gap and is pulled to the stand side by Ira Ortiz with 1 furlong to go. It's In the Stars. That big white blaze coming forward with to the inside Moto Rosa, her run. Princess Attitude's in the black blinkers, Miwa on the outside, but where Luis Saez In the Stars, 1 by 2 from Princess Attitude. The G. Watts Humphrey Jr. 1-2, Miwa's third, Moto Rosa.
Each year here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, we like to honor our general manager and vice president who we lost, Jonathan B. Schuster. He was a graduate of the University of Arizona, and he always liked to support them. So with us here today, we have Tony, our two very handsome Vannas, and Eric Hallstrom, Tony, our track man. And we're going to donate $2,500 in honor of Mr. Jonathan B. Schuster. Our paddock's named after him, and so is one of our races. Good luck.
Matt Carruthers, and Michelle Yu here in the paddock at Horseshoe Indy. That sounded a little prepubescent, didn't it? I kind of I didn't hit that note very well. Good to see you.
Good to see you. It's been a long time.
It has been a
Since
while.
inside the buffet.
It has been a while. It's been fun kind of reconnecting. We go way back, Michelle and I.
To my PA days.
She was a wee one. You were a wee one in the early stages of TVG when you started. And look where she is now. Look where she is now, Michelle. You good to see you here, covering the races for Fox, America's Day at the Races. Race number 9, the Mary Holman George Memorial Handicap, mile and a 16th. I don't know about you, Michelle. I thought this was a fun race to handicap, a lot of directions to go.
I thought so too. I thought it was a really salty race. In fact, my top pick right now is 6-1 in this spot. I was going to try and beat Yes It Is. She is coming off of a nice win last time out, but I kind of liked the 5, Clarita, in here for Phil Bauer. You know, this is a filly that broke her maiden in an off-the-turf affair, to be fair, by 12, though. She came back to run second to the Grade 1 place Snow White. Then she ran second off of a break. I thought she looked fine walking around here, and she was a winner last time in gate to wire fashion, although they didn't go very fast. I just thought she was a really intriguing horse. I think she's getting a little overlooked.
Okay, 3rd place finisher in that race. Bethel Light came back to win for Brad Cox at Churchill in an optional 125 in her next start. Yeah, I mean, there's prices. With the 6, obviously, as you mentioned, is favored. And then you have, who else is getting some play? The 11 horse. Let's talk about her Kapoor, who we know this filly. Those of you that are, maybe even semi-regular players, you've heard of this filly for Bill Mott. She's very, very fast. She reeled off 3 in a row. She didn't trail at any point in those 3 wins. And then the winning colors, she was not particularly good. She did have a slow break and was squeezed at the start of that race. What do you make of her chances stretching out to a mile and a 16th, routing for the first time in her career? Is she the fastest horse in the field?
She is the fastest horse in the field, in my opinion, especially with this outside draw that she has. And I don't think that it's going to be a negative for her to go 2 turns. She's by Uncle Mo out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare. That certainly says route. I think the 2 biggest causes for concern are just the race last time where she was well beaten. That was her first try against stakes type company. Now, it could have just been the fact that she didn't find herself on the lead and, had all kinds of issues, and maybe she just kind of spit so she spit the bit a little bit, right? I think she looks very poised in here. You would never know that she's such a speedball that can go 44 and change when you watch her walk around here. She looks very lackadaisical. And I think that that's the one key is while she is the fastest horse, we don't want to see her going 44 today, right?
And she looks like a horse that can route, doesn't she?
Oh yeah, she's super rowdy. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Michelle, one of the best eyes in the game. I know you're dying to find out who I like.
Tell me, Manny.
Here.
Tell me it's the 12 because she's the pick of the paddock.
I like 5 aside. The 10. My guy, your guy, Fernando de la Cruz, John Service. You don't see that name often here at Horseshoe. I really like the win at Churchill. 1-turn mile on the 11th of June. Now, you stretch out, you go 2 turns at a mile and a 16th, but this is a horse that's been competitive at a mile and a quarter. I don't think the 2 turns is the problem for her. She has speed, but she doesn't need the lead necessarily. She has the ability to rate. She showed that trait in her last win on the 11th of June. She's a 3-time winner, but she's earned $356,000. She has some back class, and she hadn't won a race in a while, so I like these horses. They have class, but they just can't get through. They get that victory. She does have a couple of wins, I guess, in her last 4 starts. But before that, she was a little bit dry in terms of the wins. I like the trip she should get. She's drawn beautifully to the outside. De La Cruz, very good with runners going to be forwardly placed. She's getting played a little bit. She's 5-1.
I think the key for her is going to be the trip, right? If she breaks good and gets herself this nice position, she sits the perfect seat behind the pace setter who should be Kapoor.
And we should talk about, before we wrap up, we have plenty of time, too, by the way. You'll be hearing us for a good half hour, I would say, folks, 30, 40 minutes. Yes, it is the 6. This is she getting overbet because
Brad Cox,
of the connections? What price should she be?
I mean, she's never been an odds-on favorite before, right?
Should she be favored?
Should she be favored? I mean, yeah, because she's got some. I mean, she's run well in graded stakes. So I could see her being the favorite, but I mean, not odds on. 3-2? I couldn't play that.
The win at Churchill for her May 15th at this mile and a 16th distance. She was your 8-5 favorite in that race. In Just My Heels, who was third, came back to win by 9. It was Prairie Meadows, but it was a stakes race there. And she's a horse that's earned $548,000 in her career. So she was flattered a little bit by the third place finisher, what she did next out. So do you have a top 3?
Yes.
In this race?
I go 5-11-6.
5-11-6 for the one and only Michelle Yu. I go 10-11-6 in the Mary Holman George Memorial Handicap. That is next from Horseshoe Indy. Once again, it says 5 minutes to post. It's always more than that, so I think you probably about 7 minutes till post time.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 9th race. This is the Mary Holman George Memorial. Over the mile and a 16th, the track fast. Here a field of 9 for the Mary Holman George Memorial of 2026. Scratch 1 top, take out the 7 Queen Azteca, and scratch 8 Chilled. Scratch the 1, 7, and the 8. 12 and as promised, the rider, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., rides 12 and as promised. Presenting the field for the 17th running of the Mary Holman George Memorial. Leading them the 2. Too Much Kinky with Axel Concepcion. Riding for a double here on this 10-time winner for Brett Calhoun and owner Landon Jordan's Mansfield Racing. Following the Texas spread, number 3, Just Be Quiet with Joe Ramos. Riding for Bob Gorham, who trains for Marion F. Gorham Revocable Trust. Number 4, Amarth with Mitch Morrill. Eddie Keneally trains the Green Lantern Stables LLC homebred. Number 5, Clarita with Luis Saez. Phil Bauer trains for Rigney Racing LLC. Number 6, Yes It Is with Ira Ortiz. Brad Cox trains for Full of Run Racing 2 LLC of Dan Glick and others. 1, 7, and 8 to the non-runners. Here's 9, Night Kiss with Alberto Burgos. Thomas Medina trains a 14-time winner, owned by Jose G. Salazar. Number 10, 5 Aside in the black and white thirds. Fernando Letta Cruz carries the colors of Mainline Stables and Avalon Racing Stables LLC, trained by John Service. Number 11 is Kapoor, Junior Alvarado in the Royal Blue of Godolphin, trained by the Hall of Famer Bill Mott. And 12, Anna's Promise, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., a 3-time champion here. And among this meet's leaders, riding here a 3-time winner trained by Carlos David for Bell Racing LLC of William Belford. 9 of them to face starter Oscar Quiros, and the course is firm. It's the 2026 Mary Holman George Memorial, and it's due off soon. We're less than 1 minute to post time. Start here of a 50-cent pick 5. Final 5 on the Indiana Derby Day card. Fast and firm. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Mary Holman George Memorial with Junior Alvarado. Starter Oscar Quiroz and crew with Kapoor. The daughter of Uncle Mo first in Kapoor. Axel Concepcion with Too Much Kinky joins Kapoor. Joe Ramos, Just Be Quiet. Alberto Burgos with Night Kiss. She's a 14-time winner. Just Be Quiet. Fernanda de la Cruz with 5 Aside, taking her position. Mitchell Merrill with Amarth. Here's Amarth coming up, fast track. Clarita will be a double for Luis Saez. One more. And as promised, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with 31 wins here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. And they're off in the Mary Holman George Memorial. Even start. And there's Kapoor going right to the front and makes a beeline toward the rail for Junior Alvarado. It's Kapoor who leads Anna's Promise into the first turn with on the outside 5 Aside and a black cap. To the inside, as they round the first turn, is the gray mare, Too Much Kinky, and they have just inside 7 furlongs to run, and Clarita, and the Rigney Red up the inside as Kapoor leads them to the back of the track. 5 Aside is now fourth upon settling by 2, with Too Much Kinky next in formation in front of Yes, It Is, who's in the back half of the field there for Ira Ortiz. 2 clear from Amarth. Then comes Night Kiss, and Just Be Quiet has dropped back to ninth and last, the quarter covered by Kapoor in 23.27 seconds. Junior and Kapoor carries the Godolphin Royal Blue to a half mile from home here in the Mary Holman George Memorial. And as promised, stays close. To the inside is Clarita, and she's right there for Luis Saez as they enter the far turn. 5 Aside, Yes It is now up into fifth. Half mile for Kapoor, 46.48 seconds. They have just inside 3 furlongs to go, and Kapoor remains the overall leader. Toward the inside, Too Much Kinky with Night Kiss coming toward the top of the stretch. Then Amarth and Just Be Quiet has trailed, and Kapoor has been the long-time leader for Junior Alvarado. 3/4, 1 minute, 10.13 seconds. Kapoor into the stretch, leads here by 3. Anna's Promise, Yes It Is, going shoulder to shoulder with Anna's Promise. On the outside, 5 Aside looks to be one pace, and deeper out is Too Much Kiki, but it's Kapoor and Junior Alvarado closing on the outside. Yes It Is for Ira Ortiz. Falls a half-length short of Kapoor, and all the way winner. Yes It Is was second, 5 Aside third, and his Promise fourth. Then Clarita, and Too Much Kiki was next across the finish. $141.75 after the Mary Holman George Memorial. 11-6, and then a show photo, 11 Kapoor. At 2-1 first, number 6, Yes It Is. 7-5 favorite, the runner-up to Kapoor. 5 Aside, Anna's Promise, and Clarita back in fifth. Too Much Kiki was sixth across the finish. Well, Marth really never picked up. We trail back to Just Be Quiet and Night Kiss. 141.75, another on the day for Junior Alvarado. Teaming again for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott and the Royal Blue Silks of Godolphin. The daughter of Uncle Mo, Kapoor, wire to wire. The judges have posted number 10, 5 aside third, 12 Anna's Promise fourth, and 5 Clarita fifth, 11-6, 10-12-5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, number 11, Kapoor, with Junior Alvarado. It's official. Kapoor is a 4-year-old bay filly by Uncle Mo. Out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Karina. Belmont trains for Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum's Godolphin. She was bred in Kentucky by Godolphin in the Royal Blue with Junior Alvarado. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Kapoor, an all-the-way winner of the Mary Holman George Memorial. $11.6 exacta paid $16 even. 11.11 double, $20.60, combining in the stars with Kapoor, double 20.60. 50-cent trifecta, 11.610, $17.75. Pick 4, $1,082.40 for an all premier race pick 4 payout. And as promised, was back in fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $21.35. Pick 3, $139.50. And Clarita was fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta of 11.6, 10.12.5, netted $56.68, 141.75. Mary Holman George family joining us here today, winner's presentation. Along with, again, Horseshoe Indianapolis Vice President and General Manager of Racing to the right, Eric Hallstrom, part of the winner's presentation to the connections. Here are the Mary Holman George Memorial winner, Junior Alvarado for Belmont and Godolphin. Congratulating the winning connections of Kapoor, takes out the Mary Holman George Memorial of 2026. On to the 10th of 13 we go on Indiana's biggest day of racing. It's the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Course firm, no scratches, all 10 run, 9 Balnikov. The jockey Mario Gutierrez on 9 Balnikov. Noting in race 11, the grade 3 Indiana Oaks scratched the 6 Mizumi. Race 11, Indiana Oaks, 6 Mizumi scratched. 1 Star Actress is 2 pounds over. And in the 12th, the grade 3 Indiana Derby scratched 1 lighter. 5 Bricklin and 9 Desert Gate. Scratch 1, 5, and 9 from the Indiana Derby. 3 Zinal, Fernando de la Cruz, rides the 3 Zinal. 6 Creole Chrome plus 2 pounds. Post time for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial in 24 minutes at 5:16 post time.
The Marie Holman George Memorial goes to Kapoor, once again visiting with Junior Alvarado. Was there any question about the distance going into this race? It had never been 2 turns before.
Absolutely, it's always a question mark with a filly that's been sprinting before, But I think for us, the big deal was trying to get a saddle behind the gate. Last time we completely lost her before we even load the gate, and she blew the brake, and like I say, that race was just completely toast even before we get in the gate. And she kind of behaved today, and she let me saddle her a little bit there in the backside, and she had enough energy to finish up today.
So she was tired at the end, but she's game and she fought, and you were never worried.
Yeah, absolutely. I just think she was still pretty game, turning from home. So I knew I would have just enough left for me to hold on the victory today.
All right, you got to ride in the next race. So last question in the big race, the Indiana Derby, Creole Chrome. This horse, they removed the blinkers last time out, and I know he didn't beat a lot, but he won by nearly 20. What do you know about this horse?
Yeah, I watched a couple of the last 2 replays. He's like very beautiful horse. He won very impressive. Like you say, since they took the blinkers off, things have made a little bit of a difference. So hopefully, we have a good break. We can sit off in a good stocking position, and hopefully, he come with his best today.
All right, congratulations thus far, and good luck moving forward.
Thank you.
One of the best in the game, Junior Alvarado, 2 on the card as he wins with Kapoor in today's 9th race. Still 4 left on Indiana Derby Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
And they're off in the Mary Holman George Memorial. Even start. And there's Kapoor going right to the front and makes a beeline toward the rail for Junior Alvarado. It's Kapoor who leads Anna's Promise into the first turn with on the outside 5-a-side and a black cap. To the inside, as they round the first turn, is the gray mare, Too Much Kinky, and they have just inside 7 furlongs to run. And Clarita and the Rigney Red up the inside as Kapoor leads them to the back of the track. 5-a-side is now 4th upon settling by 2, with Too Much Kinky next in formation in front of Yes It Is, who's in the back half of the field there for Ira Ortiz. 2 clear from Amarth. Then comes Night Kiss, and Just Be Quiet has dropped back to 9th and last, the quarter covered by Kapoor in 23.27 seconds. Junior and Kapoor carries the Godolphin Royal Blue to a half mile from home here in the Mary Holman George Memorial. Anna's Promise stays close. To the inside is Clarita, and she's right there for Luis Saez as they enter the far turn. 5-a-side, Yes It Is now up into 5th. Half mile for Kapoor, 46.48 seconds. They have just inside 3 furlongs to go, and Kapoor remains the overall leader. Toward the inside, Too Much Kinky with Night Kiss coming toward the top of the stretch. Then Amarth and Just Be Quiet has trailed, and Kapoor has been the long-time leader for Junior Alvarado. 3/4, 1 minute 10.13 seconds. Kapoor into the stretch, leads here by 3. Anna's Promise, Yes It Is, going shoulder to shoulder with Anna's Promise. On the outside, 5-a-side looks to be 1 pace, and deeper out is Too Much Kiki, but it's Kapoor and Junior Alvarado closing on the outside. Yes It Is for Ira Ortiz. Falls a half length short of Kapoor, and all the way winner. Yes It Is was second. 5-a-side. And they're off.
John B. Schuster Mile coming up now, just 11 minutes away. One of my favorite races on the entire card. John B. Schuster, a great man and a legend in his own name right now. A legend with this stakes race in here. Who's going to become the next legend of stakes victory and stakes success here at Horseshoe Indianapolis? Mile and a 16th on that turf course. Kicking off today's Itoba pick 4, 15% takeout pick 4 opportunity in here. And it looks like the bettors are going to pile on to Brad Cox, Irad Ortiz, along with Brad Cox and Axel Concepcion. I certainly recognize that they are likely the horses to beat in here, but take a look at maybe a horse like Clever Mischief. 15-1 morning lines donning the silks of Team Adams Racing for Brendan Walsh, along with Alberto Burgos, one of our own, in the saddle. And Burgos has been great riding this season, also does very well on the turf. And I just like how consistent Clever Mischief is. Rarely throws in a bad race, not necessarily pace dependent, can be in a good spot as well. Exits a race at Keeneland April 12th in the spring meet, in which all three are very nice. Capitol Hill along with Tough Little Nut. I think highly of those two that beat him that day. He had the lead, just didn't get the job done that final 50 yards. And then last time out, he just held over Esmark and Hart, headed at Churchill Downs in a taxing 1 mile distance at Churchill. It's a horse that there's really no reasons to doubt this horse aside from tested for class. But Brendan Walsh, he doesn't just send slouches here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, he's winning at 24% locally, which is just a hair higher than his national percentage at 17%. A lot of the national trainers that have success at some of the bigger circuits do send maybe their JV group or their lesser horses. That's not the case with Brendan Walsh by any means. And I think Clever Mischief is a long shot look as well, currently cut in half at 8-1 on the board. But there's no doubt about it, especially with what we've seen on this turf course. Whoever makes the last run, at least the last 2 days, has had a ton of success. Now, Brad Cox, Godolphin, and Irad Ortiz have yet to team up with a win today. We'll see if that continues as we approach the Indiana Oaks and the Indiana Derby. I would venture to guess that this jockey-trainer combination is going to be favored in both the big money races later on today. They could be favored in here again. Currently 2-1 on the board for Wadsworth, donning the silks of Godolphin. They just got a win last time out in those classic Godolphin silks. Aboard Kapoor for Bill Mott. Now they're going to try and go back-to-back dirt and then turf with Wadsworth, who's banked $683,000. Does have a race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis in the past. In fact, this horse ran at Indy very early on in the career when they were trained by Shug McGahee as well, and didn't get the job done. Finished second that day. I think this horse makes a ton of sense. Is a little bit pace dependent as well. Lost a nose to Gigante on Caesar's Day back in 2023, in which they were absolutely flying under Florent Giroux. They won the Gallop out by a mile. They should have won that race. They should have been the Caesars champion. We'll see if they can be the John B. Schuster Mile champion in here today. They're going to get some pace to chase because this guy, Encino, is awfully fast at 6-1. Encino is incredibly quick. The Brad Cox other horse. This is a perfect race for him to enter in two horses. He's got the Rabbit on the front end who's got class. You'll know right away if he's going to run his A game. Encino is a very nice horse. Another one for Godolphin as well, who's awfully quick. But you've got Encino, the Rabbit, and then Wadsworth, who's going to be closing. The 10 is Baby Max. Kelsey Danner, Beskiza, JS Stables, they've been very hot. The Danner and Beskiza connection here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, winning at 20%. Now, her numbers are a little bit light. Only one win so far this season. She's had some tough racing luck, a couple of off-turf days. I expect that will continue to rise here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A beaten favorite last time out. Didn't get the pace to chase. I think they're going to be able to pick their spot, breaking from post position number 10 with Baby Max, the 4-year-old colt. Another consistent sort, 9 for 13 in the trifecta, $340,000 in earnings. It's been some time since his last winner. That's why you're going to get a double-digit price. In fact, winless on the turf, 0 for 3 on the turf. A lot of the success and a lot of the earnings have come on the synthetic. I think he's run well enough to certainly be in with a big chance in here, especially at a price of 11-1. But the bettors are piling in to Brad Cox and Irad Ortiz. Do you expect anything different? Wadsworth going to be favored when it's all said and done, but we've seen a couple of beaten favorites today having to settle for less. We'll see if that trend continues or if Wadsworth times it right, unlike the Caesars handicap, and takes home the John B. Schuster Mile, a mile and a 16th in here an excellent rendition of this great race. 5 minutes away from race 10 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Don't forget, this kicks off today's Itoba Pick 4, your last Pick 4 opportunity to get the job done.
The horses coming onto the track for the 10th race, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. This race will be run over the turf course, mile and a 16th, a field of 10 this year. No scratches, 9 Balnikoff. The jockey Mario Gutierrez rides 9 Balnikoff. Here's the field on parade for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. One is Vote No. Luis Saez rides for Kelsey Danner, who trains for Crownsway Racing, LLC, MBS Stable, corners Kevin Marco and Eli Dima. Judge Davis from Post 2, with the leading jockey here this season at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Fernando de la Cruz. Riding here for Mike Maker, trains for David Staudacher and Paradise Farms Corp., black with the gold dots on the sleeves. 3 is Wadsworth, one of the Godolphin 2. Here, Ira Ortiz for Brad Cox. Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum's 4-time winner, Wadsworth. Number 4 is Noises Off with Evan Roman, riding for Polo Lobo. Trains the Bon Chance Farm LLC Homebred. Here's another Godolphin. 5 Encino with Axel Concepcion. Royal Blue, and a Royal Blue cap as well. Brad Cox trains for Godolphin. 6 Higgins Boat, he's a 5-time winner. Declan Cannon gets the call from Johnny Ortiz, trains for Phil Thoroughbreds LLC. Number 7, Clever Mischief with Alberto Burgos. 3-time winner, conditioned by Brendan Walsh for Team Adams Racing LLC. 8, Seminole Chief Junior Alvarado with a couple of premier race wins on the day. This 6-time winner by Gervin, trained by Joe Sharp for Brad Grady and David Grund. 9 is Balnikov with Mario Gutierrez riding. Phil D'Amato trains for Old Bones Racing Stable LLC. And the 10, Baby Max with Adam Beschitza. Kelsey Danner trains the 3-time winner And the royal blue and red for JS Stables LLC. 10 run, the 2026 Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Course firm, exacta trifecta, superfecta. The 10-cent grand high five, that's the pentafecta wager. No scratches. Double, pick 3. This starts the $1 late pick 4 on Indiana Derby Day, presented by iToba. Firm and fast, and the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial right around the corner. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Luis Saez with Vote No. First of the 10 to take his position within the starting gate. Declan Cannon with Higgins Boat. Join Vote No. Fernando de la Cruz, Judge Davis. Alberto Burgos, Clever Mischief coming up. Blue and the Gold Diamonds. Gold Cap. Clever Mischief went in well. Ira Ortiz with Wadsworth. Seminole Chief. Junior Alvarado. Ready with a couple of handicap wins on the card. Evan Roman with Noises Off. Mario Gutierrez with Balnikov. Axel Concepcion and Sino, like Wadsworth, both are Brad Cox. The Royal Blue of Godolphin. Here comes Encino. The mile and a 16th course here firm. One more. Adam Esquitza with Baby Max. Wadsworth, 3-2 favorite. Course firm, this field with 49 wins between them. 12-1 on Baby Max. Course was upgraded from good to firm here on Indiana Derby Day, and Baby Max to make up the 10. Wadsworth and Encino, the Godolphin 2, now joint 2-1 favorites. They're in the gate. And they're off for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Encino toward the inside. Judge Davis is also vying for the early lead, but it's Encino who leads out for Axel Concepcion. Judge Davis toward the inside, and the gray Seminole Chief is right up there with Encino as they make their way toward the first turn. Higgins Boat is running in 4th. Clever Mischief in 5th as they make their way into the first turn. Vote No is next in 6th. Baby Max in 7th. Wadsworth is a settled 8th. Then comes Nizazov and further back to Balnikov. They round the first turn, and it's Encino who's taken charge of the pace with Axel Concepcion, the quarter for Encino. 22.66 seconds. Encino charts the course for the run to the half-mile pole. Nice and easily out in front of Seminole Chief, who follows the leader there for Junior Alvarado. Toward the inside is Judge Davis, right there staying planted to the rail, running in 3rd. Higgins Boat in 4th. Clever Mischief in 5th. Vote No is 6th. Baymax in 7th. And then comes Wadsworth, who's in 8th position. And toward the inside for Ira Ortiz. Wadsworth in behind horses as they enter the far turn. 7 lengths off of Encino as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. And then come further back to Noises Off, and finally the Irish bred Balnikov has trailed. They round the far turn, half mile, 47.09 seconds, 3/4 a tick over 1:11. They come past the quarter pole, and they've closed ranks on Encino. Seminole Chief is right there. Clever Mischief with Higgins Both, and Wadsworth, the other in the Godolphin Blue, is moving up toward the inside as Seminole Chief runs at Encino. They're going nose to nose for the final half furlong, and then on the outside is Baby Max, who's showing up at the finish. It's another for Junior Alvarado. Seminole Chief over Baby Max in a driving finish. Wadsworth joined at the line. Then Encino with Vote No, and Clever Mischief was right there too. $140.16. 8 Seminole Chief. 14-1 on the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. It's 3 for Junior Alvarado. Seminole Chief upsets the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Then photos. Baby Max with Wadsworth and Encino. Vote No and Clever Mischief. Then Higgins Boat. Noises Off. Judge Davis flattened in the home run, and the Irish bred Balnikov never picked up in the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. 140.16, 3 for Junior. Seminole Chief for Joe Sharp, the son of Gervin. A 14-1 winner of the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. The result of the 10th race, the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 8 Seminole Chief Junior Alvarado with a hat trick of wins on this Indiana Derby Day card. Here's 8 Seminole Chief, 5-year-old Great Roan Gelling by Gervin. And a Secret Song by Dunkirk, trained by Joe Sharp. For Brad Grady and David Grund, the now 7-time winner, going over the $500,000 career earnings mark. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Seminole Chief, $30.60 winner of the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Each year, Horseshoe Indianapolis remembers former longtime Vice President and General Manager John Schuster with a donation to the University of Arizona Racetrack Industry Program in Tucson. We had that presented. John was a proud graduate of the program and remained very committed to helping them prosper. We welcome his daughters, Abby and Rachel. They had the $2,500 presentation to the John Schuster Memorial Scholarship from the U of A. University of Arizona Racetrack Industry Program. Big part of John's life. Winner's presentation to the connections of Seminole Justice. Congratulations to winning owners Brad Grady and David Grund, their son of Gervin, going over the $500,000 earnings mark, trained by Joe Sharp. And for Junior, 3 on the day. $8.10 exact to pay $330.80, 50-cent trifecta, $302.05. Vote no. Finish 5th. 10-cent pentafecta of $8.10, $351, $1,926.23. Pick 3, $230.60, capped off by Seminole Chief. 10-cent superfecta, Encino was 4th. $8.10, $3.5, $239.09. All 10 ran. Course firm, 140.16. Race 11. Of 13, it's the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, scratch the 6, Mizumi. Opted to run last night. Scratch 6, Mizumi here. Number 1, Star Actress is 2 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double final pick 3 of the day. Junior Alvarado racing Rachel. He's won 3 here on the card, and he rides Star Actress in the Indiana Oaks.
But nothing but love for John, for Mia Jr., for sure. We love you, John. Seminole Chief, a really big long shot, but what a patient ride you put on her. You sat there and you just made a move. It kind of looked like you designed it.
Yeah, he was very ready today. I know Joe Sharp told me, try to be a little close to the race. And when we leave the gate, he put himself in a very good spot. We were sitting beautiful there. I thought he was traveling very comfortable. And, when I asked him turning from home, he had a beautiful turn of foot. And he got it done today.
Did you see that 10 flying on the outside?
I could hear kind of horses coming at it, but, at the same time, I think we're close enough to the wire. I think I'm going to get it.
He said, I already had it. And then tell us a little bit about Star Actress in the next race.
I feel like, Ty, last time out, she tried for the first time the turf, and it seems like she handled it. We always thought, since she's half-sister to just FYI, we thought she would be okay in the dirt. So we'll see today. She's been training very well, and we'll see what she shows today.
Thanks, Junior. 3 today in Indiana. Let's make it 4, all right?
Thank you.
Good luck. All right, guys, we have the big races coming up, our graded stakes races, the Indiana Oaks and the Indiana Derby, so stick around.
And they're off for the Jonathan B. Schuster Memorial. Encino toward the inside. Judge Davis is also vying for the early lead, but it's Encino who leads out for Axel Concepcion. Judge Davis toward the inside, and the Gray Seminole Chief is right up there with Encino as they make their way toward the first turn. Higgins' boat is running in fourth. Clever Mischief in fifth as they make their way into the first turn. Vote No is next in sixth. Baby Max in seventh. Wadsworth is a settled eighth. Then comes Nizazov and further back to Balnikov. They round the first turn, and it's Encino who's taken charge of the pace with Axel Concepcion, the quarter for Encino. 22.66 seconds. Encino charts the course for the run to the half-mile pole, nice and easily out in front of Seminole Chief, who follows the leader there for Junior Alvarado. Toward the inside is Judge Davis, right there, staying planted to the rail, running in third. Higgins' boat in fourth, Clever Mischief in fifth, Vote No is sixth. Baymax in seventh. And then comes Wadsworth, who's in eighth position, and toward the inside for Ira Ortiz. Wadsworth in behind horses as they enter the far turn, 7 lengths off of Encino as they go to the far side of the Caesars course. And then come further back to Noises Off, and finally the Irish-bred Balnikov has trailed. They round the far turn, half mile, 47.09 seconds, 3/4 a tick over 1:11. They come past the quarter pole, and they've closed ranks on Encino. Seminole Chief is right there. Clever Mischief with Higgins both, and Wadsworth, the other in the Godolphin blue, is moving up toward the inside as Seminole Chief runs at Encino. They're going nose to nose for the final half furlong, and then on the outside is Baby Max, who's showing up at the finish. It's another for Junior Alvarado. Seminole Chief over Baby Max in a driving finish. Wadsworth joined at the line. Then and for those of you joining us here on track, taking a moment to wish Becky Olson a very happy birthday from all of us here on Indiana Derby Day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Becky Olson, very happy birthday from all of us here at the track.
out here moving and grooving, aren't we, Maddie?
Yeah, the main events coming
of,
up here over the next
Yeah.
hour.
We're ready.
Or so.
32nd running of the Indiana Oaks Grade 3, $200,000 added, and the favorite right now at 4 to 5 is Prom Queen. Maddie's going to go to the 4, though. Betty's Pearl. Go ahead and take it away, Maddie. What do you think about
Lynchy?
Lynchy. Everybody loves Brian Lynch.
Brian Lynch, the trainer of the 4, Betty's Pearl. I think it was 35% at the recently concluded Churchill Downs meeting. He was
that's
the
a big
hottest.
number.
He was the hottest trainer at the meeting, and 2 starts back at Churchill when she didn't win. She lost to the 3 Maximum Offer, also trained by Brad Cox. Brad Cox trains Prom Queen, your favorite. She had a dreadful trip, like one of the worst trips you'll ever see. And blinkers ran it. Then she came back second time blinkers, and she put it all together. I thought at Churchill on the 30th of May, she was 4 to 1. She won by more than a half dozen. She got through on the inside, and she opened up. I think she's a different racehorse now with the blinkers. She's still improving each and every start. She needs to be a little bit closer. It's a small, compact field of 5 here, so she can't lose contact with the others. Prom Queen might be a little bit quicker than her in the early part of this race, but
I'm trying to do my Michelle Yu. You keep going.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to get a physical look like Michelle.
I got you. And the public thinks it's a match race. It's a coin flip between the 4 and the 5. They prefer the 5 at 4 to 5. Prom Queen 8 to 5 on Betty's Pearl. You don't see this very often though, Rachel. 6 to 1 third choice in a 5-horse field, and that's Maximum Offer for Kenny McPeak. Nala's the Brad Cox winner, and Maximum Offer is going to be in front in this race. So she's the horse to catch. She stopped in the Acorn in her last start. Good field, but not as good, obviously, as that Grade 1 at Saratoga a little more than a month ago.
She's out here now, and I'm looking at her, and she looks really, really good. I mean, that's a great
Betty's Pearl
descriptive
does.
word, but Betty's Pearl, we're looking at the 3 here, but I do get a sense of her walking. She was a little antsy in the paddock. She's calmed down now that she's moving, which is a good sign. And then we're taking a look at the 3 here, Maximum Offer. This is who we both have in our exacta spot. Maximum Offer, Luis Saez, Kenny McPeak. He comes here, very successful, obviously, coming out of the Grade 1 Acorn, but kind of got a little bit of a wide trip and then didn't look like she was in it there at the end.
No, I mean, she stopped in the Acorn. She kind of quit. She battled in the front end. Counting Stars for Mark Cassidy had a perfect trip, the winner of that race. It was your Kentucky Oaks winner, always a runner, for Chad Brown in second in the Acorn. So we're talking about the best fillies in the country she was facing, and she's a speed horse, and once a speed horse stops and gets passed, many times they're beaten. They're beaten by 10, 15 lengths, double digits. In this case, it was 17 and a half lengths. So I don't think she'll be battling on the lead in this race. She might get loose, and I think the cutback from 9 furlongs, a mile and an eighth, to 8.5 furlongs, the distance of the Indiana Oaks, a mile and a 16th, will help her, and you obviously get one of the best front-end riders in the game in Luis Saez aboard. So I did select the 4, but I can understand betting the 3-horse at 6 to 1.
At 6 to 1, that's a very, very nice price, I think, on her for sure. And then we're going to go to the 2, Nala. Now, I was just telling Michelle and Matt that I'm really rooting for Nala to have a great day today. 3-year-old filly by Authentic. She broke her maiden here in Indiana. She's stabled here, and she's been here since that maiden breaking effort. And Ricky said she's been training really well over the track.
She beat a decent Riley Mott horse, I thought, in her last start. That was a race taken off the turf. She's a half to Skippy Longstock. Earner of $5.8 million. Winner of so many big races, including the Pegasus at Gulfstream Park back in January. I give her a shot in this race. She also has some speed. Local rider, leading rider, right?
Yep.
Fernando de la Cruz.
Yes, sir.
Aboard, so she can win. And we should obviously talk about the favorite in
Yes,
this race.
we have to talk about
Prom Queen, who is a graded stakes winner. She won the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Oaks at a mile and a 16th, and that was her last start at this distance, that Grade 2 victory for her. You know, the Kentucky Oaks, nothing wrong with finishing 5th, beating less than 5 lengths in a 13-horse field in the Kentucky Oaks. And then in the Acorn, she's 4th, beating 11 1/4. It's only a 5-horse field. You know, she was 3 to 1 in the Acorn, and she beat 1 horse. That's what concerns me. Why did she run so poorly in the Acorn? Will she wake up in this race? There's a good chance, but I'm not willing to take that chance at 4 to 5. I rad for Brad Cox, I think, is the reason why she's 4 to 5 right now on the board.
Yeah, I got to see her in the barns with Ricky, and she is a little bit more filled out than some of these. She looks really, really strong, and it's funny because both of Brad's horses, the leading change horse that he has in the Derby and the next race, and her, they're both plain bays. They look very similar, but definitely she is one on the bigger side. The one a little bit, I'm going to give you guys my physical what I'm seeing here. The one is a little bit slimmer, definitely longer. We've got a really nice filled out number 3. I think I like the look of the 3 and the 4 the best physically. What is it, Scott? What is it Hazelton always says? Carrying good flesh. I love that.
That sounds like a Scott saying.
That's Hazelton.
Yeah. And we didn't mention the one-star actress. You know, she's grade 1 placed. She was 3rd. It's only a 6-horse field, but she was 3rd in the Ashland behind Percy's Bar. Obviously loves it at Keeneland. That occurred on the 3rd of April, and she's going turf to dirt. So you have a horse and star actress going turf to dirt, and you have a horse in Nala who was trying to go on turf in her last start, was taken off, and she won that race on the main track here May 25th.
They are headed to the track for the Indiana Oaks. This is a grade 3, purse of $200,000 for fillies. Let's send it up to Mr. John G. Dooley for the post parade.
Horseshoe Indianapolis bugler Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for race 11. It's the grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Fast track over the mile and a 16th, a field of 5 this year. Scratch the 6, Mizumi. Ran last night. Scratch the 6. One-star actress, 2 pounds over. Presenting the field for the 32nd running of the Indiana Oaks, a grade 3. The one is star actress. Junior Alvarado, riding here for Hall of Famer Belmont, rides the Dodo Justify for breeder and owner George Krikorian. Number 2, Nala, Fernando de la Cruz, tops the meet, riding here for Brad Cox and Shadwell Stable in the Royal Blue and White Epaulets. Number 3, Maximum Offer, with Luis Saez, riding for Kenny McPeak, postword for Bakari Racing Stable LLC, Alfred Riccio and Robert Catrone. Number 4, Betty's Pearl with Mario Gutierrez. Brian Lynch trains for owner William K. Werner. And number 5, Prom Queen with Ira Ortiz. The Dover Quality Road is trained by Brad Cox for Delta Squad Racing LLC and Scratch the 6. The field for the 2026 Indiana Oaks Exacta Trifecta Superfecta Double Final Pick 3 of the day. Post time 5:55.
Graded stakes action here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The field on the dirt. The Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. We're taking a look at Nala, a 3-year-old filly, one of the only ones with experience here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And she's taken her game all around the country. She debuted down in Florida, ran a good second. Then she was the beaten favorite at Gulfstream Park in a taxing one-turn mile. Last time she got an opportunity to go around 2 turns, albeit they wanted to try the turf. They were bet down to favoritism, and they ran as a 2 to 5 shot should. Never looked like a loser, went right to the lead and kicked away and did so very nicely. You hear me talk about it once or 100 times. Always pay attention to a trainer's other horse. Prom Queen likely to go off as low as 1 to 2 in here. Ran a Kentucky Oaks Day and the Acorn, but Nala being overlooked, 6 to 1 morning line, currently on the board at 10 to 1. And then you've got the red hot rider, Junior Alvarado, and Bill Mott has kicked away from his cold streak. That's weeks ago, because here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, he's done a very good job of training today with multiple victories. Star Actress gets Junior Alvarado in the saddle, looking for yet another winner in here. Turf to dirt. They thought highly enough of this one to actually go from that maiden-breaking score in which they tried the Grade 1 Ashland. Was on the Kentucky Oaks Trail for a while, did run on the Kentucky Oaks undercard, losing to Maximum Offer and Betty's Pearl in what was a very paceless race. I don't expect it to be a paceless race in here today. I think Star Actress is going to be more favorably placed, and they are certainly going to put some pressure on the 3 Maximum Offer, who looks to be lone speed on paper, but with 2 Brad Cox trainees, I think they're going to assure that no one gets away with a loose lead. It's intriguing. May only be a 5-horse field, certainly long on talent, but also becomes a rider's race. What do they opt to do when those gates pop? Because you truly can't prepare for what happens when the gates pop. You got live animals, somebody misses a break, takes a bad step, or just doesn't come out as quickly as you expect. All of a sudden, the race complexion can completely change in mere seconds. That's why I think Nala is intriguing in here. A horse who's been bet down to favoritism in the last 2 starts, has a win at Horseshoe Indianapolis, is the trainer's other horse, while everyone is piling on to the class of the field. Prom Queen for Delta Squad Racing. What to make of Gary and Mary West selling Prom Queen right before this race. Make what you want of that, but has changed hands very recently late in the game. We'll see how that shakes out for Delta Squad Racing, trying to get their next graded stakes winner. Is a $200,000 on the line. 3-year-old fillies take main stage, 1 mile and a 16th, as 5 go to the gate, and the wordsmith John G. Dooley takes you to the gate parade.
The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Indiana Oaks. Out comes Star Actress, Junior Alvarado, already with a hat trick of stakes wins on the card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fernando de la Cruz leads the meet. Nalma has joined Star Actress. Luis Saez with Maximum Offer. Now Mario Gutierrez with Betty's Pearl. The Milan 16th and one more. Ira Ortiz with Prom Queen. Now 4-5. Prom Queen like Nala. Both were Brad Cox here in the grade 3. Fast track at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And Prom Queen. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Indiana Oaks of 2026. Maximum Offer away well. Nala toward the inside, and here's Prom Queen, who strides up right outside of Maximum Offer as they make their way into the first turn. Betty's Pearl and Star Actress has dropped back to last with 7 furlongs to run, and it's Maximum Offer has taken the early lead for Luis Saez in front of Prom Queen. Toward the inside is Nala, Royal Blue with the white epaulets as these leaders go to the back of the track. Betty's Pearl and one more to Star Actress. 5 lengths from top to tail, and it's Maximum Offer in charge of the early pace. The opening quarter, 24.74. That's the slowest ever in the Indiana Oaks. Maximum Offer slows them up. Ira Ortiz and Prom Queen staying close to the pace, and there's not much early pace on Maximum Offer, who dictates her own terms going past the half-mile pole with Nala running in third. Then on the outside is Betty's Pearl, and Star Actress remains last. It's Maximum Offer, and she's in charge of the pace. Half mile, 48.95, steady as she goes. Maximum Offer to just inside 3 furlongs from home. With on the outside, Prom Queen poised for a bid. Maximum Offer tackled by Prom Queen. And Betty's Pearl is right there in range. With on the outside, Star Actress, who's in the forepath, making progress now for Junior Alvarado. And Nala up the rail. They turn for home. 3/4 from Maximum Offer has led them a long way. In 1 minute 12.44 seconds, Betty's Pearl is coming with a charge, but Maximum Offer, she's still there for Luis Saez past the 16th. And Maximum Offer was unstoppable in the Indiana Oaks. Maximum Offer, wire to wire, 1 by 3 from Betty's Pearl and Nala. Then Prom Queen and Star Actress was last. $142.65 for the running of the 2026 Indiana Oaks 3 Maximum Offer. 5-1 first and all the way winner. Judges calling for a place photo. Betty's Pearl over Nala. Prom Queen back in 4th, and Star Actress last to the 5. 3-4-2-5-1. 142.65. Opening quarter. 24.74. That's the slowest ever in Indiana Oaks history. Luis Saez slowed them up. 48.95, 112.44. Maximum Offer finished them off at 142.65. Luis Saez for Kenny McPeak. The Maxfield filly, Maximum Offer, winner of the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Result of race 11, the 32nd running of the Indiana Oaks official. 3-4-2-5-1, 5 ran. Leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle number 3, Maximum Offer with Luis Saez. Maximum Offer is a 3-year-old bay filly by Maxfield. And no better terms by Pure Prize. Kenny McPeak trains for Bakari Racing Stable LLC. Chris Bakari, Alfred Riccio, and Robert Catrone. Owners of this Maxfield filly. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Maximum Offer. Wire to wire in the Indiana Oaks. The 3-4 exacta paid $40.80, 50-cent trifecta, $40.40. Dollar was third. The pick 3 capped off by Maximum Offer after the Indiana Oaks. 11 with the 8 with the 3, 211.60. 50-cent pick 5, $19,071.25. 8-3 double paid $472.60. The double, Seminole Chief to Maximum Offer, 8-3, $472.60. 5 ran. Indiana Oaks of 2026, 142.65. And once again, the winner's presentation, along with Vice President and General Manager Racing, Eric Hallstrom, Director of Racing Secretary Chris Paulson, and Assistant Racing Secretary Chris Kamak. Winner's presentation to the connections of Maximum Offer. Congratulations, winning jockey Luis Saez, trainer Kenny McPeak, assisted by Greg Geyer. For Bakari Racing Stable, Alfred Riccio and Robert Controne. Congratulations to the ownership of Maximum Offer. She takes out the Grade 3, Indiana Oaks. 6:40 post time for the 12th. It's the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Scratch 1 Lighter, 5 Bricklin, and 9 Desert Gate, withdrawn by Bob Baffert. Scratch the 1, 5, and 9. 3 Zinal. Zinal will be ridden by Fernando de la Cruz. Leads the meet with 36 wins. Fernando de la Cruz on the 3. Zinal, scratch 1, 5, and 9. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. Start to the $5 last call double. Also note in the Indiana Derby, 6 Creole Chrome is 2 pounds over. Winning jockey Luis Saez caught them napping, Maddie, and joins Matt Carruthers and the winner's circle for a chat after the Indiana Oaks. It's gone to Maximum Offer, wires them at 142.65. Matt?
Winning rider of the Indiana Oaks, Luis Saez, Maximum Offer. It looked fairly easy out there because the fractions were fairly slow. You must have felt pretty good by yourself, 24 and change opening quarter.
Yeah, it was pretty easy, pretty comfortable. We thought we're gonna have a target, but this filly is pretty fast. She showed speed last time, and today she broke like a bullet.
So the plan wasn't to go to the lead.
It was not to go to the lead. It was have a target and follow somebody, the number 2. But she broke so well. We know she had a lot of speed, and it was an easy pace. We was pretty confident in the 5 bays, half a mile, and came in the top of the stretch. I got plenty horse.
I mean, speed's obviously doing very well today. Off the top of my little head, I can think of 5 wire-to-wire winners on dirt. You're on out of the woods in the Indiana Derby, so I can let you go here in a second. And this horse has speed, so the same idea, right?
Yeah, the same idea. You know, when you go to the gate and those doors open, you have to decide right away. So the plan is try to break clean from there. If we end in the lead, we take it.
Louis, it's great to see you at Horseshoe Indy today.
Thank you so much. It's a blessing for me to be here.
Luis Saez, another one like one of the best around, wire-to-wire. Upset winner with Maximum Offer in the Indiana Oaks.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Indiana Oaks of 2026. Maximum Offer away well. Nala toward the inside, and here's Prom Queen, who strides up right outside of Maximum Offer as they make their way into the first turn. Betty's Pearl and Star Actress has dropped back to last with 7 furlongs to run, and it's Maximum Offer has taken the early lead for Luis Saez in front of Prom Queen. Toward the inside is Nala. Royal Blue with the white epaulets as these leaders go to the back of the track. Betty's Pearl and one more to Star Actress. 5 lengths from top to tail, and it's Maximum Offer in charge of the early pace. The opening quarter, 24.74. That's the slowest ever in the Indiana Oaks. Maximum Offer slows them up. Howard Ortiz and Prom Queen staying close to the pace, and there's not much early pace on Maximum Offer, who dictates her own terms going past the half-mile pole with Nala running in third. Then on the outside is Betty's Pearl, and Star Actress remains last. It's Maximum Offer, and she's in charge of the pace. Half mile, 48.95, steady as she goes. Maximum Offer to just inside 3 furlongs from home. With on the outside Prom Queen poised for a bid. Maximum Offer tackled by Prom Queen. And Betty's Pearl is right there in range. With on the outside Star Actress, who's in the forepath, making progress now for Junior Alvarado. And Nala up the rail. They turn for home. 3/4 from Maximum Offer has led them a long way. In 1 minute 12.44 seconds, Betty's Pearl is coming with a charge, but Maximum Offer, she's still there for Luis Saez past the 16th. And Maximum Offer was unstoppable in the Indiana Oaks. Maximum Offer, wire to wire, 1 by 3 from Betty's Pearl and Nala. Then Prom Queen and Star Actress, they're in the game.
Standing by with trainer Brad Cox, leading change. I've never interviewed him before a race, only after. I wanted to ask you kind of a different question. I get a lot of messages because I'm sort of the contact with everybody. There's always a horse everybody wants me to get footage of. I have people asking me to get some of yours. Can you send me this? Can you send me that? I want footage of leading change. That's the only one anybody's asked me for.
Well, let's hope people are wanting a photo after the race.
So tell me a little bit about him. I got to see him when he came. I thought puppy dog a little bit, but then he gets in the paddock and he looks like just a classy guy.
Yeah, no, he is. He's very classy. We've had several horses out of the mare. They're all classy to deal with and very good horses and meant to be two-turn horses. We think he is. And, he's very impressive first time out, but this is obviously a big ask. He obviously lacks seasoning, but we're hoping he can make up for it in talent.
All right, thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Standing by with Brett Calhoun, our money man, the 4 here in the Indiana Derby. Brett, I heard that this work on July 5th, he was easy in hand, looked really good. Obviously, that's going to hopefully transpire today, I bet.
He's been training great. I mean, he's had some good months, good year. Seems to be getting better all the time. And, with these 3-year-olds this time of the year, that's kind of the key, getting them the top of their game as a 3-year-old.
I can't let you go without Mr. Money because he's one of my favorites to watch because Asking For It got loose in there. And I just loved how Gabe in the picture was staring at that other horse like, go ahead, buddy, I'm going to win anyway.
Right. No, it's great. He was a great horse for us, won 4 graded stakes in a row. It'd be great to see one of his sons get there today.
I know. Hopefully that transpires through the breeding. Thank you so much, Brett, for talking to us, and good luck.
Thank you.
I'm kind of doing this by myself. I don't have anybody. I can get somebody to walk him every once in a while, but it's pretty much me doing everything every day.
You do everything but get on his back.
Yep. I get bit, I get kicked, I get all that. He's a cool customer typically. But he's a lot right now. It's race week, and so we want him to be a lot.
Justin, just talk about what it means to you. You grew up near here. This is literally your home track. You've worked here for your whole adult life. What's it mean to be in the Indiana Derby with Mr. T? A horse that you bred with your dad, you own, you train, you put his You're his blacksmith. You're his hot walker. You're his groom.
Dream come true, truthfully. You couldn't even dream this up to have one and to be where he's at, what he did last year, and hopefully go into this year, run second in a stake, and to think he's even that caliber of horse is it's unreal. I'm still living in a dream, and hopefully the dream comes true even a little bit more. Hometown track, hometown boy, hometown horse.
And you could have taken the easier path. You cross-entered in the Indiana bred stakes on the Saturday, but you went into you're committed to the Indiana Derby. Just talk about that decision.
Yeah. I kept this horse a stallion for a reason, and he's made enough money already. He's not ever going to owe us a dime. I think this horse's ability, I want to showcase it on the big stage with the big horses right here at the hometown track. And, we're just looking to get a piece of it. And if he shows up and shows his effort, I think it's going to be a big run. And I want to showcase my horse and God's gift to me and my dad.
Tell you. 12 minutes to race 12, the 32nd running of the Indiana Derby, Grade 3, $300,000 guaranteed. And me and B are going to take you home because we're with you every day here, ladies and gentlemen. And we love this track. And we're going to talk to you about the Indiana Derby.
Brother and sister relationship. You made me wait all the way until race 12.
And I took my heels off for him so I wasn't taller than him because I'm a real one.
Now it's not as cool when you do announce it. I mean, it was a lot cooler
crap,
when it was just our secret.
Ooh, Mr. T's feeling good. The 1 is out of here, lighter, and the 9, Desert Gate as well. We have Bricklin, the 5, out of here, and right now the favorite at 4-5 is the 8, Leading Change, getting a lot of requests for this one. I honestly, this is what I'm going to tell you. This one is half to She Dares the Devil, so I don't think that the distance is going to be a big question mark. And then we're fast now, but even if it would have rained, his dam broke her maiden by like 26 lengths in the mud. So I think that he is a good choice. I just am a little worried that he is not seasoned enough. What do you think, B?
I would agree. There's two ways to look at it, and you can have both sides of this coin, right? If you like the horse, there's plenty of things to like, and I happen to like Leading Change. Now, just raced June 7th, maiden special weight to Indiana Derby. That's a tall task. You're asking a lot, but they broke from the outside in the maiden special weight race. They showed tactical speed. I think they can do it again. They break from the outside. I much prefer that. I think they're going to want to sit closer. 2 turns is a challenge, but this horse was dominant on debut. Galloped out like a good one, bet like a good one. Jenny Reese does a great job with all of her articles. She mentioned that Brad Cox used to lay his head on the pillows back in October during the Keeneland Fall, that he had exciting dreams, I guess you could call it, for Leading Change in the future. Something went amiss. They didn't debut until June. But if you're on the other side of that coin like you are, it's a maiden special weight going against graded stakes horses now. There's a lot of questions like 2 turns. And Irad's been beaten as the odds-on favorite each and every start today, pretty much. He burned a lot of people's money on the track today. He's getting bet heavily, and now I'm diving into that, hoping he can change it up with Leading Change. But you happen to like our money man.
Maybe he's saving it for this race. The 4, our money man, who also is getting a lot of action. What are we at, 5-2 right now? I think we were a little bit higher than that. But Axel Concepcion is aboard for Brett Calhoun. We just talked to him. He said he's been training really well. Key to that for 3-year-olds, and I couldn't agree more. Now, what a nice speed figure in the Matt Winn, a grade 3. I just think that this one fits with Mr. Money as well. I mean, come on.
Well, I am glad to hear it's not just a hunch play for you. I mean, we're all looking for a money man, right?
I'm not looking for no man.
I might be looking for a money man after today, depending on how this race shakes out. We still got 2 more left, but this horse turned out great. I mean, couldn't have looked any better down here in the paddock. It's not super hot, but it is a little bit humid today, and not a drop of sweat on our money man. And a horse who is tested without Lasix as well, a lot more seasoned. Do you ever think about a horse maybe not being able to fire back-to-back after a huge effort against a monster like Further Ado?
No, not at all, especially when you give them enough time off, I think. I mean, June 7th to right now, that's a good time, and I think he looks really good. One that is a little excited and really, really hot is the 2, Mr. T, who's walking around here. Our money man, though, I think this is a really nice one. His work was really good on July 5th. Easy in hand with a big group, and kept his cool. So I think this one, that's my top selection. I mean, you're going to go with Leading Change. I'm going to go with the 4. So we have 8-4, and usually B and I get a little nervous when we're on the same horse.
Yeah, no, it's good that we switch it up. Hopefully one of us can get it right, but a couple others to maybe take a look at. Your pace setter is likely to come from post position 6. Joe Sharp, already 2 winners on the day. Junior Alvarado. Does he have 3 now on the card? Unbelievable day. Yeah, he's been doing very well.
Loves hat tricks.
Creole Chrome. I do love hat tricks, and Pure Turkeys as well. 4 wins from 7 starts. This is the pace setter. Shipping in from Evangeline. I didn't know what to do. The numbers aren't great for off Lasix runners for Joe Sharp, but he proved us wrong on that turf. I think this is the one to catch the cash, but if they don't let that one go to the lead, or maybe that one doesn't break alertly, Augustin Stables, Jonathan Thomas, and our main man, Fernando de la Cruz, with Zinhall head in 3rd, but I know you like some of the other ones in here as well.
I like Creole Chrome. I mean, I think this is the buzz horse. I went 4.86. I just think that 18 length is why it's kind of a buzz horse, but I just love that race. It was really, really nice. The Pat Day Mile, I mean, obviously was outclassed. I think this is a nice middle ground for that horse. If we're going to go with Zinal here, Fernando knows the track really well. Jonathan Thomas trains by Quality Road. This is another one breaking its maiden and then trying here, but did break it here, which I do like a lot for this horse.
You look at it one of 2 ways, right? With horses like Leading Change and then Zinhall. Is it the waters are too deep, we're going to try it? Or there's got to be some sense of confidence as well in going in and feeling that the horse is ready, especially being lightly raced. Didn't run poorly on debut at Santa Anita. They tried the turf, and they ran into what could be a freak as well, and ran over at Churchill and just went gate to wire in what was a paceless race. Then came to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I don't know about you, but I like horses with a race over the course. We saw it with the 2-horse last time, ran very well for 3rd, just broke the maiden in the Indiana Oaks, and they had a race over the course as well.
That's right. I'm just going to do my Michelle Yu channeling, because I did that last time, and I said that Maximum Offer looked the best in the paddock. The 6 is definitely standing out and jumping out at me. Looks super strong, moving really well. The 2 grooms are keeping him really, really calm. I wouldn't say lackadaisical, which I also just stole from Michelle, because I think that's the perfect word for it. But I do like physically the 6 better than the 4. I think that our money man looks phenomenal, but I'm going to give the edge
to Creole Chrome. Let's not leave out a horse because there's only 2 more, and I feel like we'll jinx ourselves. So we've talked about Mr. T. We showed the interview. Justin Bailey, local guy, really rooting for him. Love to see Mitchell Merle ride in the Indiana Derby. But let's talk about Out of the Woods. Luis Saez aboard for Phil D'Amato. What do you think about this horse? It's been pretty consistent in this last 3.
Yeah, speed, right? I mean, speed and play, Out of the Woods. Saez stole the Oaks. Could steal it again. I mean, it'd be a great thing to steal the Oaks and the Derby for Saez. He's one of my favorite riders as well, so wouldn't mind seeing him get his picture taken when it's all said and done. Shipping over to Delaware June 13th. Didn't really get the easiest of trips that day, but they didn't go all that fast. There wasn't super big excuse that I noticed. Ran on Kentucky Derby Day, a huge effort that day against Sovereign Law, beat our money man, kind of got the lead and held. I just think it's pressed a little bit. Out of the Woods is not going to have it all his own way. Leading change is likely going to show some speed today, along with Creole Chrome. He might not even get the lead because I do think Creole Chrome's going to get it. But the Indiana bred, I appreciate guys like Justin Bailey taking a big swing, not going for a base hit, not going for a double, going for a grand slam in here with one of Indiana's own. This horse was impeccable at 2 years old. As 3, the waters have been much deeper in the Lexington Grade 3. Ran well in the Sagamore Sired handicap. Actually was flattered today when J.R. Shadowboy came back to win on our undercard and is still now undefeated in there as well for Joe Davis. So Mr. T, the Indiana bred, you give him any chance in here?
That was unprofessional of me to yell that, but I just could not do it for Justin. Yeah, I honestly think that this is a really interesting group, don't you think? It's an interesting group this year. A lot of different angles where we don't have just, I think, one giant standout. You know what I mean? So I think it's going to be a really fun betting race, and it's going to be fun to watch. But yeah, Creole Chrome, definitely the best looking to me.
And while you yell for riders to be good luck, I'm going to mention we've got that $5 late daily double. $5 late daily double. Dive in, 15% takeout. Starts with the Derby, ends with a maiden special weight on the turf course. Still plenty of action. Been getting your butt kicked all day like I have. Play that late daily double as the Indiana Derby
goes to the track. You finished.
Coming up next.
You were rolling, baby. Why'd you mess it up?
Come on now.
Indiana Derby is next, ladies and gentlemen. Let's send it up to John G. Dooley for the post parade of the 32nd running Indiana Derby.
Here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Gary Lozier bringing the horses onto the track for the 12th race. Marquee race here on Indiana's biggest day of thoroughbred racing, the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. A field of 6 this year over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 1 lighter, 5 Bricklin, and 9 Desert Gate. Scratch the 1, 5, and 9. 3 Zeno, Fernando de la Cruz. Rides 3 Zeno, 6 Creole Chrome, plus 2 pounds in the Indiana Derby. Fast track, here's the field on parade. Scratch the 1, the 2 is Mr. T. Winner last season here of the Indiana Futurity. Mitchell Merle rides for Justin Bailey's Bailey Boy Racing LLC, the Indiana bred, Mr. T. Number 3 is Zeno with Fernando de la Cruz. Last out maiden winner here. Justin Thomas trains for George Strawbridge's Augustin Stable. Number 4, our Money Man. Sire, Mr. Money, past winner of the Indiana Derby. Axel Concepcion rides for Brett Calhoun, trains for Chester Thomas's Allied Racing Stable, LLC. Scratch 5, 6. Another Louisiana bred here this year in the Indiana Derby, Creole Chrome. Junior Alvarado riding for a Grand Slam. Joe Sharp trains for Kirk Wyckoff's 3 Diamonds Farm, the 4-time winner from 7 runs, Creole Chrome. Number 7, Out to the Woods, Luis Saez. With a couple of stakes wins on the card, riding here for Phil D'Amato. Trains for Little Red Feather Racing, Manicat Stables LLC, Panic Stable LLC, and William Strauss, parts of the ownership of the Constitution sophomore Out to the Woods. And here's 8, Leading Change. Was a debut winner to the Twin Spires for Ira Ortiz. Back on board, the son of Gunrunner. For Brad Cox and Wafnan Racing, the field for the Indiana Derby, scratch 1-5 in Desert Gate. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured here, the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. It is the first half of the $5 Last Call Thoroughbred Double. Fast and firm for the final 2 at post time for the Indiana Derby.
You guys getting fired up? Huh? We're getting close to a start for the 32nd running of the Indiana Derby. How about some love for Gary the Bugler down here? I mean, unbelievable job all day long. Just crushing it here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So the 4-hour money man isn't my top selection. It was a big shot in this race, Calhoun. He's by Mr. Money. Mr. Money won this race back in 2019. Did so as the favorite in a very good fight. 1-4. Our money man, right now your second choice at 5-2, second to the very talented Further Ado, most recently, Further Ado, who crushed in the Grade 1 Bluegrass at Keeneland back in April. This is a horse who's very consistent. He's been in the money in all 8 of his lifetime starts. He needs a little bit of pace help up front. Will he get that? That's the big question. I like the 6 in here, Creole Chrome. Let me explain myself, as we're looking at him on the screen right now. Blinkers were removed in his last start, and he won by 1 million. 18 lengths. It was Evangeline. He was 1-20 that race. 32. It was a state-bred $100,000 state-bred race for males. There was a $100,000 state-bred race for 3-year-old fillies. Same day, they went 140. Creole Chrome went 37-2. That is 13 lengths faster, and Tim Thornton had him in a triple hammerlock at the end of that race. This horse is fast. If he can get the lead with the blinkers off, his only 2 bad starts. Pat Day Mile, you're dealing with Crude Velocity and Englishman. Englishman we know is a freak, maybe the best dirt miler that we have, and Crude Velocity obviously very talented. And then, he showed pace in the Bluegrass at 1 1/8 at Keeneland, was put away in that race by Further Ado. My selection right now at 9-2. The 8 Leading Change wants more ground. You would think by Gunrunner, he's pretty good at 7 furlongs in the first start. He was 6-5, broke from the 10 hole in a 10-horse field. He's a half to She Dares the Devil. She Dares the Devil, 3-time group Grade 1 winner of the Kentucky Oak. So, you're by Gunrunner. You're a half to a horse that Grade 1 winner at 9 furlongs. The 1 1/16 should help Leading Change, who is really, really good in career start number 1. This will be the second start of his career. Big step up in class right now. He is your current 3-5 favorite. Son of Gunrunner went for $800,000. Keeneland September sale in 2024. It is almost post time for the 32nd running of the Indiana Derby. To call the Indiana Derby, John G. Dooley.
Matt Carruthers cheers. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Indiana Derby. They're going in. Junior Alvarado, Creole Chrome first loaded. Mr. T, Mitchell Morrill for Justin Bailey. Winner of the Indiana Futurity here last season. Mr. T has joined Creole Chrome. Wisayas with Out to the Woods. Fernando de la Cruz with Zenal, Fast Track. Now Axel Concepcion with Our Money Man. One more Ira Ortiz with Leading Change. Son of Gunrunner went on Churchill Downs debut for Brad Cox and Wafnan Racing. They're in the gate. They're off in the Indiana Derby. And Mr. T out to an alert start for Mitchell Murrell. Mr. T to the early lead. Here comes Out to the Woods, and Leading Change is right up there with the front runners as they enter the first turn. And then comes on the outside Creole Chrome, who's running in fourth as they round the first turn. Zenal and Our Money Man has drifted back toward last. As they go to the back of the track, just over 6 furlongs to run. And the leader is Out to the Woods, quarter 23.81 seconds. With Luis Saez, Out to the Woods has taken the early lead here in front by 3/4 of a length. Ira Ortiz has Leading Change right there, close up to Out of the Woods, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Then 4 clear. Mr. T, the Indiana Futurity winner, is running in third for Mitchell Murrell. It is about to be joined by Zenal, who's coming with a bit up the rail. Our Money Man is now picking up between horses, and on the outside, Creole Chrome. Half mile in 46.84. Here comes Leading Change up to confront Out to the Woods. So this is 3 furlongs out. And Our Money Man and the Wildcat Blue steady headway for Axel Concepcion. Leading Change has taken a short lead from Out to the Woods, who tries to respond to pressure at the quarter pole. Our Money Man right there, 3/4, 1 minute 10.55 seconds. Zenal straightens away in fourth. Creole Chrome and Mr. T. Top of the stretch. Here comes Our Money Man and Leading Change up to the forefront. From toward the inside, Out to the Woods. They're deep in the final furlong. Zenal's running in fourth. Ira Ortiz and Leading Change, the son of Gunrunner. On the outside, Our Money Man, the son of Mr. Money. Leading Change holds Our Money Man to win the Indiana Derby. Leading Change, he's 2 for 2 and repels Our Money Man, then Out to the Woods and Zenal. $141.98 after the Indiana Derby. Leading Change at 1 to 2. Over 4 Our Money Man in the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Out to the Woods and Zenal. Mr. T, the Indiana Futurity winner last season, getting into the frame for Justin Bailey in the Grade 3. It's gone to Leading Change, son of Gunrunner. Follows up his Churchill Downs debut here in the Hoosier State. Son of Gunrunner over Our Money Man, 141.98. Another win here. The Indiana Derby for Brad Cox here. Ira Ortiz for Wafnan Racing. Their son of Gunrunner, Leading Change, a sophomore on the rise. The result of the 12th race Indiana Derby official. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 8 leading change with Ira Ortiz. Leading change is a 3-year-old bank colt by Gunrunner. And a Starship Warp Speed by Congrats. His half-sister, a past winner. She Dares the Devil of the Indiana Oaks. Brad Cox trains for Wathnan Racing. This colt was bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Leading Change, winner of the Indiana Derby. Winner's presentation coming up, 8-4 exacta, $7.40, 50-cent trifecta, 8-4-7, $9.45. 3-8 double, $36.80 after those grade threes. Mr. T getting into the frame for the pentafecta. 8-4-7-3-2, paid $15.05. Pick 3 capped off by Leading Change, returned to $170 and then some. There's that pick 3, $175 to be exact. 141.98. The winner's presentation after the 32nd running of the Grade 3 Indiana Derby. Making the presentation, Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing Secretary Chris Kamak to the winning connections of Leading Change. Congratulations to Wathnan Racing, Brad Cox, another Indiana Derby title, and winning jockey Ira Ortiz. It's Leading Change in the Indiana Derby of 2026. $141.98 and 6 ran. Favorite was first. One more here on Indiana's biggest day of racing. 13th to close out the card. It's a maiden distaff turf. Stick around. All 10 run. No scratches in the finale. Course firm. One Uncle's Little Trophy. The jockey Axel Concepcion on One Uncle's Little Trophy. Exacta trifecta superfecta and the 10-cent pentafecta. A maiden distaff turf to close out Indiana Derby Day at 7:15.
Standing by with Brad Cox. Leading Change, I did say in the paddock, everybody was asking me about him, and he looked really, really good going postward. Tell me what you thought about the performance today. It looked like he got a little bit farther back than he maybe planned to.
Well, I thought Howard did a good job of getting him in a good position early. I thought they went a little quick early, but, given the fact he only had the one run, first time 2 turns, and he stayed on well. Obviously fought off a very good horse and Mailman Money, and, this was a big ask. It's a lot of the unknown for us. We've never tried anything like this, a horse straight from a maiden as a 3-year-old into a graded stake. So, big performance, very, very pleased with him, and, we kind of hit the reset button with him, let him, regroup from this race and hopefully another graded stake in the near future.
Tell me, when he settled back in the second group, I told you he kind of looked like a puppy dog when he got off the trailer. He was excited. And he's just showed that he's classy. The patience that he had coming into the wire there. And then I noticed when he had that horse coming out to the side of him, it was almost like he stretched out his neck because he wanted it so bad, I swear.
Yeah, he's very classy. He's easy to deal with, and he makes the trainer's job easy. The mayor's been very good to us. Obviously, Windstar bred him, and we've had several of the siblings, and he's one of the better ones, and very, very pleased with the effort today.
Thank you so much for coming, and have a great rest of your evening. I won't spray you with champagne this year.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to spray Irad.
There you go.
All right, you guys. We do have one more. We're going to have a maiden race, so stick around. More fun to be had.
They're in the gate. They're off in the Indiana Derby. And Mr. T out to an alert start for Mitchell Merle. Mr. T to the early lead. Here comes Out to the Woods, and Leading Change is right up there with the front runners as they enter the first turn. And then comes on the outside Creole Chrome, who's running in fourth as they round the first turn. Zenal and Our Money Man has drifted back toward last. As they go to the back of the track, just over 6 furlongs to run. And the leader is Out to the Woods, quarter 23.81 seconds. With Luis Saez, Out to the Woods has taken the early lead here in front by 3/4 of a length. Ira Ortiz has Leading Change right there, close up to Out of the Woods, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Then 4 clear. Mr. T, the Indiana Futurity winner, is running in third for Mitchell Merle. It is about to be joined by Zenal, who's coming with a bit up the rail. Our Money Man is now picking up between horses, and on the outside, Creole Chrome. Half mile in 46.84. Here comes Leading Change up to confront Out to the Woods. So this is 3 furlongs out. And Our Money Man in the Wildcat Blue, steady headway for Axel Concepcion. Leading Change has taken a short lead from Out to the Woods, who tries to respond to pressure at the quarter pole. Our Money Man right there, 3/4, 1 minute 10.55 seconds. Zenal straightens away in fourth. Creole Chrome and Mr. T, top of the stretch. Here comes Our Money Man and Leading Change up to the forefront. From toward the inside, Out to the Woods. They're deep in the final furlong. Zenal's running in fourth. Ira Ortiz and Leading Change, the son of Gunrunner. On the outside, Our Money Man, the son of Mr. Money. Leading Change holds Our Money Man to win the Indiana Derby. Leading Change, he's 2 for 2 and repels Our Money Man, then Out to the Woods and Zenal.
We are in the winner's circle, and this place is packed. We are throwing T-shirts, and everybody knows it. So I'm going to remind you once again, please, please be careful for the kids. We love our kids as much as you love yours. So please be careful. Do not hurt somebody. There was a lot of people here. We're throwing T-shirts in 3, 2, 1.
And there's the win photo after the 2026 Indiana Derby as leading change. The son of Gunrunner held off Our Money Man out to the woods third. And Zenal was fourth in 141.98. Thanks to all that took part in today's Derby Day auction, with proceeds to benefit the Helping Veteran and Families Incorporated. We thank all that made donations right near the winner's circle today for Helping Veterans and Families Incorporated. We had Rob White picking up the Tip Top Thomas statue. That in the colors of the 2025 Indiana Derby winner. Joe Morris picking up that American Pharaoh, those prints. And Leahy picking up the other prize here today, the saddle towel, with all proceeds to benefit the Helping Veterans and Families Incorporated. So if you heard your name, Joe, we know you won. And of course, Rob picking up the Tip Top Thomas statue and the saddle towel. Leahy. Hannah Leahy won 3 on the day. Maybe she picked up the saddle towel too to benefit our friends. Cheers to all who took part. Great job, Gary Lozier, today and yesterday on Indiana Oaks Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, bringing the horses onto the track to cap off Indiana's biggest day of racing. 13th and final, maiden distaff turf over the Milanese 16th. Here, all 10 run. One Uncle's Little Trophy, Axel Concepcion rides the One Uncle's Little Trophy. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta, with 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. Crossing over to the turf course for this maiden finale. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Joe Ramos, Beautiful Lester, first in here for the maiden. Axel Concepcion with Uncle's Little Trophy taking her position. Alex Ashar with Country Embrace. Joseph Bielmer, Amy L. loaded. Joseph Romero with Moonlight Girl drew 7. Overhead look. Moonlight Girl loading up for the maiden. Coger Lane. Mitchell Murrow rode Mr. T to a 5th in the Indiana Derby. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Haziel to post 5. Here at all 10 run. Course firm. Ronnie Prescott with Hotline Iris. No live card here on Sunday nor Monday. Next program on Tuesday from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards for the week ahead. Next Saturday, it's an all quarter horse affair here from 10:45 a.m. in 1 week's time. One more. Alexander Crispin with Dreaming Bonita. For the Malina 16th, course firm. This is to wrap up Indiana Derby Day 2026. They're in the gate. And they're off. Uncle's Little Trophy away well from the inside for Axel Concepcion. Right there, an early bid by Lover's Carol with Hotline Iris and Dreaming Bonita. And Coger Lane is also prominent here in the early stages as they make their way past the awning here on Indiana Derby Day, and it's Coger Lane. For Mitchell Murrow, Coger Lane just takes the early lead out to the stretch from Uncle's Little Trophy, who yields the lead to Coger Lane as they turn 6 furlongs to go. Hotline Iris is third and close up, and Haziel is a ground-saving 4th as these leaders go to the back of the course. Lover's Carol is in between horses, and Dreaming Bonita is posted 3 deep. Then it's a break of 2 more to Country Embrace, followed toward the rail by Amy L. Moonlight Girl is running second to last, and Beautiful Lester trails here in the Saturday finale. The quarter on Coger Lane, 22.65. Half mile to go, it's Coger Lane. 3/4 length to Uncle's Little Trophy, staying close to the leader. Nearest the inside is Haziel, right there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., and Haziel's in the hunt. With Hotline Iris running in 4th as they traverse the far side of the Caesars course to close out the card. Lover's Carol's in tight quarters and Dreaming Bonita's wide both turns. 47.54 for the second part. Country Embrace is 6 lengths off these leaders. It's Coger Lane first past the quarter pole. Amy L. with Beautiful Lester and Moonlight Girl. These maiden fillies mare turn for home, and it's Coger Lane going for it. 3/4 1 minute 11.66 seconds. Coger Lane. Lover's Carol moves up boldly between horses for the meet leader Fernando Letta Cruz, and it's Lover's Carol. Coger Lane is not going down without a fight. Haziel, and here's Country Embrace for Alex Ashard. Country Embrace swooped past Lover's Carol in the shadow of the wire to win it. And then Coger Lane with Haziel and Amy L. finished back in 5th. Unofficial 142.94, 6-8, and then a show photo. 6, Country Embrace swoops them. At 5-1 over 8, Lovers Carol 5-1 second. 6-8 after the maiden turf. Stewart's Inquiry at the end of the card. Show photo. Coger Lane with Haziel and Damiel finished 5th. We trail back to Dreaming Bonita, who was 6th in the maiden. Beautiful Esther. Hotline Iris dropped right away. Inquiry concerns turning for home. So keep it right here, Stewart's Inquiry. Before we say goodnight, it's gone to Country Embrace and Alex Ashar for Tony Granitz. The judges have posted number 3, Coger Lane 3rd. It's unofficial. 5, Haziel 4th, and 2, Amiel 5th. 6-8, 3-5-2. Stewart's Inquiry concerns the top of the stretch. Hold all tickets. No changes will be made to the running order. There was an inquiry into the top of the stretch run. No changes made in the winner's circle. The 6, Country Embrace with Alex Ashar. Country Embrace is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Country House out of the Brethren Mare Feisty Embrace. Tony Granitz trains for Matalona Thoroughbreds of Matthew Wiskovich. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Country Embrace, rallies out to the maiden ranks. Once again, there was a steward's inquiry into the top of the stretch run of the maiden distaff turf. No changes made to the order. 142.94, 6'8", 3'5", and the white 2. There's Alex Achard, World Cup fan. He saw Team France advance in the World Cup. It's official. And England leading Norway 2-1. 6'8" exacta, paid $94.80. The 10-cent superfecta, $280.48. Final pick 3 capped off by Country Embrace, $78 even. 50-cent trifecta, 683, 347.40, 8-6 last call. Final thoroughbred double, $130 even. $1 late pick 4, $3,491. 50-cent late pick 5, $6,331.60. And the pentafecta paid $1,972.19. Amy L. ran 5th. And the maiden distaff turf in the finale, all 10 ran. Favorite, Hotline Iris, unplaced, 142.94. That concludes our live racing program here on Indiana Derby Day. Thanks to all that joined us here on track. The weather held up. We're fast and firm during the second half of the card. Cheers to all who tuned in. Many subscribers to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. Hello to all of you on YouTube, our subscribers. No live racing on Sunday nor Monday. Upcoming race week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday cards from 2:10. In a week's time, next Saturday the 18th, it's an all-quarter horse affair from 10:45 a.m., the next 4 racing stretch. Until next time, for all of us here on Indiana's biggest day of racing, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth today. For now, track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. And they're off. Uncle's Little Trophy away well from the inside for Axel Concepcion. Right there, an early bid by Lover's Carol with Hotline Iris and Dreaming Bonita. And Coker Lane is also prominent here in the early stages as they make their way past the awning here on Indiana Derby Day, and it's Coker Lane. For Mitchell Merrill, Coker Lane just takes the early lead out to the stretch from Uncle's Little Trophy, who yields the lead to Coker Lane as they turn 6 furlongs to go. Hotline Iris is third and close up, and Haziel is a ground-saving fourth as these leaders go to the back of the course. Lover's Carol is in between horses, and Dreaming Bonita is posted 3 deep. Then it's a break of 2 more to Country Embrace, followed toward the rail by Amy L. Moonlight Girl is running second to last. And Beautiful Esther trails here in the Saturday finale. The quarter on Coker Lane, 22.65. Half mile to go, it's Coker Lane, 3/4 length to Uncle's Little Trophy, staying close to the leader. Nearest the inside is Haziel, right there for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and Haziel's in the hunt. With Hotline Iris running in fourth as they traverse the far side of the Caesars course to close out the card. Lover's Carol's in tight quarters and Dreaming Bonita's wide both turns. 47.54 for the second part. Country Embrace is 6 lengths off these leaders. It's Coker Lane first past the quarter pole. Amy L. with Beautiful Esther and Moonlight Girl. These maiden fillies mare turn for home, and it's Coker Lane going for it. 3/4 1 minute 11.66 seconds. Coker Lane. Lover's Carol moves up boldly between horses for the meet leader Fernando Letta Cruz. And it's Lover's Carol. Coker Lane is not going down without a fight. Haziel, and here's Country Embrace for Alex Achard. Country Embrace swooped past Lover's Carol in the shadow of the wire to win it. And then Coker Lane with Haziel.
I've been on my own for a while, it's a long trip. Ain't nobody get it, but I'm always going all in. I'm just here to win it, feel the pressure, that's my calling. 10 toes down, breaking limits, never stalling. And they ain't gonna get it, that's okay, I'ma do it anyway. In the trenches every day, man I like it, I'ma staying hungry, feed the chase. Full throttle of the race.